Master breaks herself for a fatality. Claim victory with sorcery. Desecration on the rich shall live in fear. You must never lie. The cybernetic god is searching for the certain you don't last. The night is here. There will be release. The power of the followers leads the game. You try to soul. They will break your bones. There's nothing to lose. This battle is free. This battle is free.
What up, guys? Welcome to the 98th episode, the MLG Debacle. Where to start, I don't know. Natus, how are you?
I'm alright, man. I don't know where to start either.
I'll start like this. Give us a second, guys, while we go to a commercial break.
Oh, Jerome, a birthday party at Pizza Hut. What fun.
You bet, Mom.
Okay, sweetie. Have a good time.
Sure will.
You look so cute.
Remember to say hello to Mrs. Miller.
I will.
And don't forget everything I told you.
Okay.
Have fun. Hello, Jerome.
Hi, Miss Miller.
Wish Jessica a happy birthday. And remember, polite little boys always use their napkins.
We're gonna party right now.
Oh, how do we chew? With our mouths closed.
We're gonna party.
Don't forget to share. Share. Use your silverware. And sweetie, I don't care what the other little boys do. You keep your elbows off the table. And Jerome, please,
Goodbye, Jerome.
be nice to the little girls.
Honey, did you have a good time?
I did everything you said. I was even nice to a girl.
Oh, my little angel.
Yeah.
Great Adventure is off exit 7A, New Jersey Turnpike. It's now open every day and every night from 10 to 10. So come any day, come any night. The greatest day in your life is here.
And we're back, guys. So anyway, tonight we're going to be covering MLG, a little bit of the drama that was Floe in 16-bit. 16-bit's more than welcome to join us. I don't think he's going to come, but Bam Guitar, a.k.a. Pig of the Hut, said he's going to join us. So hopefully we'll get him on to explain what transpired, as well as Chris G. Anybody out there that was at the event that wants to put their 2 cents in, they're more than welcome to come and let us know what their perspective of actually what happened. From a viewer's point of view, it was quite a debacle.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was 12 matches in 10 hours streamed is not going to cut it. For those,
Oh, and in Justice case, even worse. Maybe like 3 in like 8 hours.
yeah. Let me before we get going on a serious note, guys. I know you were asking about who does the intro song, the band Distartica. Go check him out on YouTube. Here's the link. Also, you can catch him on SoundCloud as well. They're going to be doing a lot more stuff with us coming in the future. So definitely check them out. Give them a listen. Also, no to Furo. If you go put in the On Blast code, you get 10% off of your order. And you see that girl right there? You get girls like that if you wear this kind of clothing. So definitely go out there, do your part. Support somebody that supports the scene. These guys have been putting money into pools, into pop prizes and all that good stuff. Supplying trophies and stuff like that. So they're definitely very supportive of the FGC. So go check them out and, go online, notofuro.com, order a couple of shirts. And we got our regular old school OG sponsor list. I'll swing it down as quick as I can. You got Ultra Spec. You got Wtih, MKServer.u, Awesome Smack, Injustice or Injustice, depending on how you say it, Deadly Venom, TRMK, MKMP. We got Mortal Kombat Online, MKBible.org. Obviously, you see we're a Mortal Kombat show that's evolved. The Gamer's Edge, Pro PC Gaming, Chris Bond over at Put That Back, MKU. Yes, still supporting VXG. Hopefully people get paid very soon. Combat Network to Shock and Crew. Mr. Triforce and Empire Arcadia, and of course Mr. Markman at Mad Cats. So, I know, like I said, there's a lot of heat for the way that the fighting games were portrayed at the event. Am I absolutely livid? No, because I didn't expect more.
Well, we didn't expect worse either.
No, I did. Because they got rid of the fighting game. The people that actually did MK9 originally, guys like Arturo and Carlos from over at Notafuro, they actually are in contact constantly with players like Long Island Joe and other players in the scenes. Art was supporting the game from day one. So, it's a typical tale of a big company comes into something that wants to blow it up in a good way. So they bring on people that they feel know more, try to pull that info from them, and then once it pulls them, get rid of them and hire their own staff. Unfortunately, you brought in Call of Duty people and stuff like that to do it, and it just doesn't work out that way. It's not something that is going to go away very easily. It is a bitter pill. I wish MLG would put out some kind of official statement. Pools were bad. The Combat Houston guys had to play each other for first round, and whoever won the first round had to play another KH guy. So it was like 6 guys from KH going, and in the first 20 minutes, at least 4 of them are done. So it's like they didn't think it through, is what it comes down to. Now I heard the rumors of the fire alarms and the bomb scares, and while that may be true, I
know the fire alarm was true.
Yeah, well, which is understandable, great and dandy. But what I can't figure out is how is it possible, how is it possible for security to be so tight? Security to be so tight, and you have so many people bitching and moaning about security fucking being like super Nazis, but yet somebody can manage to pull a fire alarm not once but twice in a bomb scare. It's
Wait, I got pulled twice?
I was told it was pulled twice.
Oh, shit.
And it's like, well, after the first time, did somebody say, like, hey, because one of the key things is, now, I don't know if the fine goes to the occupant of the venue or does it go to the venue itself? But after one fire alarm pull, the next one's like a 10 grand fine. You know, for the fire department to come down and all the BS, because they can't just say no, they got to go. You know, so if it's reported that it's a second time, then there should have been a fine for somebody, which means either the venue's going to be very pissed at MLG, or you know, MLG's going to be very pissed at the play. Well, either way, now I don't know who pulled it, obviously, you know, but then again, you're talking about an arena that, like, come on, you don't have cameras. You know, they could very easily see who pulled it. That's why I want to see if there's any repercussions to that.
I don't know if we'll be able to get any answers from now unless someone who directly works with MLG.
Yeah, and then, you know, Chris G pulled the fire alarm because he was DQ'd at an earlier event. You know, but the problem is poor coordination. You know, Pig's going to be on in a second. You know, and he's an advocate. He was an advocate for MLG. I think he's gotten a little soured since then because, you know, I think one of his, you know, I could think, we'll find out exactly, but I think he looks at it a little different now. You know, and I hear people saying, well, this was only the first event. You know, what if there's no more event because the turnout was so bad?
Yeah, it was bad. I wouldn't be surprised you only see Smash come back.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I mean, I don't, you know, and you know, all you Triforce lovers out there, you know, he's sitting right now relishing on his second and third place. You know, he's got his esports thing going on. You know, I don't need the FGC. The FGC hates me. Hopefully he'll join us a little bit later. You know, everybody wants the Primal Rage 2 fatalities. I'll just tell you this. Hold all the buttons, spin the fucking controller in circles. There you go. I mean, I'm not going to give out that stuff. I signed a non-disclosure agreement even though the company's no longer in existence. My word is bond.
People got to figure it out.
You know, that's one of the things that I'm hoping that comes out from that game. Is some of the new blood actually gets to experience learning shit the way we did, not going on game FAQs and getting a bunch of fucking fatalities handed to them in 10 minutes. You know, so I mean, I'll tell you this: for the fatalities, what you need to do is button holds, combination of button holds and control. You know, forward, down, forwards, full circles, double full, 720s, and you'll figure it out. You know, but it's got to be from certain distances, so obviously that's going to play a factor. But I'm glad that Mr. Tom Brady, after holding on to a Primal Rage 2 for 14 years, sold it, and it's actually getting put into good use. I mean, it's been all over everywhere.
Yeah, shouts out to him, man. I didn't even know he had that.
Yeah, he acquired it, you know, but pretty much like I said, you know, I mean the game's not a finished game, but it's still a fun game. It plays a little, you know, it plays different than the original, where it wasn't. In the original, it was a lot of hold buttons plus combination of stick to do moves. Now it's more like Street Fighter, and the humans are actually cool because you can actually transform between humans and the monsters, the dinosaurs, monsters. But I mean, it's been, I don't even know how long. Well, it's been over 14 years since I played it. But it definitely is a decent game to play. It's good to see that it's out there. Also, you know, with MLG, I'm not going to. You know, originally, my whole attitude was I'm gonna tell Sundance to fuck himself and Adam to fuck himself. It's not their fault. You know, it's not their fault. It's kind of the community's fault because the writing was on the wall the whole time, and I've been saying that we're basically cattle for them, that we're just fillers. You know, when I heard people in other streams during the event saying that, you know, it's happening to everybody. The delays happen to everybody, but Call of Duty and StarCraft never went down the whole time that I saw it. But
Well, I wasn't watching either one of those, so I don't really know.
I mean, I bounce around. Like I said, the first thing I wanted to see, because I'm a conspiracy theorist, was, is it happening to everybody? And while it did go bounce up and down, and I know they said they had issues with fiber, which, again, that brings me to a point. How do you have issues with fiber? I mean, it's fairly simple wiring structure.
Well, I heard it was their bracket system that went down.
They had a lot of things that went down. Needless to say. The Chris G and Floe thing. One of the things I popped back onto Test-Jamite over the past couple of days, and it's so different over there. I mean, on one side, you got people on Test-Jamite that are going, yeah, good for him. You ratted somebody out. Like, to me, that's like, me personally, that's like the lowest you can go, is being a fucking rat. And coming from somebody with the last name of Fink, you don't want to have me fucking saying you're a rat. But it's...
Chris is ready in the chat.
But what about it that really upsets me is when I see people, I didn't go to the event. That's why, like I said, I said, Brant, you come on, explain what happened. I told Flo and Chris, come on, explain what happened. Whoever was at the event, come on and explain what happened so other people have a better understanding. But as far as the Test-Jamite saga goes, one of the things that I've noticed is everybody's either totally pro 16-bit or totally anti 16-bit. And
it's like half and half.
It's like half and half. Now, personally, my advice to 16-bit is stop being a fucking emotional fucking dude. Go to a shrink, sit down with a shrink, talk about whatever problems you got. Don't let this fucking scene be the director and end all of your life. Because the way I saw it, okay, now this is through my eyes, which might be a little bit jaded, but 16-bit was commentating with Tom Brady. Rip came back, and when Rip came back, Tom told 16-bit that he's got to get up. And 16-bit proceeded to say, what, me, not you, Tom? And, Tom said, yeah, basically because he's paid to be there. I seen 16-bit's eyes turn into he looked like a fucking anime character. 2 salt shakers formed in his eyes, and it almost like he wanted to start crying, that he had to get up. So right off the bat, he likes to do the commentating, which I have no problem with that. These guys are paid to. I understand the frustrations of the event. Still, Flo and Chris G were not bashing the game. They were trying to make light of a situation, which, try to get me off, because, you know what? He's lucky that Flo and Chris G aren't of real old school mentality, because if security had gotten me up and I knew he had ratted me out and sat there clapping, I would start walking away and I probably would have punched him in the fucking mouth. And that's just reality. Because you're going to embarrass me, I'm going to embarrass you 100-fold worse. But luckily for him, Flo and 16-bit, Flo and Chris G are not of that mentality. I thought it was really kind of grimy to do to somebody. He went up originally on Twitter and said, yeah, I did it. And then came back and said, well, no, I didn't do it. It's like, look, you did it. It's not that big of a deal. But it just shows me personally a level of trust that can't be there ever. Because I can't trust you to not stab me in the back as long as things get a little hot. You're going to throw me under the bus. Which you did for me with UFGT last year. The fact that Flo went up online and he was upset and he said what he said, is it any right? No. Is it any better than what that 16-bit? No, but he did come and apologize, He said he overreacted, and one of the topics that came up is, do these people actually represent the scene? You know, and I actually, you know, I had said to like Zyfox and a couple other guys, like, hey, you know what? This is what your scene become. These are your leaders of your community. And, you know, he basically said to me, who says that? And what wound up happening was he convinced me. He's right. I can't say one person is the leader. There are no leaders of the community. Test Your Might is not the end all for Mortal Kombat. It's just a fan site. Nothing more. It's no better or worse than TRMK with Pat McCarran, or even with Gerchap at MKU, you know, or even MK Trash with fucking JTF. It's just a site.
Oh, Survey Trash.
Yeah, it's just a site. And that's the thing that, you know, people don't seem to understand. Yeah, MLG wasn't a scam. It just ran like shit. But, I mean, I will say this. There are certain people that, if I had been running that event, I would privately contact, like, guys like the Combat Houston guys. After I really go through it, I'll either offer them a discount or say, listen, when we're in Dallas, we got you comped. Or I would offer them a refund. You know, for the sake of guys paying hundreds of dollars to basically have what they would do on a local regular night by their house. Now they got it. You know, now they got to basically go all the way to Anaheim to have casuals. You know, and for that, I'm like, you know, I even apologized to KH Cat. Not that I had any bearing on it, but I said, look, I'm sorry that shit happened to you. And, you know, me and Cat haven't always been the most on friendliest terms, but, you know, to go on a trip like that and have all your matches versus the people you came with is fucked up.
Yes, it is.
You know,
there's about, what, 6 of them I think they went there.
There were 6. There were 6 of them that went. The first round, 2 played 2. The other 2 played 2, and then the other 2 played 2, and the winner of those matches played another KH guy. So it was like you played back-to-back KH guys. You know, so I mean, it's like you gotta look at it, and you just gotta say, like, did they even look at the brackets? You know, and again, no jab against Pig. How does Pig rank number 2? You know, I saw the seeding. Oh, here we go. You know, how was he ranked number 2 is what I didn't understand. Now, I don't know.
I don't think that seeding really mattered. I think that was just numbers. They just put it in.
All right. Well, guys, give me a second. Gonna bring Pig in right now. Quick commercial break.
Pizza Hut and pizza made with cheese, dripping with that wonderful please, I can hardly wait to taste that. Oh,
there's only one place you can get a pan pizza this good: your hometown Pizza Hut restaurant, home of pan pizza.
Mr. Green? Mr. Green?
Yeah.
You need any help?
Mm-mm.
I just want you to know, I think you're the best ever.
Yeah, sure.
Want my Coke? It's okay, you can have it.
No.
Really, you can have it.
Okay.
A Coke and a smile makes me feel good, makes me feel nice.
Be around.
That's the way it should be. I like to see
Hey, kid.
the whole world is smiling with me. Coca-Cola as life. Have a Coke and
Thanks, Mean Joe.
smile.
Yeah, guys, Coke is it, man. Can't deny Coca-Cola. Support our sponsors, man. Coke, Pizza Hut, and Great Adventure.
Boy, I have no idea how much of this I'm going to have to edit later.
You don't have to edit the commercials.
I might. You never know. YouTube might have copyright claims on the fucking commercials.
Fuck them. Let them.
I'll go through all that. I'll try to keep everything I can.
I mean, you know, at least I put entertaining fucking commercials on.
I like the commercials.
They're from my era. They're from my era.
We got Pig on now? Oh, he's trying to connect.
I'm adding him. What is this?
Wait, is he on that one or is he on the stream of the hut? Oh, let me see.
Oh, I added him. He messaged me already.
Okay.
Where is he?
Bear a sec, guys. We are trying to get him connected.
There you go. What's up, Mr. Pig of the Hut?
Hey, you guys, can you hear me?
We hear you loud.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
So we're here to talk about how BXG hasn't paid out anybody, right?
Nah,
okay.
that's another episode.
No, I'm joking. So I haven't listened really to the show. I just chimed in on the chat a little bit. What have you guys talked about? What have you covered? Is there anybody else on the call or?
I'm gonna be adding guys as they hit me up.
Okay, well, first off, I'm not near a computer, so any questions asked in the chat that are actually relevant, that pertain to anything, please ask me. If there's any questions, concerns about anything you guys might have read on a fucking tweet or someone salty on TYM or something, just ask, and I'll do my best if I know anything about it. But man, where do you begin?
I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, how much Pizza Hut did you eat while you were in Cali?
Well, we didn't know a damn thing about Pizza Hut, but every time we get on TYM, we'd see all these talk about Blake Shelton and Pizza Hut. Now everybody wants cheddar. And
wait, so they didn't have no Pizza Hut over there?
No, I don't really see any Pizza Hut at all. The only thing that we had for food there was these $14 hot dogs with jalapenos on them.
Oh, shit.
And chips and stuff. But anyway, I mean, I can just kind of I guess I'll try my best to get started. We get to the event and we were told that everything's going to start at 2. Before we get to MLG, when we get to MLG, we actually pick up our badges. They say, hey, it's not 2 o'clock. Actually, everything's going to get started around 2:30. So whatever, that's no big deal. So we, everyone kind of arrives at the venue, all the players. We're all just kind of hanging out, playing casuals, talking, catching up. And Alex Wtih is actually with the Level Up Live series, and they gave him this cool little booth and allow him to basically do whatever he wanted to do. So he was over there the whole time, hosting these these side MLG tournaments where everybody went over there and everybody signed up. It was these 40, 50 man side tournaments, which it was actually a lot of fun. It was almost the savior of the whole event. But so we started doing that around 12 o'clock on Friday, and around 2 o'clock, everyone's kind of looking at me because they know how I'm a bracket whore, and they're like, hey, are the bracket on your phone yet? Have they posted the bracket? And I can't remember how many times I said, no, they haven't posted the damn bracket. Stop asking me. And of course I kept checking, because usually what MLG usually does is they post the bracket 5 minutes before game time, and then everyone looks at their phone and starts talking about their path or whatnot. So anyway, this went on till about 3 o'clock. So we started to get a little worried. We walk over back to the area, and it just looks completely unorganized. They're not really letting anyone play casuals. They're not really communicating with anybody, letting anybody know what's going on. All of us are kind of looking at each other like, what's going on? When's this thing starting? And so basically, there was some little fun. I'd walk around, I'd hear side jokes, or oh, I guess KN's here running it. Little jabs at me and stuff. And I thought that was actually kind of funny at first, but then it got old. I was like, Jesus, shut up. So, but we can talk about that later. So anyway, what it basically came down to is they had massive internet issues. Apparently, the software program that they run has to be connected to the internet to make brackets. And Ultra David went over there many times, and he was like, well, can I just pull out sheets of paper and just make a freaking paper bracket?
No.
And
we paid for this software, and it has to work.
Well, it's very telling Ultra David even posted this on TYM. I saw it was a very telling statement. They looked at Ultra David, someone who had an answer and someone who wanted to get the ball rolling, and they just looked him in the face and said, "We have the way we do things, and the way we do things is the only way we're going to do it." In other words, they have their way or the highway type deal. Yeah. So their way wasn't working. They weren't really giving that much of a shit, to be honest with you. So anyway, while they were like making the brackets and stuff, apparently everything got deleted. So they had to start back over once they got the internet back up. So they had to start back over. Then they got that figured out. Okay, the next thing that happened was they tried to run matches as they were doing the bracket. So they like called out the top of the bracket match, like Slayer. Who was it? Slayer versus Sickness. Yeah. So like we'll try to get things going while we're making the bracket on the fly. And so I think Slayer won the first match, and then Sickness had the input glitch that was fixed in like the October hotfix. So everyone's like, "Oh shit!" This is the same. And what's funny is it's the same thing, the same glitch that happened to Sickness against Emperor Merc at final round. So it was just kind of ironic. It was the same guy, same glitch. The only thing different was his opponent. But anyway, so they immediately had to like can that series. Although Slayer was up 1-0, they had to like just forfeit the series and say, well, that didn't count. So then they were already having internet issues. Then they had to figure out how to get internet service to all the Xboxes. They had to go through each single Xbox to a hotfix every Xbox, and before they could continue the tournament. So meanwhile, they're trying to fix the bracket, trying to finish the bracket. There's no bracket link. No one knows what the hell's going on. We didn't even know Sickness and Slayer had to play each other. We were just told Slayer and Sickness have to go play each other, and we can't see it anywhere. We're just kind of like believing what we're told. So those guys play. A hotfix issue takes about 2 to 3 hours to get the internet up to where they can transfer the internet over to all the Xboxes. What I think what happened was, after they finished the brackets, they then took that internet and ran like 100-foot cable, because this guy brought this huge like black 100-foot cable from the other station where they're making the brackets, and then plugged it into each Xbox to make sure they're hotfixed. So I think what we were actually waiting on was them to finish the brackets, because if they unplugged from the program, it would screw up the brackets again. So again, you have to start that process all over. So I think that's what that 2-3 hour wait was, but it gets worse. After they get the hotfix, they start playing and whatnot. Then there's a bomb threat, which we didn't know it at the time. All we heard was a fire alarm, and somebody pulled a fire alarm, or the building people who worked there pulled the fire alarm to let everybody know there's a bomb threat to get out. And there wasn't any communication when the alarms were going off. No one was actually telling us to get out. It was just, I don't know, it's whatever. But anyway, so after the bomb threat happened, the fire marshals show up, because they have to report. They have to show up to the scene. So what happened is, this in lies the original problem. I should have started out the whole problem with this. The first thing I noticed when I walked into this Anaheim Convention Center, it was the same.
We lost you. This is what happens when you live in the bumpkin country and I can hear fucking crickets in the background. You have to go back to a spot where I can hear you.
Yeah, Pig, we don't hear you. Hello, Pig.
Give him a second. Hold on.
Did his mic just cut out? Oh shit, the Illuminati just got to him. The Illuminati cut him off.
Is he back? You back, Pig?
Hey, hey there.
Yeah.
There you go. The Illuminati just got to you.
Yeah, we just picked you back up right now, so whatever tree you were hiding behind, it knocked your internet.
No, it's weird. Like, I'm on mobile, and I'm like walking my dog.
I know, I hear the crickets.
So I'm walking my dog for like 3 miles, and every time someone calls my phone, it cuts me off, mobile Skype or whatever. Yeah. That's really annoying.
It's one of the most annoying features of it. I agree.
I hope that person doesn't call again. This is getting really annoying. So anyway, so I don't know where I was. All right, so where I should have started the whole story was the initial problem. Anaheim 2012, it was at the same Anaheim Convention Center. And the first thing that we all talked about and noticed on first impressions we walked into the Anaheim Convention Center this time was, oh my God, it looks way different. And by way different, we mean it looks like shit. everything looks terrible. Like the way it's organized, the way it's laid out, it looks like a clusterfuck. It looks like a 10-year-old's bedroom. They basically this time around had 3 main stages right next to each other on the far end of the building, and on the close left side of the building where people come in to walk, they had Call of Duty, StarCraft, Smash, KI, Injustice. Basically every single game at MLG, they had it all, every game right next to each other. So on the one side of the building, it's like completely empty, where they have all the main stages and waiting for like the top 8s or finals for each game. And on the other side of the building is everybody in attendance in like the same little block. You know what I mean? So what happened was when the fire alarm went off, back to that, the fire marshals came and they raised holy hell about all these people in one part of the building, and it was breaking all types of fire code. So out of all the communities, they picked the Injustice and Smash community and removed everyone from their area unless you were playing a match. So while people are playing matches, there is no way in hell we can see, our friends play, the hype matches. Like, not only you guys at home didn't get to see it, we didn't get to see the matches. We're at the...
You know what's funny about that? The part that really blows my mind about that whole mentality, because I heard some Smash people as well. What about the motherfuckers that didn't go to compete that just said, I'm here to spectate?
Dude, I brought it... I mean, I got into it with about 3 security guards. And, I mean, that's the number one thing I said. I was like, what? I was like, I got a green badge on. What if my badge is orange and it said spectator? I was like, how in the fuck am I supposed to be paying $50 to spectate this shit? Like, I'm literally behind, like, we're being herded like cattle behind this bar, and I can't see a damn thing that I want to see. I was like, what if I'm out of this tournament? Like, do I just go back to my hotel? Like, what do I do? And, I don't know, we're going back and forth. And these security guards are just like,
they're dicks.
Well, I mean, yeah, let me be politically correct. They're just dicks, and they don't care. And for example, I asked to speak with a security guard supervisor, and he's like, we pointed to him. I was like, well, go get him. Like, tell him to get his ass over here. And he came over here, and he came over where we were, and he's like this 80-year-old man. Looks like he should be, a Walmart greeter. I kind of felt bad, but he's literally like a fucking Walmart greeter. I mean, there was nothing prepared about this guy. This guy was just trying to do a simplistic job, he didn't really care. He, whenever we talked to him, he would be very condescending and sarcastic, like an 80-year-old simple-minded grandfather would.
Carl, you popped on, but you're feeding back.
Oh, feeding back? Okay. What about now?
Better. Let Pig continue. You there, Pig?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Pig dropped because I added you. Shit. Let me drop you and add him back in. I'll add you back in a few.
Okay.
All right. All right. Call popped in.
All right. I'm back. I'm sorry. I told the person.
Oh, it was you that popped out. Okay, because no, I popped in at the same time. So.
My bad.
All right.
So anyway, so I think that's over. Anyway, so I'm talking to the security guard. I'm trying to get his attention. We're trying to at this time. You have to understand. We don't understand while we're being held. Like we didn't know at this time about the bomb threat. We didn't know about the fire marshal. We didn't know about this or that. We actually didn't find that stuff out until like 7 p.m., which was about 5 hours after the fact of when all the chaos starting. So. All we wanted was answers. We just wanted like someone to come over there and say, hey guys, this is what we're dealing with. This is what's going on. This is what we're going to try to do about it. We never got any of that. But so what eventually happened is going back with security guard A, security guard B, and the supervisor. And then he got the event coordinator of MLG to come over and talk to me. So I think 16-bit was next to me, and there was like 5 or 6, I think Tom was with me. Ultra David wasn't there at the time, but he was there later. But there was about 4 or 5 of us talking to the event coordinator for MLG. And you could tell this guy was probably more pissed in his life he's ever been in his life. So I asked him, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I mean, this is like my 4th or 5th MLG, and this is wretched, man. This is terrible. This is the worst thing I've ever experienced. And basically, in plain English, he told me, that the Anaheim Convention Center completely dropped the ball. They completely fucked up, and they were given a floor plan. They were given like a design requested floor plan, and it's the Anaheim Convention Center's sextons and staff, like the facility workers and stuff, to take all the equipment that was dropped off like days ahead of time and set it up as is, or as they said to do so in the plans, and they just didn't. They just set it up however they wanted to and however they thought would be best, disregarding all the floor plan stuff that they had prior to the time the MLG staff came. So I asked the guy, I was like, so what the fuck are you guys going to do about this? Because, I mean, this can't go on for 3 days. This is the day one. And he's like, he told me, he said, what we're thinking about doing is shutting down around 9 or 10 o'clock tonight and pulling all the staff in here and seeing if we can just relocate everything, just get it back how it's supposed to be, because I don't know how this is going to continue either. Long story short, they never did that. But that's what I was told by the event coordinator of MLG. Anyway, so after going back and forth to this guy, this guy was having the worst day of his life, and I understand it. He was getting reamed from every angle, from every person. You know, it was his fault. He kept saying, "This is my fault. This is my fault. Like, this comes on me. I should have made sure this was done right." And so then he gets, I don't know the guy's name, but I see him at every MLG. He's the guy always calling out the matches. Tom would know his name. Chris might know his name. I know David might know his name, but he was really cool. He was really trying to help us. So basically, he came over there and talked to us, and him and the event coordinator started getting into it with each other. Like, they were arguing, whereas the event coordinator did not want to let us back into the facility to watch the matches and kind of enjoy our time. And he wanted to keep us kind of herded like cattle, whereas the other guy was like, this is wrong, this is terrible, like, why are we doing this? We got to let them through. And, you know, the guy was like, well, fire marshal's going to be on my ass and I'll lose my job and this. And so they were kind of going back and forth in front of us. And so later on, through my efforts and like 4 other people, maybe 5 other people, I know there was me, Bit, Blind Ducky's dad was like a big part of this as well, because he actually talked to like some higher ups and reiterated what all of us were kind of going through and feeling and thinking. Yeah. And then there was Tom was really big into it, and I think David was like the final straw. Like he kind of talked to them about all our concerns as well. So we were constantly talking with Ultra David as well. And to him and Godspeed and Rip and Tom's credit, dude, those guys were doing all they could do for us. I mean, they were really looking out for us. They were trying to help us. It was really just a massive snowball effect that got out of control that no one really wanted to take blame for, other than the event coordinator, which it kind of wasn't even his fault. Because
I'll say this from a spectator's point of view.
Yeah.
Every time David, Brady, Rip, or Godspeed had to announce that they were going to a commercial, you just felt them cringing as they were saying it, because they knew they're going to be running 30 minutes of commercial between wub, 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 techno music, and then fucking, and Great Adventure and Coke and fucking Pizza Hut commercials.
Now, I'll tell you, I'm going to go and make some like strong complaints about some things. For example, 4x4 Lobo, an Arizona Aries player, like during this whole disaster where, oh, by the way, for 2 to 3 hours, they didn't call one match. The bracket was ready. It was done. This was after the hot fixes, after the brackets. This was after we got herded back to stand behind the rope. The last match, man, they called was Chris G versus Floe, and which was stupid that they had to play each other first round. But anyway, that was the last match that I remember them calling. And then for like 2 or 3 matches, we were just like, what the fuck? So anyway, the 4x4 Lobo guy, Aries player, he's heard nothing but great stuff about MLG, so he wanted to check it out. So during this whole debacle, I think he went to his hotel to maybe grab something or make a phone call or something and just, step out for a little bit. Well, while he steps out, he's the next match they call. And
shit.
And we tell them, no, we got someone. Like, we got someone talking to him. He's coming. He's right on the way. And the guy literally was like, sorry, he's not here. He's disqualified. And I lost it. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was so mad. Like, because you mean to tell me, you unpunctual sons of bitches, that this guy steps out for a fucking 5 minutes.
After how long of a delay?
And we've been sitting here behind this goddamn rope for like 3 hours. And not to mention, 5 or 6 hours of just witnessing this whole shit, that you're going to DQ that guy who paid all this money to come here, time off work, yada, yada, just because he went to his hotel for like 5 minutes. I mean, that's about the time we lost it. And I mean, I was pissed for that dude. I mean, hell, I'd be pissed if it was, I mean, I'd be more pissed if it was me. But I mean, it's just, it's so stupid. And Tom, the same thing happened to Rico. God, that was a fucking debacle in its own. Him versus Sickness.
DQ'd, un-DQ'd, DQ'd, un-DQ'd.
Yeah, I was reading that whole shit about that.
Hey, congratulations to Rico. He's the first player who's ever gone 3-6 at a tournament. I mean, he literally lost 5 times that one day. I mean, because they DQ'd him, they resurrected him, they DQ'd him, they brought him back. He was sitting down about to play Cygnus. Then all of a sudden the judge comes in there and says, no, you got to go. And like Rico was like, what? And then Tom finally got to the bottom of it. I mean, he literally got DQ'd like 3 times within 5 minutes. It was kind of tight. But,
Jesus Christ.
Oh, and this is after, like, the first night. That was Saturday morning. But the first night, Friday night, that was the last match played. And they even said, hey, guys, since we don't want to get too far behind, so we're going to run one more match. We'll do Sickness versus Rico, and that'll be the last match of the night. And we're like, okay, cool. So there's like 60 of us, maybe not 60, like maybe 30 of us around the final setup. Everyone's witnessing it. And Sickness won very, very close, 3-2 as a nail biter. And we come to find out there at 10 a.m. the next morning that match didn't happen because no one reported the score, meaning an official MLG judge wasn't there to report the score.
So they had to play again. But then Rico already thought he was out because he lost Friday night. So we're all calling Rico and we're like, hey, you know, take this chance, man. They're giving it to you, so wake up. And he's like, all right, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Literally, he got there in like 5 minutes and they DQ'd him for not being there originally at 10 o'clock. Like, wait. Yeah. Really suck that one in. Listen. So we're supposed to be there at 10 o'clock. Why would you be there at 10 o'clock if you're already out of the tournament? Yeah. Well,
I mean...
Well, you can't spectate it on top of it. So, I mean, luckily for him, he plays other games. But it's like if he was just an Injustice player and he thought he got knocked out, so what the fuck am I coming back for?
Well, to his credit, he got ready in like 5 minutes and ran down there, only to find out because he got there like 10:10 or 10:15. He was DQ'd because he wasn't there at 10 o'clock like all the rest of us, but he had no reason to be there at 10 o'clock because he lost the night before. You know, I mean, it's just the stupidest mentality of everybody affiliated with that organization this weekend. So, you know, like I said, back and forth, DQ'd, resurrected, DQ, resurrected. We were having like a lot of fun joking about it. And his car passed. So then Tom got to the bottom of it. They played their match. It's kind of funny. Cygnus ended up winning again 3-2 with a nail biter, like a final game. So, but it's kind of unfair to Cygnus to be put in that situation because it's right. I mean, it's wrong to allow to play it again. It's wrong to not play it again. I mean, it's like, dude, he won. Like, just give it to him. Why put him in that situation? That makes it even more of a stressful event for him that he has to go through all that again. So. I don't know. It's stressful for both of them. It's just stupid. But what else I need to address?
Well, so I mean, I gotta put you on blast. You know that a little bit.
About what?
Well, you know.
About me. About hold on. I'll do it. Hold on. So, are you talking about how much I love MLG and support it?
Yes.
All right. Well, hold on. Let me do it. Just hold on. So, kind of the funny talking point. It was funny, but not funny. Between like me, Chef, 16-bit, I mean, it just wasn't us three. There was like 30 of us saying this stuff, where we're just kind of looking at each other, going, "What happened? Like, this is not the same MLG that we experienced 2 years ago." Where, by the way, we didn't even have a main stage. We didn't have a big stage.
No, it looked like you guys were literally shoved in the corner.
It was. We were shoved next to everyone else, who was shoved next to everyone else. But I mean, at the same time, there was no I guess the regal production atmosphere that they usually kind of give that most grassroots majors can't provide. It was nowhere to be found. Yeah. The only people that experienced that stuff was like the grand finals of each game in the top 3, which which is fine. I mean, that's the least of my worries and concerns about the whole event. But anyway, going back to what you're talking about, the whole time, the whole weekend, people were asking us, and I was putting myself out there. I was like, guys, I'm sorry. Like, I know I have talked up MLG since 2012. I mean, early 2012 until this very day. But I don't know what the hell happened. Like, this is just embarrassing. I feel like such a cocksucker. Like,
yeah, I gotta say,
people
I gotta say, it hits you hard on that one because I was like, wow, he can't be loving this after boasting about these guys, getting really pumped up for the event. And I followed all your tweets and everything, and we bitter back and forth. And I'm going, well, man, he's got to hate the fact that he was boasting this up so good, and this was the end product. But now, what you got to keep in mind, which one of the key factors, this is what I said earlier, is one of the reasons this was not successful is because they remind me of one of these companies that come into a successful company, learn whatever they did to be successful, fire all those people, and bring in their own guys. When we were doing MK9, they had Arturo, they had Phil, they had Bill, they had Carlos, they had all these guys that were actually part of the FGC to keep it intact and what's important and what's not. And on top of that, they kind of, just like a grassroots, they kind of let us do our own thing, but just made sure we had their support. This event, it's like they took a Call of Duty guy and you're like, yeah, go with this fighting game stuff and do this. And he got no idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can honestly say the only good things I can say about this tournament were the matches that did happen, the quality of people and the quality of talent and the level of play that was there was exceptional. We had the community, us players, just hanging out, shooting the shit with each other, going to IHOP 3 times a day, same IHOP. Just hanging out, being friends, and just chilling in the hotel room and just laughing, joking around. That was awesome. But that had nothing to do with MLG. That actually had everything opposite to do with MLG. So I can't say anything that positive about the event other than they hired 4 good commentators who they made look bad, honestly. That's why I kept tweeting about it. Like, these guys, put their neck out there during the day, to try to battle for the players, battle for what we really needed, and it was stupid. But it was a lot of fun hanging out with the community, a lot of fun just kind of shooting the shit, and that was really cool. But I mean, I can't think of anything other positive. Oh, the only thing positive about the MLG experience was Alex Valle every day, 3 days straight, holding maybe 2 mini tournaments a day, and they were far more fun. I mean, I don't care if I did well, didn't do well in the MLG tournament. That actually had more fun in the Wtih level up series tournaments that he was holding on the side. And I kept telling the MLG guys, like, you guys obviously don't know how to hold a fighting game tournament anymore. Why don't you go grab that guy who's been doing it for 20 something years and let him, get all this right in 5 minutes. All of us were saying, just grab that guy. You guys obviously don't know a fucking thing that's going on. Just grab him. So, but they have their own way of doing things. And I gotta tell you, man, going forward, if MLG announced, say like next year with MKX, if they say, we're going to get it right, we're going to do it again, we're going to do everything. I mean, I would go just like I had a bad experience, kind of a bad experience at UFGT 2013. But I trust, I trusted Keats because I like Keats a lot. And 2014 was like the UFGT was one of the best tournaments I've ever been to. And, and I understand that the things in 2013 that made that tournament kind of questionable, it was kind of like weird problems that caused the whole thing. But this whole MLG thing I feel like everything that went wrong they could have prevented, and if they were a little bit more connected with everything. It's very frustrating.
They definitely, I mean, like the fire alarm thing. I was told twice it got pulled, right?
Yeah, the fire alarm went off twice. The fire marshal came twice.
What I don't understand about that is, like, here you got a bunch of SS soldiers hurdling the cattle, but they have nobody near fire alarms, where there's cameras everywhere. I mean, this is an arena, so they got to have cameras everywhere. You know, and it's like, how does a fire alarm get pulled in an arena as compared to at a hotel where I can just go on the 20th floor, pull it, and leave?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, I'm not trying to throw conspiracy theories out there, but it just seems odd that for something that was such tight-knit security, something as silly as alarms getting pulled
Yeah.
winds up happening.
Well, I mean, I'm not that big in conspiracy theories, but I don't know. All I know is this MLG was not ran well at all. It was not organized at all. There was no one who completely felt like in control. And it just felt like an absolute disaster. It felt like what happens when large events happen with no true leadership. It's exactly what happens. So it sucks, you know. I mean, hopefully MLG for the future can get their shit together. But in my opinion, they have got to come out and be cool about this. They got to come out and attack every situation, explain publicly what happened, and not have like people like me go on OBS show and kind of do it for them to the best of my ability. I mean, some things I've said might be wrong, and I was told wrong, but
you're only going on what you're told.
I'm only going on with what I was told, what I know. These are basically zero assumptions. This is everything I witnessed in person. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm leaving out. The whole Floe and Chris G situation. I swear to God, man, I feel like Twitter and TYM just needed something more to just bitch about, because when it happened, I mean, I can explain like what happened, and I see both sides, and I honestly think both sides saw it differently. A couple of things I can say about the event. I mean, that event transpiring was after. So Chris and Floe were like the last match called back there. So after they played their match, they just basically were like, "Hey, you know, you want to keep playing some casuals? Because you know, if we leave, we're gonna get stuck behind that rope like everyone." And I mean, I would have probably just stayed there too. And they were like, "Yeah, sure, let's play." So you know, they're back there just playing casuals for maybe a good hour, and then they went to the commentary station, and they were like talking on the commentary. And this whole time, you have to understand that there's like a good, I don't know, man, a good 100 plus people held behind this rope, trying to see the matches, trying to go play casuals, trying to get involved in the event itself. When we look across the rope and there's the four commentators, Chris G plus Chris G and Floe. So, you know, basically during the security guard arguments between me and them and, you know, 16-bit and the security guards, what they told us was, we were told that if you're not playing a match right now, you need to be behind this rope. And when we look over there, and I pointed out, I said, look over there at Call of Duty. Look over there at that game. Look at that game. I don't know what the fuck that game is, but look at all those damn people. All those fucking people, I guarantee you, are not playing the game. They basically just singled out our area to clear because it was in the middle of everything, like the gateway to get to all the other games, and they just cleared us out. And so during that whole argument, people were pointing out that, well, you know, look at Chris and Floe. You know, they've been there for like 3 hours and doing nothing. They played their match, and then they got on the commentary station. You know, oh shit, my dog sees a deer.
Oh shit!
hey, real talk. Rest in peace, dear. No, no, I got him. Anyway, could you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Simon didn't fuck around. Anyway, So anyway, this whole time, and by the way, like all of us really like Chris. Like all of us really like. I mean, I love Chris. I think he's awesome in everything that he does, and all of us love Floe. I think I think it's awesome that Floe is playing the game now. It's hype. I even talked to him about it. We had a good conversation about it, and I just told him, I said, I think everything just got weirdly out of hand. Where I think 16-bit Capcom fuckers, and because we actually like the Capcom guys. We think it's hype that those guys play our game. We don't dislike any of those guys. I mean, at least I know I don't. And I actually know Bit doesn't. He said that as like a joke, but I think Floe took it the worst way.
Yeah, because you know there is that tension that's still there.
Well, I don't have that. I don't understand that.
You might not have it, but there is a tension that goes between NRS and Street Fighter. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. You play fucking fighting games, and you say, my game's better? No, hey, motherfuckers, you ain't making the game, so it ain't your game's better. The game you play is better, in your opinion, but why there's got to be this bickering back and forth of whose game's better? I mean, fact is, MK9 outsold Street Fighter 4. Does that make it better in financial numbers? Yeah. But turnouts for tournaments? No. So it's like, everybody has their opinion of what's better, but nobody just says like, hey, I mean, even saying, well, the Capcom players, it's going to, it's going to set a fuse that's been perpetuating over and over. And it's perpetuating on both sides. Capcom will say, when I cursed out fucking this jerk off, the fuck's this jerk off's name? The winner is that goofy fucking hat. That's how important he is in my life. The black dude that commented. Somebody fucking on the stream mentioned what the fucking dude's name is that I can't stand. I can't stand him so much.
Ski Sonic?
Ski Sonic.
Okay.
What set me off was his mentality of telling me that the MK community should just leave this tournament scene and go make their own. And I went, what? We're all fucking fighting games here. Oh, but this is really just a Capcom. And that's the same mentality that gets perpetuated over and over. And now, regardless to whether Capcom did it first or the MK community did it first, it's got to stop. I mean, the threads on Test Your Might, and again, 50% of them were in favor of what 16-bit did, and then 50% of them were saying no, it was wrong to rat them out.
But James, can you imagine? All right, let's just picture this for a second.
I already know the scenario you're going to do.
Well, hold on, man, but be real. Like, let's say it is like the Street Fighter 4, championship, and you have the same thing happen to every single popular Street Fighter player, every single, intermediate Street Fighter player. They're all behind this rope. And those guys look at me and Bit, who signed up for Street Fighter, oddly enough, Gal versus Cammy or some shit. And we're doing and we did the same thing. Those guys be like, wait, what the fuck? What's going on? Like, why are those two guys allowed in that area? And what is this?
See, I understand what you're saying, but I'll throw it in a different way. Me and you were both sitting in the midsection at an Atlanta Falcons game, and I see open seats, and I go down there and move, but you're too bitch to try it. So rather than try it, you're like, hey, security, he's not supposed to be sitting there. He was behind me.
Well, okay, what's funny is, like, 16-bit actually did not point out to security, hey, go grab those two. It's not actually what happened. What actually happened is when we were talking to security, we said, all these players, look at all these players are here. They're not even playing. And the security guard, looked at Chris G and Floe, and they're like, what about those guys? And then we said, well, those guys aren't playing either. And that's when it happened. We're like, whoa. So that was not really how it was intended. Like, we didn't grab the security guard by the guard and we say, hey, you see that guy and that guy? Get them out. We didn't say that. So,
no, but 16. Listen, what I saw, and this ain't opinion, this is fact from what I saw, and reality is I saw 16-bit's level of salt go from a 2 to Super Saiyan 30 when he was commentating with Brady, and then Rip came back, and Brady had turned around to 16-bit, and he says, Rip's coming on, and basically was trying to nicely say, let Rip back on. And 16-bit's response was, oh, what, I got to get up? Almost saying, like, well, no, actually, maybe you should get up, Tom. And when Tom said, yeah, you got to get up, he just turned beet red. Every opportunity that there was for somebody to be behind the camera, whether it was PL doing his Bernie dance or 16-bit getting his belly rubbed, everybody was a camera whore. If given the opportunity.
I didn't see that.
I seen a lot of shit.
Dude, all I saw was fucking commercials, and music.
But I saw that, and it made me say, that's what set him off. And I understand, but see, 16-bit's problem is he still has this us versus them mentality. And that's how I see it, because of that reaction that he gave, and then the reaction that followed, because Floe was playing since MK3. I hear people saying, oh, he's the part of the cap. He plays everything. Darkstalkers, fucking cap. The motherfucker's playing incredible crash test dummies, for crying out loud. He's a true gamer. And to shit on him, he's not EG, so if we want to go, he's egoed with EG. That's not the case. He's a kid or a man, a grown dude that's got the maturity level of a 15-year-old, like most of us, that still plays video games. And he plays a lot. So he wasn't going there to shit on, anything. And if anything, they were their mentality is because I'll tell you right now, I messaged Floe, I messaged Chris G, and I said to Chris G, I said, make Floe get on that fucking stream and make funny faces.
All right. Hey, I'm back.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Curvilicious to stop calling me and sending me pictures of Robert De Niro.
Wow. What's wrong with that poor kid, man?
He keeps calling me and sending me random pictures of Robert De Niro looking disappointed. So anyway, that was really annoying.
But my thing is, it's like, because you're not listening to the stream, obviously. What I was saying, I don't know what point you cut off. I just saw you didn't disappear.
I heard the part where you said, like, during that match when 16-bit was asked to leave.
Yeah.
I heard that part.
So
I heard that whole situation.
So that set his salt level up beyond the norm, and you could see it clearly on his face. And again, Carl was in the background doing Bernies. Other guys were running around rubbing 16-bit's belly. There was a lot of shit. There was a lot of shit that was going on. And it's like, well, you can't have... It's not specific to the NRS community. It's a stream. It's MLG. You can't decide who and who can't be on the stream. Now, the fact that they were doing that, was it unprofessional? Of course. Was it funny? Yeah. And when you look at a situation where everything's kind of shitty, to me, I was like, yo, Floe is a funny motherfucker. I could listen to Floe all day fucking jerking around on... I watch his stream all the time. And it's like, for me, I looked at it and I said, you know what? It's comedy relief to what's utterly a disaster. Where 16-bit was more, these guys shouldn't be on. This is our event. Let me tell you something. If I was NRS / Warner Brothers, I would never give a penny to these guys again. And the same thing with the commercials. Because at a certain point, if I'm going to give you X amount of dollars to advertise, I expect my product to be displayed in a positive manner. To have 750 Pizza Hut commercials and just it's almost like you flooded the fucking channel and annoyed people with it.
Yeah, and just for the record, this was not just Injustice. This was Smash, Injustice, KI, StarCraft. MLG's little baby.
Yeah.
I mean, this was every game. So before anyone starts saying these fucking diva-ass community, blah blah. No, it's not that at all. This was every game.
No,
just happens that we were the ones decided to speak up about it, and you know what? We actually got it fixed. So the 5 of us spoke up pretty hard about it, and guess what? Everyone else got to spectate after we got into it with the MLG and security people. So I actually feel like I did a really good job.
Well, I mean, let me add Chris G in here, and let me add Carl in here.
Yeah, and like I said, are there? I mean, I'm not watching the stream at all, but are there any stream questions about any other thing that anybody heard, or this or that, or?
I don't know. The stream chat's going too fast for me to read it.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to.
It's going too fast right now.
What up?
What up, sir? So, what was your experience there, Mr. Chris G?
Chris!
All right, I'm about to...
James, Floe is on right now also.
Yeah, I'm going to add Floe in right now, too.
Okay.
I'm a sponsored player, but sometimes I just don't care. So, I'll just say it as simple as this. The tournament wasn't very good.
Nah, I heard it wasn't.
That's it. There's nothing to sugarcoat. You can't save it. It was trash.
He's right.
Now with the whole me and Floe situation, right? Pretty much I didn't care about rules at that place. I didn't. And whatever people were saying, I didn't care because all I wanted to do was play and leave. I wasn't expecting to win. I just wanted to do good. Wanted to see what was going on. I've never been to an MLG. So I wanted to experience pretty much how great it was.
Oh, fuck that. We were there to ruin the event, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm chilling there, right? Now, I haven't played a match all day, right? Apparently, my first match was a bye along with Floe. Floe had a bye, too. I guess we have buys. I don't know. We're special, right?
Nah, actually, everybody but two had a bye. I felt bad for the two dudes. They're like, "What do you mean we got to play first?" And I don't even think that happened.
So me and Floe had to play each other first round after like 18 hours into the tournament, and right? So I win that, and we're just chilling, right? Everyone leaves, so we're still like, all right, yo, you want to play some casuals? So I'm teaching Flo some stuff about Batgirl, right? And I was teaching him that cartwheel is broken, and he should just spam cartwheel all day. And, and that's exactly what he was doing, and he was getting some results. So afterwards, right, we hear this fuss about like everyone being locked out, and we're just like,
No, don't forget the part because Tom Brady came up to us and said, "Oh, they're stopping casuals," and we're like, "Oh, okay," and we got up at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't keep playing our casuals.
So we both got up, right, and we're just like, all right, yo, we don't know what the hell's going on. Everyone's lost, and so we sit where the commentators are. So, and I guess at some point, they started noticing that we were there. After a while, we told the guys that we wanted to go on, just to talk, just to be nice, make fun of things, but not really. At no point did we mention injustice is bad, NRS is terrible. We didn't say any of this stuff. We were just, making light jokes.
But you both thought it. And thought is a crime in our community. So. Thought is a crime.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
Willing to burn for injustice.
They thought we were. I don't know how they thought that we were talking bad about them. I don't know where they got that. So we're talking and whatever, right? And then we hear complaining, and I guess it's coming from 16-bit in the gang. They start saying, why are we over here? Blah 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 blah. The security guards come. Now, the only reason why I was over there is because I'm smarter than other people, and I told everybody there that I was commentator. So while I'm walking around looking like a complete retard with my yellow shirt on and my freaking yellow sneakers, I pretended I was a commentator. And I think Flo said it too once. And so we're just chilling there.
I told the old guy that we were commentating because we were commentating.
Exactly. I was the most professional commentator of all time. So I guess after a while, they get more salty. They're trying to get us out and whatever. And I guess this is where Floe takes over.
Well, okay, so at this point, 16-bit threw his little hissy fit, and nothing happened. And then at that point, he gets security involved, and security comes over, and they're like, "So, what exactly are you commentating? What is a commentator?" Because this guy's like 85, he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And rather than explain to him what a commentator does, why we don't have suits on, why we're still technically commentating because they asked us to stay there because they liked what we did during the downtime. Rather than explain this to him, I'm just like, wow, 16-bit is going to be that much of a bitch and fucking call the cops on us and we have to go, then fine. Then we'll get up and I'm not going to sit there and explain to this 85-year-old what a commentator is, There's no point. So I get up and I'm like, 16-bit starts clapping as we leave, right? I'm like, wow, you are such a little bitch for having to call the security guards on us. You gonna go call your fucking mommy next? Like, I went off on him. I was really pissed at this point. And that is when all the tweets happened, and there was some bad blood. And, yeah, but it wasn't even the thing is 16-minute shit was clapping, but there was other people that were telling us to stay. There was KDZ and Darth Arma and that DR guy was telling us to stay because they saw what we were doing and they liked it because they knew it wasn't bullshit. We weren't these Capcom fuckers that were fucking everything up. We were giving people something to do during the downtime because there was so much fucking downtime that whole day. And who wants to stare at a blue screen all day? We were trying to help, but in the end, 16-bit was sad he didn't have a chair and ruined everything for everything.
I mean, again, I know it seems like I have a vendetta against 16-bit. I really don't. My whole thing about, and it's funny because the community manager Tyler Lansdowne, I made a joke tweet and I said oh now that he took second place, you got to ban the testers again. And I read that. And he hits me back oh, that's so old. I said, whoa, I don't give a fuck that you're the community manager. Don't get your fucking panties in a bunch with me. And I was like, I was just joking. You got to fucking relax. I said, I like to joke. And then I turned around. I think he was a Kansas City Royal fan. I said, I'm a joke just like your fucking baseball team. And,
oh, shit.
You know, and it kills me because people can't separate jokes and reality in the fighting game community in general.
James, I actually think that, I mean, like me seeing everything that was going on, and like Floe and Chris and the whole clapping and cheering and that kind of thing. I actually thought that was kind of funny, like it was kind of a joke. But I didn't see it the way Floe and Chris saw it from what the security guard said, and that. So there's a lot of like misconceptions of what happened within that 3 minutes. I know, but it was.
How could you make a joke about kicking somebody out? It's not funny.
Well, it was kind of funny in the sense that I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Like, you can't really be like, yo, so yeah, we just got this guy jumped. We thought that was funny.
Well, hold on.
You
weren't, Chris. I mean, I didn't pinpoint you. Like, I didn't say that. Like, I was actually talking about all the Call of Duty guys and the Smash people and this and that, and like pointing at all the other games around us that have, especially the Call of Duty people. Maybe like 5 people next to every single monitor.
Right, I understand being upset about that kind of stuff, but the fact is, 16-bit pointed at us. Point us, get them out of there. And the whole thing is, when he yelled while we were commentating, hey, it's not fair that they get to commentate and I don't. That is so childish, you know? That right there is just like, that just kills the whole thing.
I mean, I won't.
That explains his intentions.
I won't turn around and justify anything he did. Just like, you know, again, I don't dick ride on any side of the community. Just like I'll say, you saying that, you know, me and Justin are going to come body everybody in MKX, you know.
That was just out of rage, you know.
You know, and I understand. Let me tell you, and like I said earlier in the show, honestly, guys, and I'm going to be 100% real here. 16-bit's lucky he did it to you two, and not somebody like me. Because when security turned around and walked away, I would have punched him in the fucking mouth for embarrassing me. I would have kicked him. I'll tell you straight up. I'll be 100% real. I would have kicked the piss and shit out of him and gotten thrown out of the arena and said, now I'll get taken away in handcuffs. The simple fact that he would do that, and, you know, again, he doesn't, you know, everybody was saying on Test Your Might, who's this Floe guy? You know, we know who Chris G is, but this Floe guy, and I'm going, he ain't talking shit about no game.
But, hey, to be ultimately fair, it just wasn't 16-bit. He was just the one loudest about it.
Unfortunately, when you want to be...
But I just want to be clear about that. Like, it really just wasn't 16-bit by himself complaining about it. There was many people who feel like they don't have a voice, that look up to people at 16-bit to try to get things fixed, that they think things like that need to be like taken care of, a fix or something. So it's not just 16-bit, but a lot of people look to him to voice their own opinion because they're too chicken shit to speak up for themselves. So a lot of times in situations like this, 16-bit actually ends up taking the brunt of the blame.
And unfortunately,
that's what he was the loudest at that point. You know, like
my
he
whole
was
point
the one
is this. That is the you know, the road that he chose to take. Just like I said last year when I got kicked off of Twitch for defending the NRS community because they were upset at UFGT, and when I went all ham and brought everybody on and they said fuck you Keats and this and that, and the Homeboy Tyson video, and I get thrown off. Not one motherfucker kept me around. They threw me under the bus right away at Test Your Might. Next day, all of a sudden, no stream, no nothing. He don't speak for the community. I said, I didn't speak. I didn't go to the event. I can't complain. I have no complaints about MLG on a spectator's point of view or a participant. As a viewer, I could say, I fucking hate Pizza Hut. I hate Coca-Cola. I hate fucking Great Adventure. I don't give a shit about the Mad Cat headsets either way. They didn't put those. They didn't really shove those down your throat. But the other three, they shoved down your throat. I can't stand them. But as a spectator and a participant, you know, I have nothing to say. And one of the things that 16-bit's got to understand is if you're going to be this vocal person, just like when I do this show, I get hate. I mean, I've heard you say, without saying the words direct, I'm not quoting you, oh, well, that show's kind of trashy. You know, and it's like...
Here's the thing, like, all I kept hearing for the past, like, few days is that 16-bit doesn't represent NRS, 16-bit doesn't represent our community, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, you just told me that 16-bit is the one who speaks up for everyone. He is a representative of the community and all this stuff. And, like, it's very back and forth. Like, you can choose, you know, like, which one is it?
I can kind of explain that. The community is somewhat divided. And I would say, like, if you talk to people like Armin, KDZ, they would tell you he's not a community leader. But then if you talk to anybody on the West Coast or even Florida or Atlanta or anywhere else, they would say, yeah, he is a community leader. So there's a lot of people who just don't like 16-bit, like KDZ and Arma, versus people who really like him and respect him. And I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with it. Me personally, I love you, man. Like, I came and talked to you personally just to make sure.
Yeah, we had our conversation.
But, yeah, it was cool. It was awesome. And like, and Chris knows I like him. I think he's weird as hell, like with his cheese fascination. But Chris is awesome. Like, dude, Chris is weird. Chris will only eat cheese fries. I think he only digests cheese fries. It's
he only eats fries.
He's literally the most interesting human in the world. Like, that beer guy? It's literally Chris. It's really weird.
It doesn't make sense how Chris is alive.
I know. It doesn't make sense. Like, Chris should not look like he looks right now. He should look like, I don't know, man, like not healthy.
What the hell?
Dude, Chris, man, you know what I'm talking about. If there was like you would eat a block of cheese every meal if you could. So,
I don't know why Chris is alive. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. I'm not making this up. But anyway,
you need to study him or something.
But most of the community, I would say all the community liked Chris. All of them loved that Floe, you're playing the game, and we want Justin to play the game. We love when PR Barag was playing the game. That's hype. We love that.
But things like this keep us away.
Me personally, I think the 3 to 5 minute segment, it got out of hand. I think it definitely could have been handled better by probably everybody, but probably the people behind the rope even more. So, if I have any say so, I'd apologize and just say, I just want to get past it as quick as possible because there's no point. There's no good to come out of it.
Honestly, I don't blame you or anyone else. It's 100% in my mind him because of the things he said. Regardless if he represents a certain group of people or not, the words that came out of his mouth were his words, And, like, the shit he said was just childish, and it brings back the whole Capcom vs. NRS thing for no reason, and it's just... It was just stupid. It was everything that's wrong with when people say, "Oh, this is why I don't like this community." He was the epitome of that, and that wasn't good.
Remember the icing on the cake afterwards? That beautiful chant.
Oh no! The chant had nothing to do with you guys.
No, I know that, but that was a good display of professional community.
Hey, honestly, I was a part of that, like half and half, and I
was gone by that point.
Wait, what was the chant?
Wait, hold on a second. I was a part of that, 50%, like half and half with everybody else, and I shortly after said, yeah, that was really stupid. We shouldn't have done that. I definitely said that. It was basically when it was the height of emotions. We'd been behind the line for like 3 or 4 hours, being kept out of the setups and being able to spectate anything or play anything or whatever. We just were too sick and tired of it, and I didn't come up with the idea, but someone came up with the idea. We should just start chanting to get their attention. This is bullshit. So we really started chanting. This is bullshit. And we chanted for like maybe like 45 seconds, like a good 45 seconds, and the security guy came over there. The MLG guy came over there, and then 5 minutes later, we were all let back in, which was kind of weird. But I definitely agree. We shouldn't have done that, and that was stupid. So I'm with you on that.
You kicked us out so you guys can scream and get back in. That was genius. That was smarter than what I could have come up with.
I just wanted everybody back in and everyone to start having fun and enjoying it again. That was the only thing I cared about.
And then a few people actually got mad off of that, and they left.
Mad off of what?
Off of the whole situation and then the chant afterwards.
Well, KDZ and I got into it pretty hard because of the chant, but his issue with me is not the chant. His issue with me is much greater. And I'll tell you one thing, when you yell at me, you don't touch me. And I made sure he knew that. And that was taken care of real quick. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, man.
Hey, James, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
If I come up to you I start yelling at you all back. You know, you're yelling at me, I'm yelling at you, we're yelling at each other. And I put my hands on you, give you a little push. What you gonna do?
Punch you.
Okay.
I mean, that's plain and simple. The minute
James-
I'm that guy that I don't do that. Hit me, I sue. I'm like,
Yeah.
even if you could do. It reminds me of when fucking Napalm fucking leveled Wonder Chef at Evo.
Well,
He brushed him with a control, and I was like, it's almost like, remember when you used to play freeze tag and like you could do electricity where the one person that was frozen on base, you can grab him. Yo, you could do your static electricity could touch me, and I'm gonna still say no, you touched me.
Well, for me, I don't care if it's meant to be or if it was an accident, but you don't put your hand on me, and that's why I said. And that's all that came down to. It was over. So I know people heard about that situation, but I mean, I don't like you in the first place. It's talking about KDZ, and KDZ don't like me, so we especially don't like each other, and we yell at each other, and you put your hand on me, I'm gonna put that shit down.
Is it because he's Capcom?
No, nothing to do with Capcom. I've never had that. I don't even understand that. Like, well, you know what's funny is before MK9, I was actually a really shitty Street Fighter 4 player. You know, so, but I mean, I just online. I didn't practice or, tournaments or anything. But it's definitely no Capcom stuff. I don't get that stuff. No,
but that's what I'm saying is like the fact that he brought stuff like that up, like the fact that he yelled, "Get these Capcom fuckers off the stream," shit like that. It's just why bring that up,
How am I any more Capcom than anybody else?
Honestly, we're all there to play your guys' game. We're all there to play Injustice. So why are we Capcom fuckers now?
I have won majors in both NRS games. I pretty much have a bigger voice than almost any one of these guys, if not greater. I did test Injustice, so pretty much
I played MK9 for a long time.
Yeah, but my say-so should be like law compared to these guys.
Yeah, well, I don't consider you a Capcom guy. I consider you a top FGC guy. Like you just play every game, you enjoy every game, you do well in every game, and that's the way I look at you. But
so it's like I'm talking right, not as a Capcom representative. Like I'm talking as a player. Like, we're all players at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, I don't give a shit if you play motherfucking StarCraft. You play, you're a 20-something, 30-something, maybe in my case, a 40-something-year-old dude, and you play fucking video games. I don't give a shit if you play goddamn Tetris, fucking Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, StarCraft. Your game is. Why? With this need to separate the scene based on the type of game it is. Oh, you play MMOs. Oh, you play League of Legends. Oh, you play a fighting game. You're all fucking gamers. You're all socially awkward geeks that play fucking games. Some of you come out of your shell a little bit more. Some of you didn't. Some of you done other things with your life. Some of you spend your day traveling around the world eating ravioli. But it's to sit there.
Wow.
And this constant separation of the scene. And it's gone on forever. It's gone on back in the 90s when I was fucking originally working on games. There was always this separation in the fighting game community that, oh, you play this game? Back in the day, if you were a Neo Geo player, you were far superior than both Street Fighter and Capcom. Capcom and Midway. Now, all of a sudden, it's like, Capcom took the reins as far as turnout for tournaments. Tournament turnout is not what bases the success of a game. I know everybody wants to live in this fucking fantasy land that, for some reason that if one game has more of a turnout, it's a successful title. And like I said earlier, MK9 sold more than Street Fighter 4, all of its versions. So, are you talking sales, or are you talking a turnout of 5,000 people to an event?
MK has always beat Street Fighter themselves.
And that's the thing. So it's like, instead of sitting here saying, well, this one's better than this one because of this and this one, it's a fucking game. Play the game that you like. I've gone to tournaments. I've gone 0-2 in Street Fighter. I even played crap-ass Marvel for a little bit. And yes, I called it crap-ass because I'm not into these autistically challenged games. But, for me, I'm like, I play whatever games are available. Am I planning on winning it? No. Like I said on Test Your Might the other day, I've given thousands of dollars, and I repeat, thousands of dollars into pot prizes for Injustice, a game I don't even play. I don't play it. I played it the first month. I played the story mode. I did a couple of Star Labs, and I said, it's not my type of game. I don't like DC. I didn't go out and open up a thread on Test Your Might and say Injustice is ass. Everybody else did that.
I think those threads are the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, anybody that bashes a game, you know what? The saying, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know.
Now,
a lot of stuff posted on TYM is honestly trash. That's why I haven't been there in 2 months. I absolutely, the number one poster in TYM has left TYM. You know, like I want no part of it. It's just a lot of it's 90% trash, man. Just want no part of it. That's why I just stick to Twitter. I just focus on my game now. I'm not studying TYM anymore. So.
No, and you shouldn't. You know, I mean, like I said, everybody likes to say, "Oh, James, you love the drama." I don't make this drama, dudes. I go to work. I'm a sucker. I go to work. I make a couple of bucks. Then I buy myself some raviolis. I go home. I jerk off to some porn before I go to bed. I fucking lick my wounds of a divorce. I fucking pay my bills, and I go to tournaments when I can go. That's it.
I read R Kappa.
Yeah, hey, but James, you know the people I feel sorry for are the people who heard from people like me, honestly, from people like Bit, Chef. I mean, you count them. There's like 50 people who talked up MLG. I mean, even Chris said, "I want to go see what this MLG experience is all about." And there's a lot of people like that. It's just not me, like, cocksucking these guys for 2 years, if that's the way you want to put it. But I mean, and then we had people come from Australia, we had people come from Canada, we had people come from Ireland, we had people come from everywhere. And this is what we give them. That's why I'm pissed. Like, those people are why I'm pissed. Is because they spend all their money. Like a dude from Australia, man, Megabytes, one of the coolest dudes I've met.
Yeah, he's supposed to be coming here to New York.
Actually, do you know what his itinerary is? I mean, I don't think he minds me saying this, but do you know he took off so much time at work and saved up for this moment?
Yeah.
He's going to MLG. He's going to Orlando Thursday. He's going to Atlanta, then Chicago, then New York, and then Vegas, and then back to Australia.
Yeah.
He's hitting all the major scenes, all the major locals and tournaments, and this and that. And this is how he starts off his trip to America. Get the fuck out! I mean, it's like,
well, on his tail end, I'll get him laid. So.
but dude, make sure she's clean, man. All right, but it is what it is. But just those guys who had heard from people like me and other people, and just the whole community as a whole, like how MLG was the Bears tits, man. Like 2 years ago, it was awesome, this and that, and then they come and it's this big pile of shit. I mean, it was the worst. This MLG Anaheim was the worst tournament, whereas 2 years ago, MLG Anaheim for MK was one of the best tournaments.
Columbus is still the best.
I've
been going to tournaments for 20 years, and I want to say that this is the worst tournament I've ever been to.
Yeah, this is by far. I mean, I look at locals, regionals, majors, evos. I mean, everything. Nothing has ever been this bad. I mean, it was. There was nothing positive to take away from it. Like I said, like the only thing positive about it was talking to the community, talking to the players, like hanging out with them. The hotel shenanigans. Just the fun stuff that had nothing to do with MLG, and. That's bad, man. Like, you pay all this money and to go to compete and take a time off work, and that's what you get. It sucks. Like, MLG, it was an embarrassment.
I mean, let me. I got to do this to you because I finally got you on the show after you said you wouldn't come on my show.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay, what you got?
Okay, now that this has happened, and again, I'm in no way, shape, or form saying it excuses the grassroots side. Do you think yourself and 16-bit on this East Coast boycott thing went a little overboard?
Well, hold on a second. I heard about all this and I just didn't care to talk about it because a lot of too much misinformation, man. Like, you can ask me anything you want about this and I'll tell you my pure feelings. Number one, I have never told anybody, don't go to that tournament. You do not want to go to that tournament. I've never said that. I've never held anyone back from going to a tournament. Basically, here's my honest to God thoughts. SCR, CEO, UFGT, and KIT were all outstanding events. I can't name you one bad thing about any one of those events in the past 2 years, or past 3 years I've been to. The other tournaments, there are some problems and issues, and they were consistent problems on these East Coast major tournaments. So my personal decision was I just decided I'm not going to be a part of it until I see things are fixed. Not once did I call someone and say, hey, you thinking about going there? Don't do it because don't do it or I'll be mad at you. I don't do that shit. I just make my own mind. I make my own decisions. And as far as those East Coast tournaments you're referring to, I'm just tired of going there and being constantly disappointed. Now, I will say this. None of those tournaments have been half as bad as what MLG Anaheim was this past weekend. So with that being said, I did tell people, and I told some other, I'm not going to name names, but I told some East Coast players I talked to that made me rethink things, that maybe I do need to be a little softer about the issue and, me personally, and maybe go back to these events. But, I haven't decided that yet, but that's my honest answer to it. I mean, what other questions do you have about it? Because, I'll tell you anything.
I mean, like I said, my whole thing about it is it's like, for our community, it's kind of like when, with UFGT last year, when I went berserk, or with the fucking, the donation drive for Evo, and I got a lot of shit for it. It really hurts the scene. Because, as you saw, UFGT's done, Console War is going to start, with the scene constantly, losing and gaining different, events, we really can't afford to burn bridges.
Oh, well,
and now I'm not saying, if you're saying no, you weren't, and to your credit, you weren't out there saying don't go to this event, don't do this. But, the message was there. Whether you initiated or 16-bit initiated, the message itself was there. I came back into Test Your Might, I guess, right around the time that you left. Well, no, not really. Actually, like 2 weeks ago. And that was like in full flare mode of like, MLG is going to be the bomb, and fucking, any East Coast event is trash, and Big E sucks, and,
Okay. Real quick. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Just because MLG was terrible doesn't mean because Final Round, which was bad, doesn't mean that because MLG was terrible, it doesn't all of a sudden negate all the bullshit that happened in Final Round. 2 wrongs don't make a right here.
I understand that.
All I say is one was terrible and one was not as bad as Anaheim. It was, not even half as bad as Anaheim, honestly. And I've been honest about that. But here's the deal. You're talking about supporting the scene and supporting this and that and events, no matter what experiences you have. Well, let me tell you something. If I go to the mom and pop local restaurant down the street to support the local guys, and I have 3 bad experiences, and the 3 times I go, guess where I'm not going back until I see changes. And that's my view on it, man. Like I can tell.
I understand that.
Do you really expect me to have 3 bad experiences with the organizational leadership skills of those tournament organizers, and take off 3 or 4 days that I get like so many days a year to take off? You think I'm going to allocate my vacation for that shit after 3 bad experiences? Dude, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm going to go where I know I am guaranteed to have a great tournament experience. And where I thought that was going to be was, SCR, which I did, CEO, which I did, UFGT, KIT, all those I did. But, dude, the other ones I don't know about. The ones I did not have a good experience was Final Round and NEC. So it is what it is.
Now, with that said, now Chris and
the fall classic was good, by the way. I'll say that the fall classic was really good. I'll say that.
Now, Chris and Floe. Now, this is again, it also painting the picture. Now, your name and what you say resonates in the scene, whether you're on Test Your Might or not. People listen to what you say. And people listen to what 16-bit says. This whole myth of who's a leader, who's not a leader, is this person a leader? It's irrelevant when your name carries weight, and your word carries weight with the scene. So if you're out there saying that, now I'm going to ask, now Flo, you were at NEC or no?
Yeah.
Was your experience bad?
I love NEC. I love NEC. I love Final Round.
Now, again, is that because the event caters?
Well, I didn't enter Injustice or Mortal Kombat or any of those games, so I don't know how those events were run.
That's what I was getting to. Is it because the event actually caters to.
You can't say it caters to us because it's all like the communities that are running each tournament. So whoever's running that tournament is the person who should be blamed. It shouldn't be the tournament itself, in my opinion.
Yeah. Floe just hit it dead on the nail, and I mean, like, I'm just saying that's exactly what happened. Is the communities running each individual tournament was synonymous with the 3 events that I went to and had bad experiences. And though that organization, until I see improvements, is the work every 3 months and going to their events.
I mean, I would listen. I mean, you're not local to the
James, I don't want.
Huh?
Well, James, I don't want to be like that. I'm sorry, man. If it happens multiple times in a row, what do you want me to do? I mean, I'm sure Marvel and Street Fighter and Tekken and all these other games ran really, really well. But come on, man. I mean, maybe every time I go to these events, I'll just call you and you tell me if I'm being a bitch or not. But I have honest concerns.
Again, I'm not telling you to be an unsatisfied customer, because at the end of the day, you're a customer. You know, like you were using the restaurant comparison. If it was that miserable those times that you've gone, you know, vent your concern. I have no gripe with that, and I have no gripe with you saying I'm not going to go.
Technically, all our customers now, because there's all these fucking event fees and everything, so we're all customers.
Yeah,
like all players are customers.
You know, and with that said, you know, if your event experience is not good, I've said this from day one since I started this show. Don't be afraid to say what you think is wrong with an event, or you know what's wrong with a person in the scene.
Okay. I'm glad you bring that up. And you know what? Me and a couple people did, and we contacted Big E personally, and he refused to talk to us past the conversation we had on Facebook. In fact, he blocked me, and I can send you text messages of every word said in the conversation, and you tell me if it said we should be blocked on Facebook, which is absolutely fucking childish.
But now
for a 40-year-old man to do that.
Now let me ask you this: at that point, was this already fully blown, or was it in the hey, let's just before we go fucking blowing our load all over the place, let me go fucking talk to Big E first, or was it already becoming a hot topic?
Okay, well, final round. I think Shin Blanca has amnesia because I talked to him Saturday and I talked to him Sunday morning, and he says I never talked to him face to face, which I have no problem, James, talking to anybody face to face.
They're doing a lot of things. They're very tired. Like they're not gonna remember like every person,
No, that's true. But honestly, Larry knows me. Like,
I'm not saying that he doesn't or anything, but like, they're very busy during these weekends. I wouldn't expect them to remember much.
Okay, but it's true. But for that very reason, don't shut me out a week or two after the fact when I'm trying to talk to you more. And he said something along the lines of, Pig, I don't know why you didn't come to talk to me in face to face at the tournament, which I gladly would. I mean, I did. I did everything I thought I needed to do with Larry at that tournament. Biggie, I did not talk face to face because the issues of the NEC tournament really kind of came to fruition after the event transpired. Like, accused bracket rigging.
I don't know what happened at these events.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's cool. I mean, final round, it was like kind of a clusterfuck in terms of, I don't know, everything. And honestly, looking back, to give Shock some credit, it's actually 80% final round staff and like 10 or 20% KN. At the time, it really seemed like all KN's fault. But looking back and really kind of getting some details from people, it was not all KN's fault or even half their fault. It was mostly the organization of Larry Shimblanca and Kaya, Bob Smack, and everyone affiliated with the leadership of Final Round itself. And, for that reason, I have softened my stance on, KN tournaments and this and that. But, as far as like the rigging accusations and stuff, like,
I like calling you Rig of the Hut because it rhymes with Big of the Hut.
Yeah. Rig of the Hut.
That's a godlike name. I'm not gonna lie. I wish you did rig brackets.
Honestly, it's kind of tight. But however, I like James. Real talk, man. I love how people say I rigged final. Like they say I rigged final round 2011 or 2012, whatever year it was. Yet I went on to make top 8 at 15 straight majors and win MLG Summer and get top 3 at Evo. I guess I rigged 15 majors. You know what I mean?
You rigged Evo too, though.
Dude,
you rigged Evo too, though.
Dude, I know. I rigged everything. I'm just like this rig master, which is actually kind of funny. I should change my name to Rig of the Hut, but
Wait, 2 amazing names came out this weekend: Rig of the Hut and 16-Bitch.
anytime you tweet me, Floe, just put that in. That's tight.
I definitely will.
I actually think it's funny now, but you know, I have people call me and tell me that, I mean, I don't want to name many names right now, but you know, I had this guy purposely say that there were 5 people sitting around a table making the bracket for NEC. This was after the fact, and this guy was like, "That'd be funny if we put KDZ and Theo the same bracket," and they did. You know, that's literally what one of the people who made the bracket at NEC told me privately. You know, you got these people admitting to me privately that they did rig the bracket, and why do I want to go back there?
Yeah, but that was, I mean, 16-bit rigged, 16-bit rigged brackets.
Hold on. Like, that's, you know, 16-bit got a lot of the blame for that, but it was Claude involved, it was 16-bit involved, it was Swift Tom Hanks involved, it was a lot of people involved, yet a lot of people have amnesia about that event. People remember the video of 16-bit sitting at the GGA table, and he was damn guilty. He actually was, and caught on tape. And the reason why he was caught on video was the reason why he received, you know, 80% of the force. But did anyone have the intelligence to ask who he was talking to on the phone? It was Claude Von Stroke and, you know, Swift Tom Hanks. You know, so it's not 80-20 here there. It's like 33-33-33, all right? So it's not, I mean, it's 16-bit received all the blunt of the force and all the, rig accusations. But dude, it goes 3 ways there. They were passing pool assignments around weeks before the tournament, asking, who should I put in your pool for you? This guy's going to be in your pool. Prepare for the matchup. You know, things like that.
You know what would happen if that happened at a Capcom tournament? Do you see how much shit we get for one name being moved around? That shit was like a 600-page Reddit post.
Dude, it's filled Reddit. It's an SRK front page. It's a new amendment to the Constitution.
Capcom points and shit because one name was moved around.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you guys lost the Capcom thing. I remember that. That sounds like a bunch of crap.
You know, but then again, you know, it seems like pile on 16-bit time. I remember seeing a thread where 16-bit said a comment about, well, you know, at least, you know, we didn't lose our Capcom Pro Tour thing. Like, really, why the fuck would you say that? Especially about a guy like Long Island Joe, who's been in the MK community before all of you know, and he might bitch about the game, he might bitch about the scene, but again, everybody's got opinions of the scene, everybody's got opinions of games, and unfortunately, you know, you can't turn around and fucking change everybody's opinion.
Yeah, James, I can only comment about what I say, but if I was asked my opinion on Bit making that comment, it's just he's tired of rocks being thrown at him, so he just threw one back. You know, that's all that was. I mean, is it right? No. Is it wrong? No. I mean, it just happens.
He's always doing shit like this. Like, all I hear about is that he keeps throwing rocks. And like, where are the rocks being thrown to him? Are there really that many? Like, all I see is him throwing rocks.
I mean, look, I'll put it out there. I know damn well the way he acts in the tournament, he don't act like that at work.
No,
and it's like, it's kind of like what you see me doing on the show. Pretty much the same fucking way when I'm not, you know, when I'm not doing the show. What you see is what you get, and he's got to kind of take a page out of that, and look at his behavior in the scene.
Dude, fucking loud. Fuck.
You know, I mean, doing the war beat on his stomach. You know, it's like Flo's not allowed to go near the camera, but he's allowed to rub his fucking belly on camera. You know, Perfect Legend doing his Bernie on the camera. It's like it was. He entered, Floe and Chris G entered the same event. Therefore, they're part of the community. I hear people say, well, Floe doesn't post on Test Your Might. Fuck Test Your Might. What are they, who's feeding back? Oh, Showtime, you're feeding back. What do you want, an airport?
No, sorry. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, that's another situation we didn't talk about and bring up. MLG and screwing the state of Texas is a synonymous event. That was embarrassing.
I'm like, you know, and me and Kat never saw 100% eye to eye. I mean, he's an alright dude, but we always were at war in the MK9 days. But even I was like, nah, I can't argue with you, man. You got fucked. You got the D and the A in a hardcore way. It's like
that wasn't even anything to do with it. He wasn't even there. It's just the point that there was seeds. Like, people were seeded, and it was the first Injustice event. When there was the first MK event, there was nobody seeded. Were
there seeds? Because KI had no seeds. AI was completely unseated. I thought Injustice was too.
Yeah.
No. Wait.
Yeah, Forever King was the #1 seed. There was never a seed. There was never an MLG event for Injustice.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
they
I
actually
don't.
had
Hold on. I don't think the
there was
seeds. I don't think the seeds were actually implemented.
No, they weren't
I think it
actual.
was just
They weren't actual.
16-bit was number 16. How fucking ironic is
No,
that?
yeah. They
Hey,
weren't,
was he? Oh, shit.
dude. They weren't actual. They weren't actual numbers. I mean, if they were actual numbers, that's why. I mean, Jupiter and Theo were in the same pool. That's just to tell you that it wasn't seeded. I
Yeah,
mean,
there definitely were no seeds.
Yeah, They didn't play till a little later on in the tournament. Theo and Jupiter.
Theo and Jupiter were in the same pool, and they had a bye, and then one match, and then they played each other.
Okay.
I thought somebody told me that they were just looking for names.
We all signed up, same tag, same zip code, and literally 5 of us were
First round.
Exact same back-to-back match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We all played each other back to back to back to
In
back.
AI, the same shit happened. I played Wtih first round, then he played Shiki, who's from around here, then he played Justin. So it was like we were all right next to each other anyways. So you can't really complain about that stuff if it's random seeding.
Yeah, but you know what? If everybody's got KH in the name, like if I had 6 Floes, I wouldn't make Floe play Floe.
No, of course, because you know how to run a tournament. MLG doesn't give a fuck. So like the way they did it, like there was really no complaints. You know, like it just happens. You know, if people get fucked, they get fucked.
I mean, I get it happens here and there, but I mean, 6 fucking matches back to back.
No, it sucks for sure. Like I don't agree with it at all. But MLG is not really looking at, oh, these guys are probably on the same team, they shouldn't play. That's just not what they're doing.
You know,
you saw how everything else went. You know,
one of the things, you know, and I've heard people about this very same subject, and I go, you know, I feel for you. I don't agree with you because my old school mentality is I don't give a shit if you make first round me versus my mother. I'm whooping her ass. You know, but when people are paying, you know, average people that are not working fucking jobs as doctors and lawyers are digging up for $500 to take a flight from, you know, Texas to California to only have as if they were playing their fucking weekly locals. I mean,
to literally only play each other.
When I saw KH
You know what I
versus
mean?
KH and KH versus KH, and the winner of both of those KH matches will play other KH guys, I was like, wow, that's really fucked.
The first match they literally called was Cage versus Cage. Like the first match that ever called in the whole tournament was Cage versus Cage.
You know, and that I
Like,
thought that you know, a referee should have been able to come and say, no, you know what, switch.
It didn't end. It was each round. I played first round, and whoever went into losers played each other.
You know, but I mean, it's.
And that shit sucks. But again, remember what happened when 2 EG people got floated? Again, they lost the Capcom Pro Tour. They lost all that shit. You know, so.
Yeah, but this was
that
was also in the brackets up away. This was
a little bit.
This was straight up out the gate.
Right.
And we approached them, and before it even started, and said, "Listen, like we just spent $500 to fly from Cali to play each other. Why the hell did we even come to this tournament?" And then if we won or we lost, we played each other the next round. 2 out of my 3 matches were fucking Houston players.
You know, I haven't seen MLG's official response. Now I got Chris Jennings, who actually worked for MLG.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. I'm not like an official spokesperson and like that.
I was going to say, before you open your mouth, don't jeopardize your job.
Right. I mean, I'm not like an official spokesperson or anything like that. I'm coming in here as like a person who's been around the community, the MLG community, since I was probably about 13. You know, I've been playing like shooters and stuff like that. You know, then I was a spectator. Then I became a player. Then I'm staff now. So I got hired on in 2011. I'm just a referee. Now, mind you, I've worked the fighters before. I've worked MK9. I've seen Pig of the Hood. I've seen Perfect Legend. I've talked to Perfect Legend. You know, and I've been around for a while. And I kind of want to comment on a lot of the stuff that was said earlier. But for the bracket, for the conversation we're having right now with the brackets, to be honest, I understand where you guys are coming from because I follow the FGC very religiously as well. And I know how the regional seating works. However, like that's not exactly like Floe said, it's random seating, so it's not exactly something that's on their mind at the top, especially when you got thousands upon thousands of players registering for this big event. It's not just um, your typical, your local or anything like that. I understand you guys pay $500 to come to this event, but if you come at the end of the day, you come in to play at a tournament, and you gotta play to win. Now,
yeah, I mean, we did that, but at the same time, all the other regions that were there were matched up against each other. They were
I
all
understand.
set.
I agree. I agree. And some things could be run better, and that's that's something that they have to learn over time. That's not something you guys can expect right out the gate, considering the fact that this is new to MLG. You have to understand that. I'm not trying to defend them and say that they're going to get better over time and just expect you guys to accept it. I know you guys are going to have grief, and I 100% agree that maybe there could have been some kind of like a reason to match everybody by region. Or I'm sorry, separate you guys by region. And I agree with you 100%. I do not disagree whatsoever. But at the end of the day, it's still a tournament, and you still got to play.
Yeah, but now and Pig said this. I mean, I went to the MLGs. They were ran impeccable. For MK9, and this was not an issue. So I mean, I understand. If this was truly their first event, just because you changed the title, it's still the same type of event.
Yeah,
fighting.
oh yeah, definitely.
And they did these other 4 events, and they ran flawlessly. Arenas ran flawlessly, and now you come into Injustice in the first event out the gate, and I kind of, like I said, me personally, I'd be mad, if I was NRS. But then again, I'm evil. I'm a mean person. I would be like, yo, you really kind of. I gave money for money for a prize money, and I feel like you displayed my title in a negative way. The way the event was ran, if I just wanted to watch MLG logos, Coke commercials, and Great Adventure commercials, I'd just go to YouTube and tweet and watch them there. I'm putting money into this for you basically to showcase my product, and I feel like it wasn't showcased well. On top of that, if I was these commercials, like I said earlier, I'd be kind of upset too. I'd be like, listen, I'm cool with you running my commercial, but you ran it so much, you beat it into people's heads so much to get that CPM and that bang for the buck that I'm going, you're making people hate my product because they didn't come to watch a Coke commercial, they came to watch people play matches. So,
and that's where I agree with. That's another one of the comments that I agree with 100%. I mean, I've actually watched a couple of events as of recent, where there was even commercials during a match, like right as the match was about to start.
Wow.
Right? Like, and they've gotten better. They're getting better. They're still getting used to the new system that they're working on, and they're working on it. That, like I said, I can't make any excuses. I agree with that comment as well. I mean, it's just, it's a process, and what they do is not it's not a typical final round or anything like that. It's run a bit differently. However, I will say that to double back to the beginning of this entire show, where I had a few comments about every other event was run flawlessly and things like that, when there was no downtime for StarCraft and stuff like that. First of all, this event I was working StarCraft, and every event, every bracket, every game was down because of that software error that Pig of the Hut actually mentioned on earlier. There was a software error, and they had to kind of get everything working again. It wasn't just Injustice and Killer Instinct; it was everybody. The stream was down for every single game, and they had to fix everything. I mean, it's not as simple as just getting a piece of paper and writing down thousands of people. They had to get everything back up running to coordinate their tournament correctly. It's not as simple as everybody was making it seem.
Now, I come from a networking background, and one of my number one rule whenever I'm doing networks is redundancy. I gotta have a fail-safe for every fail-safe. Mm-hmm. And it looks like there wasn't a fail-safe. I mean, the software that needs to be connected to the internet in order to do its updates. In theory, that's good.
In the future, this will not be. It probably won't be an issue no more. I won't say I guarantee you that, but I can guarantee you they're going to take note. MLG is, they started as grassroots themselves. They were just a very small tournament back in 2004, 2005, and they grew to what they are now. They didn't get to where they are today just by doing whatever and half-assing anything. Like,
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I mean, they've always, you know, and Pig can attest to this. They rolled out the bells and whistles for us for MK9.
Oh yeah,
You know,
100%. It was amazing.
But like I said earlier, I feel like they're the guy that opens up a restaurant that gets a fucking 5-star cook, and then finds out all the cook's recipes, gets rid of him, and hires 3 illegal Mexicans to start cooking. And says, "Well, I got his recipes now. I don't need him." So I could save that money, and it's like I said, the people that were involved, like
was Arturo the cook?
Arturo was the cook. You know, Arturo.
Just making sure.
You know, Arturo did a great job. He had a connection to the community. He dealt directly with the community. MLG, you know, I mean, I think I'm still blocked by Sundance, but you know, I don't know why, but you know, they got to have that connection to the community. They have that connection in the Call of Duties, in the StarCrafts. You know, I constantly see, you know, Adams and them tweeting back and forth, and, you know, the guys that are actually running the events tweeting back and forth to the players. There was none of that going on for the fighting games.
They tweet a lot of the fighting game players all the time. In fact, I know Adam tweets CD Junior pretty frequently, and he has for a while.
I mean, they do to that level where it's not the people. CD Junior wasn't there.
I understand that.
You know, you know, it's like somebody like Pig, who's very pro MLG, is the one that's saying, you know, hey, I want to make sure this is a great event. Find out what his input is. One of the things that I think about MLG, to be honest, is they're kind of closed-minded. Like you know, they were offering solutions to the issues. And it's like, no, we're not having it. Really? You can't get your software working. Write it on frickin' paper.
I don't want to cut you off right there, but like that, I believe that's incorrect. Okay, because first of all, maybe who was anybody who was there? I was playing Killer Instinct, saying that they had no sound or anything like that. Wasn't that rectified because of Alex Valle?
Yes.
Yeah, but here's what happened with that is originally Valle had offered to give them sound, and you guys straight up said no.
No. That's not what happened. Because this is what I heard. Because I wasn't there at the time, but I did hear this from one of the people that was working your stations when this happened. As they came up and Alex Valle came up and introduced it. They let the tournament director know that. Then he has to go. It's not as simple as, you know, okay, I have all these speakers. Let me go set them up real quick. It's not as simple as that. You know.
That's what happened when it finally.
Yeah, when it finally, we had to get the approval from everybody. That's not one of the referee's decisions to make, you know.
But originally, he was told no. Originally, he was told no. We can't use your equipment.
But I wasn't there for that. But all I'm saying is,
I was there for that. So
yeah, I'm saying like, but what I'm saying is the fact that like Alex Valle actually came over there to assist and offer a suggestion. In a lot of the community, there was problems with every game. You know, there was suggestions and offering to help that made everything happen. There was a lot of complaining that was just, you know, like the chant, for example, like this is bullshit, like that's uncalled for, you know.
Well, is it really? Is it really? How long with all the things? Look, you got to remember, like you said earlier, people paid to compete.
Okay.
If guys wanted to stand around and stare at each other, they could go to a bar and do that.
Oh yeah, I definitely understand that, and you know, and everybody agrees. There's nobody disagreeing with the fact that it should have ran on time. But you know, MLG didn't intend for that to happen. Now, we do got the people getting DQ'd and then undQ'd. I have no idea what the heck what that was about. To be honest with you, I wasn't there. However, I will say that you know, when the matches started getting called and people were getting DQ'd because they weren't there. I have to say, it was kind of far-fetched to say that, you know, there was a person who left for like 5-10 minutes or something like that, or 5 minutes you said, and he got DQ'd. That's completely false because the rules is 15 minutes after the match is called before you DQ the
Suave
match.
lost 4 times during Injustice.
He left.
The double elimination tournament.
Was it 4 times? No, how many times?
It was 4 because he got DQ'd.
It was 4. It was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
what I'm saying is the fact that you said he left for 5 minutes and he went to his hotel room. Okay, first of all, I was there. There's no way in hell he got to his room and back to the
True. He could have been gone for 15 to 20 minutes, but the whole fact of the matter is, when we were supposed to play our matches at 2:30, so he decides to go to his hotel room at 6 o'clock just to grab something or make a phone call at 6 o'clock. How the hell is he supposed to know when that's the moment in which you guys call for me? Are we just expected to just sit there all fucking day and not sit down and stand behind that rope and just expect magic to happen? I mean, that's. Do you think that's
You
not?
got to think about it though. Okay, we're already running we were 3 hours behind, 3 or 4 hours behind. If we sit here and wait for everybody, if you guys want to leave and everybody come back, we have to wait for everybody. We're going to be even more behind than what we already are. I was working StarCraft. We had a hell of a lot of larger bracket than you guys.
Yeah.
We still ended close to we went a little bit overboard, but we still ended close to where we were supposed to because we ran all our matches on time. We made sure that everybody was there.
Okay, but all right, but the main thing is you had me and like 5 other people in direct contact with the guy, and we said he's almost here, and they're like, nope, DQ'd, and we're like, so you guys want to get on to us about being punctual? I mean,
that's fucked up. Like if there's people that are saying like
we're literally on the phone with him.
Yeah.
Oh, not to mention, after I got put in the losers, I had to wait like 3 hours to be told that my next match is the next day.
Oh well.
Wow.
To be honest with you, MLG has always done losers bracket on the next day. I mean, I can't really.
That's not what they told me.
We were supposed to do winners round 1 through 3 and losers round 1 through 3 all on Friday.
Yeah.
That was what we were told.
Who you got that from the info booth or anything like that? It's on the schedule.
Yeah.
But I don't know about that. They have usually done it like on the next day, but I'm not sure for sure.
All right.
And when we tried to like help out, but we weren't allowed past this rope. And what do you expect?
The one thing I completely agree with you guys about is the spectator situation. I really didn't like the setup before is a lot weirder. I don't understand why all the games were over in the corner and all the main stages were all on the side, because that's what really caused everybody to be standing behind those ropes and
correct.
Not in a. I agree with that. I don't really.
You're not allowed to fucking spectate.
Especially if you paid.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it seems like that stems from the whole event planner standpoint of MLG telling us that the Anaheim Convention Center got the floor plan and just did not follow it and set it up correctly, and which is why he was stressed out beyond belief. And that plus the fire alarms, the bomb threats, this and that, it just became like this massive snowball. But that really set it all in motion. But I mean, but you literally had one of our top players' dad and his dad friend like there just wanted to spectate his son's match and couldn't spectate his son's match.
And he bought a spectator pass.
And you know how the setups were before. You were able to spectate because how the setups were before. They were not like that this time, and I agree with you 100%. Nobody liked the setups.
Now let me ask you
Nobody
this:
liked the setups.
The people that came to spectate, did they get to spectate anything?
They got to spectate all the main stages for all the different games, and I'm assuming around the feature station for you guys, which is right next to the ropes.
Now,
so
would I be so bold to say that MLG should make some kind of statement and say, hey guys, I know you paid $55-$60 to watch, but if you come to another event, here's the voucher. We'll take off 20% or some shit to spectate again.
I mean, I'm telling you right now,
if we were putting matches on the stream station back to back, I'd be like, all right. But it was one match and then 45 minutes to an hour, another match, and we're all standing around with our thumbs on our asses doing nothing.
Well, another thing is, I know Blind Ducky's dad did not pay to watch behind 60 shoulders on a small ass TV below them to try to see his son's match. I mean, so it's not, honestly, man, I hear what you're saying, but it's not really a viable talking point. What it is
I never disagreed with that. I never disagreed with that.
Yeah, I mean, I just coming from me, like James says, I am major pro MLG. I can't name you a one bad thing I've ever experienced with MLG. I mean, just all 100% positive. So I'm really confused. What went wrong this time?
Who's playing something in the background?
Justin.
What's up?
Nothing. We hear your button mashing.
Oh yeah, the stream wanted me to do Poison Ultra 2, so I did the Poison Ultra 2. They wanted me to kick someone in the nuts.
I mean, looking from an Injustice player's eyes, standing behind those ropes, and you look to the left, and there's 100 Smash players watching their matches. You look to the right, there's 100 Call of Duty players watching their matches, and you look forward, and you're not allowed past those lines because of whatever the reason was, and we're just standing there doing nothing. I played a match and waited 8 hours to play my next match.
It's true.
It was unbelievable. And I approached the MLG guy. He said, "Don't worry about the other scenes. Worry about yourself." I'm like, "Bro, you didn't pay for me to come here. I paid my money to get here, and I'm standing behind a rope with doing nothing."
You know what's funny is, did you guys hear about Bipolar's last match? Was he was so exhausted throughout the day, he ended up playing his final match at like 1 a.m. after standing on his feet, all day. So he was down 0-2 versus Sonic Boom Brad, and he put his hands in his head in his hands to think, and he literally fell asleep.
Oh shit!
Did he get DQ'd?
No. He was like Tom was next to him. It was actually kind of funny looking back on it. He had his head in his hand, and like 3 minutes later, Tom was like, "Hey, you ready to play?" Or like, I think he nudged him or something, and Tom was like, "Holy shit, he's actually asleep!" Like they're in the middle of a match. But that kind of has nothing real to do with the situation, other than it was really late. But I don't know.
I mean,
it was funny.
At the end, nothing's gonna change. You can't undo what happened. You can only move forward. But again, 16-bit, you're more than welcome to come on. I know you think I hate you, but I don't hate you. I just don't want to see the guy make the same stupid mistakes I made when I was in my 20s, where, I was cocksure of myself running around as Mr. MK, and kind of saying things being the loudest is not always the best. I mean, I'm still a loudmouth, and I don't give a shit, but, I got nothing to lose. And you do. You do have something to lose because you're tied into the community deep, working at NRS, going to the tournaments, and it's something that, like I was saying earlier, just remember, that quiet little kid from Springfield, Illinois that got picked on, that said, I fucking can't stand people fucking with me. You are now the one fucking with people. And I'm going to put this out to you. Well, you've said it a couple of times. One of the things that really irks me is when people say, well, what did you place? Well, it don't fucking matter. I bought the same goddamn game. My placement and my opinion in the community go hand in hand with the fact that I play a game. I talk to people in the community. I have opinions, and when you hear top players saying, "Well, your opinion, you don't play or you don't go to tournaments," so what? I spent the $50 for the game. I play online. I'm an online warrior, but I'm still part of the scene. There's 10,000 members to Test Your Might. Out of 10,000 members that are on Test Your Might, maybe 3,000 of them are actually still active. And everybody builds a friendship on this site. And I just don't like when people turn around and say, well, your opinion means nothing. I remember when, the Scorpion shit came out originally with this, and everybody was fucking boycott Scorpion. Everything's a boycott now. Boycott Scorpion. Boycott this. Boycott that. And it's like, everybody went overboard for something that, at the end, it was irrelevant. And it's like, people just got to remember that, like, these are games, Pig, you got a wife, you got a kid, you got your job, you do your thing, this is your hobby.
Yeah, it's just a hobby, man, and I enjoy it. It's competitive. It's fun. I enjoy the people I meet, community. It's I really got into the point. I enjoy the people more than anything. It's just fun. But of course, I train my ass off and stuff. It's fun.
And when you hit your 40s, you don't train as hard, but you still go.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, you say it. You say it.
No. I can assure you, you are correct.
I go to the scene to get shit-faced, play a couple of games, go play some old school games, and that's it. I'm not looking to say I'm going to be the best. I don't care. I'll be honest. I plan on at least training at least this time around, because I never trained for MK9. I never trained for any. I don't have time to. Tuesdays is my one day off, and I'm on a show till 6 in the morning. But it's like people got to understand that, just like me with the UFGT and the fucking all the other fucking things that I've done, where I've called Diego Un Suarez. You would have thought I killed the Pope. But it's little things like that have bred a negativity from certain sides of the community. That brings a certain side of the community that, at the moment I looked at it and I'm like, you know what, shut the fuck up, bitches. But then when I look at it, I go, well, it's kind of one of their idols. It's like, like Justin. People look at Justin. They want to hear him bashing out fucking Poison Ultra One. But it's just, it's to the point where all this bullshit, and that's exactly what it is. It's unnecessary drama. Coming from a guy that runs a show called The On Blast Show, I'm telling you this drama is unnecessary. I want, when I originally, when Natus and myself, conceived this show was about fixing problems. Contrary, just because it has the name On Blast, I would say, hey, fucking, Pig of the Hut's kind of being a dick. So he's being a dick to Chris G. So Chris G says he wants to call you out. I'm going to be, all right, Chris, you can come on. But by the way, you do know I'm giving you a Jerry Springer moment because I am bringing Pig on as well. And let you guys talk about whatever the issue is.
That would never happen. I like Chris.
All right, you and KDZ.
Okay.
And bring you both on to hash out whatever the issue is. At the same time, keeping it entertaining.
Well, honestly, I would never do that because that's not worth my time. I mean, I don't give a shit about him.
Well,
and
that's why it's not an OBS moment.
Well, I'm just keeping it real. I mean, I would never waste my time. I feel like I've already wasted enough time with him. So there's too many other people worth my time than him. So it's whatever. I'd rather just focus on my game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I get nothing out of. I would get nothing out of arguing with him. I would rather just focus on the next tournament, my game, and my matchups. And that's another reason why I left TYM, is because at TYM it's just a bunch of just a bunch of trolling and bullshit and just like clutter.
I don't want to go to the level of calling it toxic, but it adds a unnecessary animosity between players. I mean, like, I was critiquing with 16-bit and, a whole bunch of things. And, I'm getting people, oh, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? I'm like, I'm nobody. Except somebody that's a member of the same goddamn site you are. And it's like, I have an opinion on it. Because I have an opinion, I'm going to share it. And if you want to argue the points, make your talking points. I'll make my talking points. But then a lot of the times it turns into a fuck you, suck my dick, and it's over. It doesn't end. It has no closure to these. The closure is when they close the threads. That's how things get closed. And that's one of the things that, the NRS scene, we see it. You don't see it as much in the Capcom scene. I mean, they'll argue about things, but there's a little bit more structure to it. We're the baby on the block, and we got to kind of accept that.
Yeah.
And
well, hey, let me, Justin, how would you compare MLG this year to MLG Columbus you went to?
MLG Columbus was actually I think 100 times better.
Yeah, I mean,
it was more organized, and the space was bigger in terms of spectating wise, because you can let's say all the setups were in a square.
Yep.
So everyone could look around, but in Anaheim it's literally this one little line that you can watch, but if it's a good match, that you are not going to have a space to watch a match.
Yeah, and that's my biggest question about the Anaheim event. I mean, it was pretty evident as soon as you walk in there how cluttered it was, and the layout was just kind of amateurish. And from the first minute to the last minute I was in that building, I kept trying to figure out how the hell did they go from 2 years ago to 100% just being on top of their game and everything to this. How did this to that happen? That's the biggest question. And if there's anything I'd want MLG to respond to is that, and just say how they're going to fix it in future events.
I mean, even from the MLG Anaheim before this with MK, even where the commentators weren't in the pit where the players were. The commentators were backstage. They had a booth set up just for them. And that was that. Now everything was all cluttered, and we got screwed out of spectating our own matches. You know what I mean? It was it feels like they said, let's tone it down, bring everything inside, have nothing behind stage, and that's it. It was completely different.
Yeah, and also what was really bad was when PR Rog, he was playing his KI match, right? And because where the stream station setup is, it's right next to a giant CRT, right? So before Wtih stepped in and used his speakers, all you heard during KI was straight Dreamland. So it was pretty much no one wanted to play on the stream station, because you're just gonna hear Dreamland and it's gonna mess up your timing to try to break linkers and everything.
That was the exact same stream station for
All right, guys, hold on a sec, because I'm up to 8 people here, but we're now joined by Steve, aka 16-bit. What's up, sir?
Hey.
So yes, let's start.
Yeah, we hear you.
Let's start from the beginning. What is your take on the whole event? How it unfolded?
It's terrible. Maybe one of the worst tournaments I've ever been to. I'm embarrassed to have talked about how good MLG is. I don't know what else to say. It was awful.
There wasn't even free fucking Dr. Pepper this time.
Yes.
Really?
Like, what the fuck?
They didn't give out raises?
There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. I didn't even see a Dr. Pepper can in the fucking building.
So let's take a walk down the 16-bit memory lane from start to finish. How you saw everything unfold, where you saw things. Hey, tell Marn to shut up. Mute Marn.
Marn?
Yeah.
Marn is he's screaming.
I know.
He's
I
like,
said
oh,
mute him.
He's nowhere near me.
I know. I
Yo,
hear
it's
him.
loud as fuck though.
My
Yeah,
landlord,
man, holy
landlord
shit.
hears him upstairs.
Like if I had my shit down, they'd hear it twice.
So let's go to from when you come in there, everything how it unfolded, where you saw it fall short, obviously, and what you saw that was maybe some things that were good, if there was.
The match quality was good.
Yes.
That's about it.
Which is what the players brought to the table. So
that was really about
one of my things, one of the things, like I said, and I noticed this is Justin.
Yeah.
If you're not gonna talk, just mute it because now I'm hearing doorbells. Or is that?
It's not me. It's the people in this house.
I know, but I'm just saying if you're not, saying toggle between the mute. Is like I said, I felt like MLG took Injustice.
Dude, come on, man.
Justin, just hit the mute button. MLG took the Injustice community and put them in a corner, literally in a corner. They took what normally was, commentators doing their thing, and it had this high production value, and said, just shove them right with the players. Who cares? It literally looked like they gave them an 8x8 ring and said, here you go, put 12 streams in here, and on top of that, have the station set up in there, and just leave them there. And that's what I saw.
Well, they also had 3 main stages compared to the 1 main stage and the 2 side stages they did at the other MLGs. It wasn't just 1 big stage. It was 3 giant stages with bleachers and shit to take up all this space. And then we got stuck with the space that we had.
But they also had like 3 to 4 times the amount of entrants and spectators for those particular games. Now you have to take that into account too.
We had less space than what you see at a grassroots major. We had basically a row of setups, and that was it. Terrible.
This wasn't a grassroots major, though. You have to keep that in mind. Like this,
Well, it was
there was
in my
other
eyes.
games.
For Injustice, it basically was.
In my eyes, it was less than a grassroots major.
Yeah, it was.
It was a local. It was a local outside the local comic book store.
The production values. GBS has a better set. We have our weekly has more room and space than this.
Were there, thousands of Call of Duty and StarCraft entrants, and on top of that, like you had 300 plus Smash entrants and things like that. Were they all there and at the same exact event that you were talking about?
Our job.
Okay, but that's not our problem.
That's not. we have to accommodate for the space that we have.
Well, it had a bad layout because I've been to 3 of these events, and
I agree that the layout was bad. I'm not disagreeing that, but you're saying that you need, you need this. Like they had 3 main stages. How come we could have a main stage? Like there was only 36.
I never said that. I never said that.
But well, somebody just said it. Somebody just said that.
Nobody said they shouldn't have a main stage.
Yeah,
but give me something bigger than a cat litter box.
Right, just some room so I can see what's going on. That's all. I didn't ask for a main stage. Just enough room so we can actually watch what's going on. Because we did pay like $7.
The main thing that I 100% agree with you guys with was the spectator layout, like how you guys couldn't spectate the matches because of how the security was acting. I had no control over that, and I didn't agree with a lot of that because how we had it before, where you were able to spectate around the boxes because of how you can spectate on either side of the ropes. That's how it was before, and I think that's how it should have been, this time. But like I said, I wasn't in control of that, so I can't really, speak to that. If MLG makes a statement, they make a statement. They don't, I really don't know what to say.
And my other, the other thing, and this is obviously not an issue directly for me, but from what I was being told, that it was like trying to find the needle in a haystack to find a ref.
Yeah,
at the other
there was like
events,
one
there was
ref.
at
There was
the
like,
other
I think
events,
there were
yeah.
2 for all fighting games.
See, at other event at MK9, they had a ref at every station.
I mean, it wasn't really like our space was bad. It's just that when you looked over to it, there was like 50 CRTs for Smash, and then 6 aces set up for Injustice, and that was it. They didn't care at all.
And that's and that's an issue. It is the I don't care mentality. Listen, if I'm gonna turn around and host an event, I'm gonna host the On Blast Show fucking tournament. Esports galore, and I'm gonna make sure that wherever I'm hosting this is going to do what I want. Like us as paying customers coming to these events. If I'm going to rent out a venue such as, the Anaheim Arena, I mean, I damn well better get what I want, especially what you're paying. And from what, Pig's saying, last time at Anaheim, it's night and day. So it's like, it makes me wonder where the disconnect really happened. Because if the first event in Anaheim ran well, what changed between that and this that made it so dramatically different?
You have a good point. I mean, I can't argue that. I agree.
Well,
I never said this event was great. This event was, is probably one of the worst in a while. It definitely was.
What are you guys saying behind the scenes?
Behind it, what are you inferring to what?
MLG. Were you guys walking away from this event saying, "Yay, we did it. This was a really good event"?
I didn't say that. I'm not behind the scenes. I'm not behind the scenes like that. I'm just a ref. I just told you. I said at the beginning.
Oh, you're
I'm
just a ref. Okay.
I'm just a ref.
Okay. I know. I mean, I was just curious. I know you can't really say, but
I know a little bit about behind the scenes, but I don't know that much. I suppose, like, I'm not like Adam or anything like that by any means.
Do you know of anyone who could come on right now and explain what the hell happened, or anyone that would?
I have no idea.
Okay. I mean, the way I see it is, it's just the right thing to do for anyone who knows exactly what happened to just come out and save face by saying, listen, guys, we fucked up. This is what happened. This is exactly the order of which everything just snowballed. And this is what we're going to do to fix it for all future events. And this is why it will never happen again. That's what needs to be said if anyone's got any sort of work ethic or any kind of guts or real balls. But just like pussyfooting and not saying anything and just all of a sudden start advertising like MLG Raleigh or MLG Dallas, like, hey, it's going to be great. No, that's not going to fly. No. Like, we're not idiots. And
at the end of the day, MLG made their money. At the end of the day, they made their money. They got the profit from what they were doing. Everybody bought a pass. It didn't matter if we liked it or not. We still bought the pass, and they still made their money on their passes. You know what I mean? And it's like, I honestly could sit here and say they're not going to say anything about it, and they're in the next event, and there's going to be no fighting game there. And if there is a fighting game, it's probably not going to be Injustice.
Hey, but it wasn't just fighting games that were terrible or
that's what I was trying to. That's what
Call of Duty was ran bad. StarCraft they couldn't play for the.
That's what a lot of the stuff I was trying to get at.
Yeah, but
it wasn't just Injustice, and a lot of the people made it seem like it was centered towards Injustice, and it wasn't. It was everybody who was impacted by it. How the KI and the Injustice community handled it was a lot worse compared.
Know that with no information being given to them.
And before you go where you're going, which I just heard that part. I understand what you're saying, but again, getting shoved in a corner. I'm not asking you to main stage these guys. I'm saying make sure there's adequate refs, that there's adequate room. If you got to move a section of bleachers 25 feet to the left or right to make sure there's enough area that people that are paying to be spectators, I mean, I'd be like, yo, Adam, I want my motherfucking money back. I got to spectate 3 matches in 3 days. I want my money back because I'm an unsatisfied customer.
Okay.
And that's something that they got to look at, and they got to go, listen, if you're basically pushing this esports, the key thing to esports is the fans. And if the fans are walking away, and I saw a lot of Smash, a couple of girls tweeting on Smash that did go there, and saying that, same thing. Security guards strong-armed them away. They go, well, I'm here to be a spectator. What do you mean I can't spectate?
Yeah. Well,
I
I mean,
agree.
I agree. I think it was Justin that said. I mean, like every game was ran poorly, and I'm not speaking in terms of injustice. I'm actually speaking as a previous MLG advocate, previous MLG fan. They need to come out and fix this quick for all the communities, all the games, and for future games, and say this is what happened, this is why we screwed up, and this is exactly what we're going to do to ensure it never happens again. And that needs to be said. And that's what good organizations do. They don't shy away from problems. They don't shy away from issues, whether they're right or wrong or they were wrongly done. They come out and just say, this is it. And that's how you go forward. If I fuck up, I do that. If I don't fuck up, and I defend myself. And they need to come out and they need to say it. But it is the way the real world works. I know a lot of people in the chat will say this is not how $1 million companies work. Well, that's not true. They get to become $1 million companies by actually being what I'm describing. No, not shit. I mean, not everyone, man, but I'm telling you, it goes much further. It goes a longer way for them to come out and do what I'm saying than if they didn't do that at all and they just swept it under the rug and act like everything's fine for the next event.
I definitely respect that, what you're saying right now. I definitely respect that. Like, what I was saying, I don't want you guys to, try to deter everybody that's in your communities away from MLG just because of this one event. Yes, it was a very bad event. A lot of people will admit that, and nobody is disagreeing with that whatsoever. Like, you guys have a lot of the biggest voices. You guys have thousands of followers on Twitter. Just a simple tweet can, change the minds of thousands of people immediately. Just a simple tweet. And for you guys to kind of like over exaggerate things, like for instance with the bomb threat and the pulling of the fire alarm, that wasn't MLG's fault. We didn't intend none of that stuff that happened. And
that's James. That's James saying that.
That's me breaking balls. But reality is this, and this is what I said. I understand. I'm not saying it was your guys' fault, but as these armed SS squad Nazi security guards are moving people and tossing them like that, how does a fucking fire alarm get pulled twice? Now, I can understand the bomb threat got pulled once, but a second time? And that's something that MLG's got to look at, because like I said earlier, I don't know who bit the bullet on the second fine, but, the second time they had to come back, somebody got fined $10K, either, the arena or MLG for, false reports. If security was to be as tight as they were, you would think they would be kind of like, make sure nobody does this, because we all know, we've all been to events. You go to a hotel, there's 20 floors, some jerk off gets drunk and stoned and decides to pull a fire alarm. These are things that I understand everybody wants to be, quote unquote, professional gamers. But we're not all professional. Some of us like dick jokes. Some of us like to run around fucking hotels naked. Some of us like to do antics, And with that said, you've got to understand the scene. That's what was good about having people like Arturo and Carlos involved, because they know how this scene is. And
to add on to that, I actually was very happy that we had people like Rip and Ultra David and Tom Brady and Godspeed kind of having us back, kind of having our communities back and the KI's back on this, because they actually did go and fight every issue for us.
Yes, they were great.
Arturo would have done the same thing. Phil would have done the same thing. But those guys deserve a lot of credit, because they were made to look like assholes and on the stream waiting there for 2 hours between each match, and this and that, and just shoot the shit with the community when they're not. They did well with what they were given to work with. And they also
they had
behind
no
the
power.
scenes.
Like, they could voice the concerns, but they had no power.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, even Alex Valle tried his best to try to help in any way that he could. And Ultra David, he was really frustrated because no one was listening to what he had to say, but he was going to bat for us. So it was really cool to have them. But I mean, what it comes down to is MLG just fucked up, dude. I mean, they just messed up completely, and they've got to fix this, and they got to tell us about it. I mean, they cannot just act like this didn't happen.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. They gotta, Adam or Sundance. This can't be, not to insult you, but it can't be Christopher Jennings coming on here and saying,
definitely. I'm no spokesman.
On behalf of these guys, we apologize. No, one of these guys got to come out and say, because, one of the things that I've noticed that these guys have done in the past, I hope it doesn't do this, but, where with the Tekken and a low turnout, or KOF, they were like, well, you guys dropped the ball. It was quick to push it onto the players. Now was this a 500-man turnout? No. But, going into this, they should have known, they got to understand what to expect. And it's like, well, wait a second, CEO, Evo, right in the same time, plus this event, plus, the injustice community as a whole is not that huge, and announcing an event 2 months before actually doing it, with the average 20-year-old making $250 a week if he's working, it's not an easy task just to up and pick, within 2 months to save a decent price on a ticket, a hotel. That's why I'll say for 16-bit and Pig, you're two of my biggest pain in the asses, but they're actively telling people ideas to get to events, how to save money here, how to do this. That if they didn't do that, those numbers would be even lower.
Yeah, I may be a pain in your ass, man, but I never back down from a situation. And I'll tell you, like, whether I'm wrong or right, I always will come on here and talk to you, unless it's just a bullshit topic.
What's wrong with bullshit topics?
Because I ain't got time, man.
I know. You're such a busy guy that you can play video games fucking 30 hours a day.
Dude, I don't play 30.
And
get the fuck out of here.
At least 16-bit gets paid to do it.
Maybe when I was 25, but I'm 32 now, man. Get the fuck out of here. I don't have time.
But, I mean, it's, that proactiveness is what MLG has to do. They have to literally turn around and say, hey, you know what? We fucked up. I don't care if they, one of the things, again, it would be noble on their part to show the scene how serious they are about keeping them. Hey, look, we charge $75. This time we're not, put in fucking OBS show as a fucking code. You save 20% on the ticket. Bite the bullet on an event in hopes of making the third event a better one. Now, I don't know with the turnout if it's even worth it for them. And that's on a business perspective. I don't know, like I said, the Call of Duty, what was the top payout for the Call of Duty?
The heck was it?
I don't know.
I'm not entirely sure. I know StarCraft was 15,000.
So, 15 grand, giving the money that they give away, in comparison, like I said, when you look at, the NRS community, what they give, 7K, I think it was, or 5K?
75.
75, yeah, so 7,500. It's a lot bigger stakes with those ones, and that's also why you're getting bigger turnouts. I think 7,500 is actually a decent payout for a 75-man tournament. When MK9 was out, it was what, 19,000 the first one or whatever it was. It was a lot more money. But as time went on, you saw the event. People couldn't consistently go to these events. They threw them in areas. It's like Columbus. Raleigh, Columbus, Anaheim, Dallas. It's like on all 4 points of the country, which is cool because it gives people in that local geographic locations the ability to go to these events, but it kind of hurts the people on the other side. You know what's funny about, I'm sorry, before I forget, what's funny about Injustice Top 8? It was the first local / regional / major I've ever been to where the top 8 wasn't streamed. Yeah.
Yep.
That's embarrassing.
Top 3 was streamed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I had to get that out before I forgot it because that irked me so bad.
They also have to remember that a lot of our community picked Evo. Like, it was a choice. It was Evo
Definitely.
or MLG.
Definitely.
And a lot of them picked Evo.
Yeah.
What?
Well, Evo's. I mean, I talked to Mr. Wizard. They already got over 200. So I mean, they Injustice is pretty stacked. But I mean, again, I know everybody thinks I'm anti-Evo. I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, they actually still talk directly. You can, even I, who, me breaking Mr. Wizard's balls with McRibs every day, he'll answer me back. And that's something that, like I said, MLG's got to get engaged with the community if they want better turnouts in the future. Because at this point right now, if there's nothing that happens, I can guarantee you nobody's going to want to show up. Especially after this. And it's not a matter of word of mouth of people saying it. They saw it. From a spectator point of view, I don't want to go to this event to sit for 3 hours and possibly get DQ'd and then un-DQ'd and then re-DQ'd and then, get told to come back at 1 o'clock in the morning to play, only to be told, no, actually you play tomorrow morning. And then I'm fucking tired and I come down there and they're like, you're DQ'd. And I go, well, wait, where's the other dude? Well, we DQ'd him too. You know,
Yeah.
it's just too much that transpired that, you know, it's not going to get better just by, like Pig said, just announcing the next venue and saying, hey, everybody come down again.
Yeah.
We went up to $8,000.
And I also think the NRS community could have been smarter and picked MLG, because if we would have had a bigger turnout, it could have possibly meant like what it was an MK, multiple MLGs in the circuit with that game. You're still gonna have Evo no matter what. Evo's not worrying about numbers. Evo, it's a game in Evo. It's gonna be there. And if we would have had a turnout, we could have had multiple MLGs plus Evo, besides one MLG that went completely wrong, and with this is bullshit rant that went on that MLG definitely heard and are going to be like, why would we even want to invite them back? You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, but you know what? Look,
be smarter about it at the same time.
yeah, but you know what? You know, this is like, I mean, we don't know each other. You never met me, but I mean, I had Adam call me a fucking extortionist. You know, when I put bounties on PL at Columbus, and it was all good and dandy, and the numbers were going up, and then Anaheim, you know, I think it was Anaheim that, you know, me and Pig were going at it, and I was like, you pussies won't show up, your numbers suck, and we went back and forth, and at the end of the day, it riled up enough people to have a good shower, you know, and and that, you know, that was really what the goal was, to say, prove me wrong, people. You know, let's see how many, you know, it was one of those, I dare you to show up there. And they did, and that was great. You know, but then, you know, as time went on, like I said, it started dwindling down. The dwindling down happened for a couple of reasons. You know, timing of the events, obviously. You know, you're not attracting the average guy that went out to GameStop and bought, you know, Injustice. You attracted only the Injustice community from the online that actually travel to events. So it's not like you're bringing in new people. You're basically just having whoever's part of, say, Test Your Might come to the event. So you can't expect to get 10,000 people or even 1,000 people to come down, because they don't even know what MLG is. The only people that know what MLG is die-hard gamers. Now, when you compare a Call of Duty to, you know, any fighting game, I mean, obviously Street Fighter would attract a bigger crowd, but, you know, it's you can't expect to have a 500-man turnout at one of these events when there's not even 500 people on Test Your Might that, you know, actively support the offline scene. You know, so MLG's got to start reaching out beyond just Test Your Might. You know, they got to start figuring out ways to attract other people too. You know, you can't put the ball into the traveling players' lap and say, well, you got to make more people show up. No, it's your business. You know, it's your business. You got to make more people come out. And as far as, like I said, the professionalism, I'm glad I didn't go for the fact that, let me tell you something, I'm the most unprofessional motherfucker on the planet. And the minute you made me wait 3 or 4 hours, I'd be pulling some Benny Hill shit on that 85-year-old security guard all day. You know.
James, can I say a few things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, but I don't have all night. Is the bullshit chant, was that wrong? I don't regret that. It worked. I think 2 things. 1, it let off steam. It was fun. It kind of lowered the mood. And 2, it worked.
Yeah.
I did point out 5 minutes after that.
Yeah, I don't really regret that. I mean, unprofessional or whatever, yeah, but
it was. But I mean,
it was fun. It kind of lowered the mood, and they fucking listened. And
I mean, it wasn't wrong, but at the same time, it was bullshit. It was complete fucking bullshit.
You know, I mean, he's right, because I mean, it changed the face. Just like one of the things I noticed watching top, I guess 3, still had commercials. I watched Smash, and by that point towards the end, they weren't even running the commercials no more, because I was watching it on my phone, and I got so fucking annoyed, because, like, you know, the app would actually lock up on me, and I'd reset it, and then I'd have to watch the same goddamn commercial over again, like 4 times in a row, and I'm like, really? Every time I open the app, I gotta watch one commercial? And by the time the matches came on, I'm like, oh shit, Mewtwo King's out? What do you mean? You know, and when it got towards the end, they stopped running so many ads. You know?
I mean, I think we tried to be reasonable for a long time.
After 6 hours, you can only be so reasonable.
Like, I want to talk about this Floe thing. Like, it's not about Capcom. Maybe I yelled that, but that's not what it was really about. That was fucking around. That was frustration. It's the context, man. We're sitting here for hours. We don't know anything. There's rumors the tournament's gonna end. We're not allowed back there except for Call of Duty players and Floe. Yeah, myself and many others, me being the leader, were fucking pissed. And I really don't regret being pissed.
I agree.
So if it's this you're a snitch or whatever, you know what? Yeah, dude, it was bullshit. I was really, really mad. It's not actually about Capcom or whatever. I don't actually not want those guys to play. But yeah, I was pissed, and I think I was justified. And if that's a huge blow up or whatever, you know, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, but my thing is, like, what is it? What does his relevance to it have to do with anything? You're trying to compete. You're not there to
that is, dude, James. That is the point. I'm there to compete. I'm there to win. It's serious. It's our passion. It's our game, and we can't. They're literally saying, "Chaotic Science is reporting. If you're not here in 10 minutes, you're DQ'd." And we can't. And we're telling the guys we can't even hear, man. We can't hear who you're calling, but Floe and Sickness are allowed in there. Yeah. It was annoying.
Annoying,
and,
yeah.
And again, it worked. I pointed this shit out, and we got in there. It worked.
Yeah, but it comes at a price. And
what price, man?
It's a price because it started unnecessary drama. So he was there. You know what? To us street people watching it, he was entertaining. I text Floe on Facebook. I'm like, dude, go make more faces behind the camera. I mean, you were getting your belly. You were getting your belly rubbed. You know, I was laughing. I was even laughing at that.
But that was like 11 in the morning. Like the tournament was a disaster.
Okay, and as time went on, you weren't sitting at home with us listening to wub, 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 doo-doo-doo. I'm like, what the fuck?
The point is not the commentary. That's a side thing. That's not the
point.
But
for us...
But that's why we were there.
But for us...
We were there to kill the downtime.
You know,
we weren't commentating Injustice.
Yeah, for us as
viewers,
viewers,
you guys were there for hours before you got on the mic. Come on,
no, we weren't.
Man.
We moved over there.
You guys were there for hours, dude.
Oh, this is why you can't talk to you. Listen to yourself. You just get all fucking loud and shit. I'm not gonna yell over you. Keep talking. Whatever. I'm done.
You know what? You know what I don't understand? It's like this guy was mad that we were there, right? I can understand that. Everyone's mad. But how you gonna tell me, right? You asked for us to leave so you can start a chant and go back in.
Yes,
right afterwards.
Right. No, that's they were telling, we have this guy and he's saying you guys can't move past here. No one's allowed. And we are like, dude, there's those guys there. There's fucking DMS there. There's the Call of Duty guys. Why can't we? And the dude was saying, no one's allowed. No one's allowed. The point was that we wanted to get
commentators were there and we were there. Those are the only people that were by Injustice.
No, Sickness was there. DMS, they also got kicked out, and that was good.
Well, I didn't even see those people. I saw the commentators and me and Chris because we were handling the downtime, which the streamer, the guy who was running the stream, actually enjoyed and wanted us to stay and keep doing that because there was so much downtime and we were trying to help with the people at home. We weren't doing it for you because you can't see what we're saying. We were doing it for the people who were watching a blue screen for 8 hours.
You know, and again, you know, PL was doing the Bernie. You were getting belly rubs early in the morning. These guys were having, trying to make. I mean, it was at least something better than watching goddamn Pizza Hut commercials nonstop. You know, so for us as spectators, you're there to compete. That's why I'm saying you shouldn't even give a shit who's back there. I understand on the spectator part because you guys want to watch the matches that are going on, and I'd be livid about that too. But you got to take it from us viewers and say
there were no matches going on. That's the thing,
and that's what makes it even worse.
No, at one point there were matches. You guys were there for hours.
We were never there for matches. We were only there for downtime.
I disagree.
No, there were matches going on while you
I
guys
disagree, Flo. I'm sorry,
Not
but I
while we were
disagree.
there.
I'm
We got
sorry,
up.
but hold on.
We got up
You guys,
when-
please let me. You guys got to be on. Can I just say, my perspective is you guys were there for hours before you got on the mic. I mean, other people were there. You can get their take, but that's my take. That you guys were there for hours before you ever got on the mic. If other people can either back me up or not, that's what I'm saying.
Can I say how I saw it?
Go ahead.
So, me and Chris played our tournament match. We played about, I would say, 4 games of casuals. Tom Brady came up to us, said, we can't have casuals, no casuals, blah, 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 blah. We went over by the commentator station. Then about 5 minutes later, we did our little thing. Everyone loved it. They decide that this was a good thing to have during the downtime. So we let, I guess, Rip and Tom or whoever was commentating sit back down when matches started. And we did stay there for the downtime. But there was not another downtime because you started complaining and then got us kicked out. It was not hours in between all this.
I disagree. So it is what it is.
Hey, 16-bit. Do you dislike Floe?
Not really. I don't really know him.
Okay, so now my problem is that before this whole situation blew up out of proportion, the beginning of the day where we're at the level of booth, why were you sarcastically being a dick and saying, "Hey guys, everyone, it's Floe"? Like there's no point in that.
Oh no,
That's not
actually
serious.
No, that's actually a humorous. No, that's like a humorous joke. It's not the way you heard it. Honestly,
yeah, well, I'm like to us, we're like, why is he being a dick for? Like
I don't know what that's about. Like why are you pointing out that I'm in this section? Like it has no relevance.
No, he means it. He means it like, oh my God, Flo's like a part of us. Like he's here with us.
Been on TYM saying I'm playing Batgirl. I'm gonna get top 8. So I'm like, hey guys.
I've never said I was gonna get top 8.
Or you're right. Yeah, you're right. Ultra David did, but I mean, which doesn't actually make me mad. Like, the point was, you're talking about how you're going to play our game, how Batgirl's easy to play or whatever.
I said she seemed like an easy character, and I was going to play Injustice, and then like a 17,000 page thread erupted. All that happened. Like literally, I made one tweet saying Batgirl's an easy character, and it became this whole big thing.
Dude, Chris has at least 3 threads per game per tweet.
Yeah, but one of my things is this, and this is something that 16-bit, you gotta. Had he done that? Had somebody else, had Pig done that, and said that in the Test Your Might threads, it would have been greeted with a competitive tension between each other. But it's like when Floe does it, it wasn't a competitive as more as it was get the fuck out of Test Your Might mentality. And that's something that, again, coming from a community that has been bashed by the Capcom community in the past, we're doing the same thing that they're doing. By them turning around and, he comes in. Justin wants to come collect MKX money, good fucking luck, because I'm playing, actually. Same thing with you, Floe. I want that competitive competition. But
I'm not one of those guys. I don't care if they play our game. That's tight.
But that's the thing. You should care. Oh, you especially should care. At this point now, you should care who plays the game. But it's like the Test Your Might community. I don't want to. I mean, I call them toxic, but they, the ones that rally around you, that are your. I'll be in Triforce mode. Your knights. They break bread and go after Floe. And it's like, the things that I hear them saying, well, fuck him. Wait a second. This is a community that's just trying to get their own niche somewhere. And they're so high and mighty upon themselves. They're telling people basically, get the fuck out of here. And that's what makes our community toxic at this moment. When this whole thing blew up, everybody was saying, who the fuck is Floe? I never heard of Floe. I'm like, really? You never heard of Floe? Flo's been around fucking, 10, 15 years now. And it's like he plays everything. You never heard of EG? You got to know who Floe is. Floe is connected to the hip with Justin. And those comments, those snide comments, make our community look like this uppity, we're too good. It was like when MLG with MK9. The first threads I started seeing is, oh yeah, Capcom, you're like beneath us. We're MLG people now.
Well, I mean, like I've said it before, I'll say it again. I absolutely love the fact that Chris, Justin, and Floe play our games mostly. Justin doesn't really play Injustice really anymore. I don't think he ever kind of did it really, but I love when those guys are playing our game. I support those guys. Like I go out of my way and I want to have conversations, hang out, have lunch with these guys. Like those guys like matter to me. Like I want them in our community. And I would say 95% of the people feel that way, and 16-bit honestly feels that way. I think a lot of this has just been honestly blown out of proportion, and it can just be fixed a lot easier than what we're doing right now.
Well, I mean, it's something that I agree. It's something stupid, but it became volatile from the moment it hit Twitter. But I don't know how many pages it was on TestJamai. Only a couple, like maybe only 15, 20. It's something that, look, one of the things I know is we're sitting here, we say like, oh, I'm glad Justin will come in and play our game. I'm glad, Floe will come and play our game, and Chris, because they're from other communities. But it doesn't work the other way around for some reason. And that's the part that makes me kind of like, I see them coming to our community and trying our games, whether they stick with it or not, it's irrelevant, but at least they try. I don't see MK players saying, yo, let me try to fucking learn fucking Rufus and try to body Justin. They don't even go to it. Because, our community is so detached that, like I said, we feel like we're the redheaded stepchild, and they really don't feel like that towards us. Now, there's, of course, guys that turn around and say, yo, fucking block button's stupid. Well, we got Injustice people now saying the block button is stupid. I'm like, well, you're not going to change that. But, the fact of the matter is, we got to reach out to them as much as we expect them to, to reach out to us. And in my opinion, they have done that. The top players have come and played Injustice. They played MK9. Now, do they stop? Yeah. Does that make them less part of the community? Because you know what? To be honest, like I said, I played Injustice in April. I did the story mode. I did fucking Star Labs, fucking Superman, half of Star Labs Batman, and said I hate DC Comics and stopped playing the game. I didn't say I hate the game. And one of the things is again, the Crapcom community. Well, you could call it Crapcom till you're blue in the face. More people show up to their events. So it can't be that crappy of a game. I mean, Marvel...
Wait. Okay, well, hold on. What are you talking about? Like, I'm confused.
I'm talking about this... I'm talking about this scene. Our scene is just as much as at fault as their scene is when... Because everybody in our scene sitting there saying, oh, look, the Capcom community disrespects us. I mean, did you feel disrespected, 16-bit?
I mean, not really. You're putting this narrative on me about being anti-Capcom.
Well, didn't you do what was the comment, Floe, that he said about Capcom?
Yeah, I was fucking around. I don't actually think that.
Okay, but now somebody that don't know you, because you just said you don't know him, he don't know you. If somebody turns around and says that to me, I'm like, I don't know this motherfucker. He must
maybe instead of going on Twitter, he could have just talked to me about it. Somehow
I didn't go on Twitter after that. It took a little bit more,
You never, ever said a word to me.
When you did this whole thing, I called you a pussy.
I didn't hear... You didn't say anything.
I definitely yelled at you when I was leaving.
I mean, I could have told you that I'm not serious about the Capcom thing, but we never talked about it.
I mean, because the Capcom thing was in between everything. And actually, we had a little yelling battle back and forth, actually, after the Capcom thing. So I don't know what you're talking about with that. When I was actually still sitting there, we were yelling back and forth. So yeah, we definitely did talk.
I pointed out that it wouldn't be cool for me to, if it was Marvel, how outrageous it would be. Which I think
was I commentating a match? Did I commentate an Injustice match?
But again, it's not really... The commentary is just like a mild annoyance, or whatever you want to call it.
You just brought that up. That's what you just said.
No,
you just said if you commentate an Injustice match.
But you don't play Marvel. We play Injustice.
Yeah, like we were there for an Injustice tournament. Did you enter a Marvel tournament?
I mean, dude, you literally said yourself that you don't care about the game.
When did I say that? Actually, during the commentary, I said while the fire alarm was pulled, that I would burn for Injustice. So I actually said nothing negative for Injustice. I said I would burn for the game, okay?
Alright,
fire.
No, but I agree with Chris G's awesome. He's definitely an NRS guy. There's no doubt about that. But you literally said you don't care about the game. I mean, you said it.
I mean, I entered. I was there. I was playing. I entered at CEO also. I mean, how much can I not care about the game?
Damn.
Regardless, the point is...
I paid $60 just like you.
Okay, that's cool. The commentary thing's not really my main issue. I even have said I concede on the if the TO.
I'm just saying because you just said it. That's why you just brought up the Marvel argument. That's the only reason I'm talking.
No, I'm saying that's what I said at the time. I'm now conceding that if the commentary guy said he wanted you there, then on that part I'm 100% wrong, and
And
you're
you
in
did
the
because
right.
you made a Reddit post about it.
Yes, I saw that, and I'm 100% in the wrong. You're in the right. No matter what I think of you being on the mic, if the stream guy wants you there, you get to be there. Period. I am wrong. What I don't regret is being mad that you were there in the first place. That's what I'm trying to get across. The Capcom.
The first place was when this happened. Like it all, we went over there, and not 5 minutes later is when we got on the mic because all we saw was a blue screen.
Well, that's not my take. So again, we disagree about that.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you either. Pig, you were there. What I mean, Showtime. We have guys that were here. Like.
Yeah. So what's the question? I'm just trying not to get into the argument. I mean, I'll answer whatever question you got, but I just think that we're not really doing any good, and we just need to learn how to move on from here.
Well, we can't really.
We're not going to solve anything. You know what I mean? Like it sucks that it happened, and I think some things were taken out of context, and some things were taken in the worst way. And the only thing I'm interested about is going to CEO and everyone just hanging out, talking about it, and just being cool. This isn't anything to. This isn't anything to. I know. Like I'm more interested about. What was the question?
Nothing. Nothing. Like I've
Yeah,
said my piece.
I played my first match. It was 4:00 sometime, and I wouldn't even realize that Floe and Chrissy were there. I was just playing my match. But when we were waiting behind the lines, and it was like whatever time it was hours later than that. And then they started calling my teammates' matches, and I wasn't allowed to go watch them. But they were sitting there. They weren't commentating at the time. They probably commentated before I was even there because I didn't see them commentate at all. And I wasn't allowed behind the ropes, but they were. I was kind of pissed off. But.
Right,
because we didn't commentate matches. We got up for the real commentators for doing matches.
Hey, I didn't know any of that. I didn't know you were just doing the downtime. But from my view, I was sitting behind the ropes. My teammates were playing. Whether you entered the tournament, I didn't know even you entered or not. But I wasn't there to watch you. I was there to watch my teammates. And I wasn't allowed to watch, and you were sitting there.
No, I can understand the frustration there, but I was just explaining what our side.
Commentators there, what are you guys doing there? And they all said they don't know. Now that's
you asked the commentators because the commentators knew what we were doing.
Then I was lied to. I asked Tom yesterday if he wanted you there, and he said no.
Well, as you saw on the Reddit post, that
agreed, and I agree. So
and we all know Tom.
Yeah. I was about to say, I don't know if Tom's the biggest source there. We should use it. Would everyone in this call just agree that we all handled the situation we're talking about? Everyone handled it probably kind of poorly.
Yes.
And was warm. Can everyone just admit that maybe each one of us in the situation could have handled it better, and from that we just see.
I mean, that's why I retracted some of the angry tweets that I said.
Yeah. So I mean, why can't we just move on? I mean, like I think all of us.
Because this is not Blast Show, and we're here to talk shit.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh,
that's
damn.
what we're doing. Fuck.
Your Batgirl's free. No, I was kidding.
I know that's what you're supposed to say. But Big of the Hut.
It's okay. It's okay. My Zod's free.
Let's and honestly, like I said, I mean, you guys are going to see each other at events, and this ain't gonna become fucking 16-bit versus Floe like everybody in the chat saying, where you guys are gonna actually come to blows.
I'll fight Floe.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Damn. It just came right out. He's like, I'll fight him.
She was serious. Fuck.
What?
I'll put a fucking bounty on him.
No. But
this is too friendly for me.
Shut up, Chris.
Chris, why don't you go eat a steak?
Oh shit.
You know what I've been eating all day? I've been eating chips all day. I haven't eaten anything else.
No.
Why don't you ever write anywhere, Chris? Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, what's up?
No. But my point was, I think the bigger issue here is just how shit MLG was, and that's the issue I take from this past weekend. Not community related issues, but really just how MLG just kind of let everyone down as a whole, and that's what I'm interested in getting fixed more than anything.
They really need to start separating regions because I'm getting tired of this shit.
Yeah, but with that being said, I really got to go practice for CEO. I really got to go, but I'll see all you guys at CEO, and I fully expect. I've never been to CEO that wasn't the best thing ever, so I expect Jabali to really hit the rebound on MLG this weekend.
Shut up. Last time you opened your fucking mouth.
Wait, hold on.
Last time you opened your mouth about MLG, look at what happened. CEO's going to be a well event. It's going to be run well.
Are you and Jabili still enemies or?
No. I'm just saying. Every time you open your mouth saying how an event's going to be great, look what happened.
Man, you're right, but I
don't jinx CEO.
All right, I'm going, and I'm just going to be a competitor. That's it.
There you go.
All right. I'll see you guys. I'll see all you guys later.
All right.
Later.
And he's right. And wow, how many people just dropped off?
I'm here.
You're here. Let me call these guys back in. Yep, there we go. Again, this was something that, it took to the viral world of fucking Test Your Might, and it became more of an issue than it should have. You guys should, have talked more instead of, more to each other than at each other. But, again, the more important issue here is how the event was ran and how it's going to be corrected if there's going to be a future MLG for Injustice. Because to be honest, like I said earlier, I'm not trying to bash it, but I'd be an unsatisfied customer, and I would expect something, a statement, something. So, I'm hoping like within the next couple of days, maybe Sundance and Adam will come out and say something, and, not sweep it under the rug or blame the Injustice community for the problems, and like I said, it's something that has happened in the past.
Yeah, UFGT last year was not as good as the other ones, to say the least. But Keats sent Max Wasserman, a.k.a. Curly, to GGA. He went to Test Your Might, and he talked about he went to NeoGAF, he went to all these forums, and they said, the power thing sucked. The having MK be at midnight, and then Injustice the next day at 10 a.m. was a problem. They went through all the problems, and they're like, this sucked, this sucked, this sucked, this sucked. And I think most of us were like, all right, we'll see. And this year was awesome. This year is tied with KIT for the best tournament I went to. So I've been to 4 MLGs, and 3 of them were awesome, and this one was awful. If they came on and they had a list of the things that they did wrong and they acknowledged them, I'd give them another chance, I think.
Now, I know you said your 3 were awesome. I'm not trying to put wood into the fire. Well, actually, I am. I felt bad for you because I felt like you got fucked at the last MK9 one because they canceled the arena on you, and you were supposed to go, if I remember right?
Well, that did suck, but technically speaking, it was Raleigh, Anaheim they had the arena, and Raleigh they did not. And ironically, Showtime's in the call because I remember him placing and being so excited for. But they technically never said it would happen. Or did they cancel it? I can't remember.
They canceled it.
Okay, I'm starting to remember that. I think they did send us emails saying it was canceled. Anyway, that does suck, but overall, that's a minor thing.
It is and it isn't, because you know what? When you consider how the prize pot dropped, you're looking at it as part of your prize.
That's true.
And it's and this is something that I said back then. I said, these guys like 16-bit and the guys that won should get some kind of compensation. Hey, look, you were going to fly me out and you were going to give me a chance to entertain the masses with small personal, top 8 money matches. I don't have that opportunity now, but I won it, and you did it for the last 3, and then you just kind of 180'd on it last minute. So I thought, you guys should be compensated. I don't give a shit if you give me a fucking free plane ticket to New York to go visit and say, yeah, at least you got a ticket. And they didn't do that. And that was one of the things that, at that point, when everybody was talking about there being another MK9, and I kept saying, there ain't no way. They canceled the arena. There's no way they're going to do more MK9, and it was over. And it sucked, to see that. But, again, the turnout of the numbers, from Columbus to the end, I think they dropped pretty dramatically as time went on. And now that's, again, that comes to, people getting aggravated. Listen, how many times can I go to these events, and be told by people in the scene that I don't support a game if I don't go traveling to all these places, shelling out money to go 0-2. Eventually that person's going to say, I'm just going to stop going. This is a waste of my time. I could stay at home and play online and go 0-2 and save, $500, $600, $700 for traveling. So they definitely gotta come out with something to make both the people who purchased just spectator passes and for the people that actually participated, something more than just a, hey, we're sorry, but, the next one's going to be better. And again, I'm not asking them to give everybody, I'm not asking them to give everybody a free headset or nothing crazy like that. Hey, look, you know what? Take $10 off the ticket, $15 off the ticket, for us dropping the ball. They're not losing anything. What they lose. And now, again, one of the things that I didn't like, from my personal perspective, is, I'm all for, MLG.TV having their own stream service. I couldn't tell. There's no way to tell how many people are watching the stream.
I will say, in their defense, there were some guys. All right, obviously, I'm a hothead and I get fucking pissed and I rage. But once it got better, there was a lot of good, reasonable. There was some dude there, I don't even know his name, who was super on point. Like, once everything got really fucked up, this dude was like, all right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm making sure this moves. Tom, Rip, got all those. David, they did a really good job. Like, so, and people calmed down. The second day wasn't nearly as bad as the first. It wasn't perfect. The Rico Suave thing was ridiculous, but it was a lot better, and people kind of calmed down. So I do think if they said something, people would kind of forgive them. We're reasonable 90% of the time.
Yeah, definitely are. Hey, don't want to interrupt.
What?
No, I'm reading something somebody else just sent me quick. Okay, let me see what that is. All right. While I'm looking at that, no, I like I said, this community, is a reasonable community. It's not like, and again, I know people are like, oh, you told this person to fuck his mother and suck your dick, cup your balls. Yeah, I do tell people fucked up things. Why? Because I can. That's just the way I am. Just like you get fucking a little too emotional at times, when things don't look like the way that you think they should be. But, with that said...
What are you talking about, man?
Exactly,
I'm not.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And I know in the business world, I know you ain't like that. I know you're more of, I could tell just by looking at people, you're more a reserved person. Shut your mouth, do your job, try to do your job well. But when this is your outlet, and you get a little fucking super hyper, maybe a little Ritalin in you might fucking straighten you out a bit, but you gotta understand that not everybody's gonna see things your way. And because you guys don't see eye to eye, like I said, with the Floe thing, because that happened, getting wound up it never alleviates shit, except it just makes you look like a fucking lunatic. And knowing your background, obviously you were NRS testing games and probably should be banned from tournaments. But
you want to talk about that?
What's that?
Do you want to talk about that?
What, banning players from tournaments?
Yeah, what do you think is the appropriate amount of time?
No more than 6 months, but probably more towards like 4.
You think that long?
Well, you got to remember how long you're putting in the work. And you do get more of an advantage. In fact, it was funny because I actually tweeted and Tyler Lansdowne, I just sent it like, oh yeah, hashtag ban the testers for you. And he's like, oh, that's stupid. But it isn't. And it's funny because one of the things that, I keep bringing up is I wound up trying to go for the Guinness Book of World Records, which I can't fucking stand. One of you goddamn fucking MK9 Injustice players, go get the fucking Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 records from fucking Triforce. Triforce has got Mortal Kombat World Records. I went to go do it, and they're like, no, you can't. I'm like, yo, I worked on that game 20 fucking years ago. And I still can't compete for it. They're like, nope. Somebody got to go. I just don't want Triforce to have anything Mortal Kombat. That's my emo moment. But nobody's going there and doing it. Because, you know what, most of us are like, who gives a shit about world records? But, 60-bit, you could have a world record if you want. Because, but then again, like I said, when it comes to testing games, bringing in guys for 2 weeks is one thing. But, bringing somebody on from the development stage, all the way to the final product, it's a little bit different, And one of the things that, like, for me personally, that I look at it, it's like, somebody holding a sweepstake. Like, when I was younger, a TV channel might say, we have a sweepstakes, and at the end of it, the disclaimer was, nobody that works for the TV station or their family members are eligible to enter this contest, because now you took second place at MLG.
Mm-hmm.
The money was donated from who?
I actually don't know. I figured it's like advertised or whatever.
NRS donated money into the pot. So it's like, it's kind of like turning around and saying, all right, I'm going to take money donated into the pot, and 16-Bit's working over at NRS, so well, let's let him collect it. Now, can you see where that kind of would have a little fucked up look to it?
I honestly don't think that the testers have the advantage you think. Like, for example, when Chris G was winning early, I think it's Chris G's just fucking godlike.
Yeah, his fundamentals. But
so, I mean, if you want to argue that they shouldn't be allowed to compete for a month or two, like, I was just curious what you think.
I mean, like I said, depending on how long they're there. A person that sits on the game for a year and a half is going to have a lot more advantage, even if they have fundamentals. And, I mean, we'll both put this out there, and I see Paulo in the stream, okay? Eddie Ferrier used to leave shit in the goddamn game that he knew was scummy.
I actually know exactly what you're talking about.
Just for the simple fact that it would give him an advantage at diversions and make him shine. Yeah. And that's something that, I'm not saying you would do that, but, all of a sudden, you find fucking Katana can throw out an extra fan.
I mean, technically, Boss did that for CBS2. Everyone said that Boss knew about roll cancel and left it in there because he tested.
Yeah, and that's, and that's one of the things that it gives you an advantage. So, I mean, I would say between 2 and 4 months max. I wouldn't go 6 months, but I mean, between 2 and 4 months max to give people a chance to level up, because you got to anticipate, MK's, NRS games seem to be April released games. So, I mean, come around April, you're 2 months from, 2-3 months from Evo. I mean, I think you should be able to enter Evo. I'd say, so we'll say 3 months. If the game comes out in April, by July, you should be able to enter tournaments. I figure April, May, June would be a time for people to catch up. Now, what is your take on it?
If they say I can compete, I'm going to compete. My take, I don't know. I honestly felt, all right, I didn't enter any tournament until UFGT, which was 38 days after. And I think that was pretty close to being, I think at that point, like, Chris G won that tournament, Wild Cowboy got second. I got bodied. My Killer Frost was a bill of goods, unfortunately. But I honestly think that might have, like, I don't think that with the internet and how much people play and shit, people were already, like, really good then. But if people made the rule that you just can't compete at all, it's whatever, it's fine.
I mean, like I said, I don't think it should be at all. I mean, like I said, I just think there should be a little bit of a leeway time to let the average player get a catch up. That's all. And it's like, and again, it's not like there's 700 testers. So it's not like you got to worry about a whole tournament getting skewed. I mean, one of the things that I like to say is, look, Combo Fiend don't compete unless it's like an exhibition. I don't see him entering tournaments, and that's, again, it's just the look that comes with it. But now I understand your passion for the game and wanting to compete too.
Yeah, I mean, I want to compete. I like playing, but if I couldn't, it'd be okay, but I don't think it'd be necessary.
But you would get emotional on the inside.
Actually, I actually feel like I am ready to retire, actually, honest, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I think so. But the point is, like, honestly, I feel whatever ability I have in this game is from playing at GGA, not playing at work. You can either believe that or not. Like, I didn't actually really get, like, when you're working on the game like that, it's not leveling up. Like, it really is not. It truly isn't. Like, what I have, my matchup knowledge and shit like that, is from playing at the arcade against, like, the people there.
And I could see that too. But I mean, again, you also come out the gate knowing what other people don't.
That's true. I mean, like the first month, yeah, there's no doubt. But I'm talking long after.
Yeah, I mean, after, like I said, I mean, I'd say after 2 months, everybody has the basic knowledge that you might have. But then again, during the testing stage, you pull out, you find those oh shit combos where other people might not have them yet. And, being a competitor like you are, it's not like you'd be sharing the knowledge unless you're going and buying Tom Brady books. But, once the books are out, that all becomes, public knowledge from day one, of the game getting released. Unless, somebody like Paulo decides to change everything last minute. But, I mean, I think you should be able to compete. It shouldn't be a permanent ban him forever. But, I mean, like I said, I think I'd say 3 months, 3 months should be sufficient. But I'm not going to push that. That's up to the community. That's up to the TOs. I don't anticipate them ever doing that. They didn't do it in Injustice. But out the gate, if you look at the tournaments, out the gate, it was the testers that were winning. And that's why everybody was coming out with the joke ban the testers. Civil War, I think it was Arturo, Art, Tom, and Rio, if I remember correctly, for Injustice.
Civil War, I wouldn't have gone to it, but I can't blame the dudes if they're allowed to go, whatever.
Yeah.
They were all from that area. Like, it's not like they all flew there.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's one of those things that it ain't my decision to make, but when people bitch and moan, like, oh, well, these guys got an advantage, yeah, they do. So what? Learn to play the game. You buy a game to play the fucking game. If you can't pick up the game and play it and get better on your own, or you have no local scene, I mean, like, I know PL's always saying he's got no scene, no offline scene. Yeah, but you're getting good by playing it on your own somehow. It's not, you're not adherent to you got your GGA guys, but if your GGA guys weren't around, you'd still be good.
No.
You'd still get good. How long have you been playing Mortal Kombat?
21 years.
Exactly. So it's not like something that it's like the bicycle. Once you get on it, once you get back on it, you'll figure it out again. But I mean, it's a plus to have your GGA guys around. Waffles didn't really start picking up for a while. It wasn't like out the gate he was bodying people. These guys, they progressed just as much as you did. I remember the CD senior, fucking 16-bit fucking Katana Wars, and then, when 16-bit, you gave him the fan, was that final round?
Yeah, you definitely proved he was superior at that point in time.
And that's one of the things that, I see in the community that kind of, I don't know, you are the Katana now. I have no doubt about that. That when that little war went on, he was the Katana. But then I hear people discredit him, say like, oh, he was nothing ever. And I'm going, wait a second. He beat you when he was playing it, and now he's nothing because you're the now Katana. And it's like, you kind of got to remember the people that, the predecessor.
I literally call the dude the Godfather of Katana. That's not me. I
understand it's not you. I'm just saying, though, when I see that, it kind of aggravates because it's like, it would be equivalent to me going out right now and beating the piss and shit out of Muhammad Ali at 70 years old with Parkinson's and say, I kicked his ass, I'm a world champion fighter. No, I'm beating him when it's 70 years old. When he's fucking 21, he would have kicked the piss and shit out of me with one punch. But they the MK community, again, that's another thing in this community that has issues. It's like everybody's got this tension and hate. The East Coast thing, like I was talking to Pig about. It's so toxic to the scene.
Okay, but, I mean, I didn't have a good time at Final Round. It was almost as bad as MLG, so I'm critical of this. And then you guys are going ape shit. So now there's a circle of, you're going ape shit because I was going ape shit, so I'm going ape shit. I don't want to go back there.
And I understand
that. I don't want to go back there.
And I understand that. And if you don't want to continue to patronize that event, I understand that. But when I see people saying, 16-bit saying boycott the East Coast, I'm going, wow, really?
Pig and I have never said boycott it. I've said I don't want to go there. If people also don't want to go there, that's whatever. I don't care if people go there.
But that's the message that you've been labeled as portraying.
That's you putting that label on me.
No, I didn't pull this out of my ass.
Get out of here, man.
I
You're
didn't
the
pull
main guy
this out.
saying it.
I didn't pull this out of my ass.
I'm not involved in this stuff, so I'm gonna go later, guys.
All right, man.
Floe.
I didn't pull this out of my ass.
Oh!
I didn't pull this out of my
gone.
ass. This is some. Well, I didn't pull this out of my ass where I just decided to say this. This is what.
Well, there's a lot of people that say a lot of things.
And that's but then again, it was.
My point is, all I've said is I don't want to go there, and people can choose to listen to that if they want. If people want to listen to my criticism and not go, that's whatever. If people want to go.
Yeah, but as somebody that's a voice to the community more so than many of the other people on Test Your Might, your word carries weight.
Agreed. And I've thought about that, and I've asked guys like Revolver have asked me about that. And the thing is, in my opinion, those tournaments are not very good, and I can't bullshit about that. Like if someone is like, did you have fun at the final round or whatever? What am I supposed to like? This is what I'm always frustrated about. Like guys like Riazy and all that are like, you need to, how can you? Aren't you supposed to be a community guys? Like, what do you like? You say you stand for the people, right? If I thought final round sucked, I know my friends thought it sucked. I know everyone I talked to thought it sucked. I'm not gonna tell people that didn't suck because it's an MK tournament. I'm not gonna do that.
And I wouldn't expect you to. But what
That's
I would
all
expect,
I'm doing.
but what
That's
I would
not
expect, but what I would expect is you to convey it in a way. I've seen the little, again, I haven't really frequented TYM much, but I've seen those little, fucking 65-page wars that go on between Combat Network and you and, East Coast players, and it's like it became an issue, and the fact that it became an issue hurts what is already a fucking dwindling scene. I keep telling people, I know everybody wants to talk fucking esports, but it ain't happening. Accept it.
The deal is, in my opinion, I kind of realize I haven't been talking about it as much. I've talked about it a couple times, but I've been kind of silent, yet these dudes are still going apeshit about it. So, like, what do you want me to do? Like, it comes up literally about once a day.
And the answer to it is this, hey, look, I'm not telling you not to go to the scene, because look, I got Justin here. Justin, Chris G, did you guys have miserable experiences at final round?
I didn't, just because I guess our tournaments were treated better because of the high amount of entrants, I guess. But I thought final round was good from my perspective.
Final round normally is good. The one that I went to.
This current year?
No. 2012 Robot was awesome. So, just this particular final round sucked.
And granted that obviously there were issues, just like MLG had issues.
And the difference is, we have never heard. That was Pig and I's biggest problem. Is we were told, KN is awesome. Hold that. We don't come. Hold that shit. We're vindicated. I'd body you myself if I could. Like, it's not exactly. I mean, Pig. We both tried to talk to Pig. Pig was talking to that Bob Smack or whatever. We tried. It didn't go anywhere. So after like a week, we were like, all right, we're done. Whatever. They don't like us. We don't like them. We're done.
And that and that's where it should end. And I agree that you shouldn't be getting shit every day about it. I just don't. If you're hearing something every day about it, then those very people got to kind of stop too, and just.
Well, that's
accept.
fine too. I mean, if they don't like me, I don't like them. It's whatever. But don't expect me to. For some reason, I'm expected to turn the other cheek. I mean, fuck that. We don't like each other. We don't like each other.
You know what? Unfortunately, that kind of does come with the territory. That's why, for me doing the show and doing what I do, people used to bitch about me. Oh, you're supposed to be a leader. I'm not a leader, dude. I'm a 45-year-old man that sits here and tells everybody to suck his dick. I mean, I play the games because I find them entertaining. I like drinking. I like debauchery. I like trying to get laid. And I like to fucking go hang out and play games sometimes.
Well, I don't know if you want to call me a leader or whatever. The point is, I say what I want. Some people think it's funny. Some people hate me. It's whatever. I think those tournaments sucked. So I'm going to keep saying they sucked. And the can guys are going to keep saying it's my problem. And that's about it.
Yeah, but then, again, as a leadership role, then maybe, you should take a step back and make yourself abstain from anything. And say, look, I've said my piece.
I basically have. I haven't really said anything in weeks.
And
if someone asked me, I'd flat out say they suck, but I haven't really said anything in a while.
And that, like I said, same thing with I've talked to Shock too. Everybody got to kind of step back, because this scene, like I said, the fighting game scene is on its way out, man. People don't want to accept it. MKX. After that, what else is there? Capcom possibly on the chopping block. You got your KOFs and your animes, which have 40, 50 turnouts, and then you got Smash. Smash has got numbers. So MKX, without NRS, and it sounds kind of me dick riding on NRS, but without NRS, there's really nothing sustainable in the FGC right now. The only thing people are looking forward. I got Justin here. What do you think about Ultra compared to getting a Street Fighter V already?
I think a lot of people have mixed feelings of Ultra, so I personally having a lot of fun of it just because of the new characters and all. But I'm pretty sure a lot of other reasons. People are like, "Oh, it's too glitchy. It's this. It's rush." I agree, it's rush, but it's just something sometimes the finished product is never the best product.
No, like I said, KI was, and that's the thing that, is starting to scare me looking at the scene on a business perspective. These companies now are just shoving out this free-to-play shit. KI is not a finished game. KI is straight up not a finished product. And, it's to the point where, they wanted to sell the Xbox One, so they figured if they put this out there, it would sell more systems. It didn't work. While, I think it was 37 that turned out for KI at MLG. That's pretty much reflective, not off of the scene, but based off of how many Xbox Ones actually sold.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I think, potentially, right now, KI community is very weak, but I think it could get stronger depending on what fighting games come out on Xbox One and PS4, like Mortal Kombat X, Guilty Gear XRD, or a new Tekken 7 or something. But other than that, right now, no one's going to really... if they think KI is going to be cool, that's all they're going to think about. They're not going to, buy the system or whatever.
Yeah, nobody's going to... again... Titanfall did well, and it had its drop off. I hear people bitching about it now. I'm not a Titanfall player. I didn't buy a PS4, and I didn't buy an Xbox One. And it's probably the first time in my life that I wasn't the dude that bought them out the gate. Because I was like, I don't want to be a sucker like a 3DO again. And I said, I'm not going to shell this out because I just didn't see quality titles coming out. And one of the keys for selling fighting games is also having a arsenal of other titles I can play that make me go wow. And there really hasn't been nothing that wowed me on either, PlayStation 4 or Xbox One. So for Street Fighter, for MKX seems to be the hot thing right now that people are juicy about. I don't know. Is there going to be a KOF 2014 or whatever? I don't know. Is it going to be another title that comes out that's going to woo the crowd? I'd love to see a new fighting game. Shit, bring back fucking Bloody Roar on Xbox One. Give me something new. But unfortunately, I don't see that happening. And that's why, like I said, as far as getting into the scene, I understand, 16, you have issues with these events, but as the fighting games dwindle, these scenes get hurt. That's why, I see Big E doing Call of Duties. He's opening up other doors for other games, other genres of games. You can't afford to lose what little there is. MLG dropped the ball on this one, And that was supposed to be the alternative to the grassroots.
I agree, but I mean, I'm not going to go to tournaments where literally the guy running it hates me. I mean,
I wouldn't say to do that at all. You know, I'm not saying to do that. I'm just saying, like I said, abstinence is the best thing. Just like, you know what? Like I said, after the UFGT thing, when I went and put Keats on blast for that, and you know, the thing that bothered me is the TYM people were the ones that were coming up to me. I didn't just wake up and say I'm going to fucking call this Keats guy a scumbag, you know. But when it happened, you know, I did it based off of what the people in the TYM world did. And then when it blew up, you know, what does TYM do? They throw me under the fucking bus and say, oh, he don't speak for us. You know, that left me very bitter with the TestJamai community. You know, and it's like, I didn't go to the event. So my opinion of I'll be honest, I didn't even watch the stream. Actually, I did. I watched that fucking tank game. But, you know, my opinion of it was, whatever you guys want to do, I'm all for it. You want to blast us away? You know, certain people said, oh, they're disrespecting NRS because, you know, whatever the reason was, they didn't donate no money or whatever the whole bullshit was. You know, I think, did you guys cancel the team thing, if I remember correctly, that year?
What team thing?
Wasn't there supposed to be a team thing during 2000, was it 12, 13, or whatever it was?
Wait, you mean the year we got bodied?
Yeah.
No, we just got bodied. We did it. We just got bodied.
You know, and when people reached out, I was more than happy to oblige. You know, you guys.
Wait, are you talking about final round?
No, I'm talking about UFGT.
Oh, are you talking about like the exhibition or whatever?
The exhibition, you guys canceled it, didn't you?
No, we did. Well, sort of. I mean, we did it, but it was just because like they had extra time. It did happen.
Okay. You know, and that was the thing. You know, it's like I learned from that I can't trust TestJamai. That's what I pretty much walked away with. If somebody's going to turn around and say they want to put somebody on blast, I got to go into fucking TMZ mode and make sure I do all my research on everything. I can't take somebody's, you know, word for it, face value, because when push came to shove and it was time for like people to say, you know, hey, yeah, this event was moved, all of a sudden, I ain't got no problem with it. You know, and this year they made the improvements, which was great. It sucks that it's the last one. You know, I don't, you know, guys were like, oh, dive kick is being on the main stage. Yeah, well, it's my game. My game, my event. You know, and that's his choice. You know, but to have people bitching the way they were bitching and then turn around, you know, like I said, you guys were not happy that first year. You know, and then to come the next one, you're like, oh, man, it's the greatest thing ever. It kind of, I'm not going to, even I have emo moments. I was like, wow, these motherfuckers are turning around, you know, jumping up and down for this event, and I'm sitting here looking like an asshole for trying to defend what they were upset about the year before. And, you know, it was like it never happened. And now we're infighting within the own community about, well, UFGT's better and, you know, East Coast sucks. And I'm going, it's just a huge dysfunctionality that happens in the MK community. I don't have the answers of what fix it. You do. Your word carries more weight than mine. You know, so it's like, you know, for whatever you say, at least half the people don't hate you. You know, so that half that likes you will listen to what you say and follow your lead.
Well, if there were like 3 Big E tournaments that everyone that went there said they were awesome, and guys like Shock and Mike Metroid were kind of like, we didn't really argue much for like a long time, so it looked like everything was smoothed over, I would probably go back. But until that happens, it's whatever.
And again, like I said, that's fine. I'm not asking you to kiss their ass or go to an event you're not happy with. You know, I mean, somewhere along the line, something's got to change, though. You know, if the scene is going to sustain the way it was, I loved the MK9 days. You know, I really did like MK9 days. You know, I liked watching the scene. I liked the rivalries that were going on. You know, but it gets to a point where now everybody's just toxic to each other. This guy hates this one, this one. Even in MK9, that didn't happen. You know,
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Like, I have a lot of friends in the Injustice community. Like, it doesn't feel that way to me.
I mean, I see it. You know, if you look at the threads, just the way people talk to each other. just the way they talk, just read a thread like, well, not you, but look at, a person that's really not a well-known person, and he puts an opinion out there. And all of a sudden people are like, well, wait, what did you place? I'm like, really? What did you place? That has relevancy on people's opinions in the community? Look at how much, I got Carl here. Look how many times Carl got shit on, in so many different ways. Including myself with the cantaloupes and the bounties, But at the end, he's produced results. Now he doesn't produce those results that he is. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, you're nothing now. That's one of the things about this scene that, the friendship aspect, it's almost like everybody's fake friends.
I don't think, not to me. I mean, I don't know. I can only speak from my perspective, but guys like Theo and White Boy, I didn't know before Injustice. They're now two of my best friends in the scene. Like, there's a bunch of guys like that. I really like the scene right now, but that's just me.
And it's not, and again, there's nothing. I'm not saying that that you're a person that's making the problems, but again, the only way I do say that is you carry weight with your voice.
Well, all I can say is I actually have to leave in a minute.
Yeah, I'm actually yeah.
All I can say is the East Coast thing. If I hear their tournaments are really good now, if dudes like Pig and those guys, DMS, if they go to those tournaments and they come back and they say they're good now, and I'm getting along with those guys for a while, I'd give them another chance. But right now, that's not in the cards. But whatever.
No, and again, like I said,
sure they tell you the same thing, that they don't want me there either. So it works.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny that there's that tension.
Yes, it's bad.
It is. Listen, I can't deny it. I definitely can't deny that there is tension.
Yeah, it's bad. But, I mean, whatever. I'm not needed for them to have a good tournament.
Yo, what's up, Ray? Why do you sound like you're on a fucking bad ground? Ray, your mic don't work. No, your mic don't work.
Give me one.
Damn. Spend the money on a new mic. But I mean, like I said, I don't have a personal. I know you think I got a personal vendetta against you. I don't.
Yes. Dude, come on, man.
Dude, if I had a personal vendetta, trust me, you would know. I'd be in Chicago. That would be my personal vendetta. I'm not going to turn around and. I mean, I like to break your balls. I'm not going to deny it. I like to try and get you a little wound up because I know I wind you up at times, and the times that I do wind you up, you don't lash back. But I mean, I'm like a meticulous person. Like, I follow that topic on TYM, and anything that was jabbing back at me, you were sure to like it. And I thought that's cool. I respect that.
Will you blow me up?
I got it a little bit. I got to keep you in check. I got to keep you in check in the sense that, again, and I'll tell you right now, and I'll tell it with Paulo in the chat. I like you. I just think you get too emotional and too wound up. And the attitude that you work and live with and the attitude that you compete with are night and day. And, a little bit more of that work ethic attitude applied. I'm not telling you because you do bring hype. But, a little bit more of that work ethic is probably going to go a little bit longer, as far as the leadership role in the community, which, as contrary, you do carry. And it's like, I hate to sound like the softer, gentler machine gun hand, but, sometimes it's needed. I can come on my show every week and tell everybody, like I said, suck my dick, do this, do this. It only goes so far if you don't carry a message that's actually going to help the scene.
Is this Ray Riazy that's on?
Mm-hmm.
Is he on now?
I think so, if he's got his mic fixed.
I gotta leave in a minute, but I'll stick around if he has something to say.
Hey, Ray, you got your mic working or what? Because I don't hear shit.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
I don't know. I gotta see what the hell this knucklehead's doing because I can't keep him on the whole time because I'm gonna get ready to. Yeah, you're in on it, so fix your mic. But again, it's not a personal vendetta against you. It's just me going back to my days when I was working on games, and the ego. You get the ego. And you can deny it, but you know damn well that ego gets built up because you're proud to be working on games, and you're looking at the product and saying, I put my 2 cents into this, and it's a good feeling, and you kind of you get a little bit skewed on criticism because it's like you put your heart and soul into something, and then have something, oh, this is stupid, and you feel insulted. It happened with me. And then you lash out, and that's what you do at times. You lash out when you feel that you did something, or you're in the community doing something, and you got people basically fucking saying, "Well, I don't like this." Unfortunately, I tell everybody the same thing. Just because you laugh at something doesn't mean everybody else is gonna. And that's all. That's the only thing I want to see with you is take to the leadership role, not only as the hype bringer, but also that more compassionate person. I've seen you actually say, well, where did you place to people? And I'm going, doesn't matter where I placed. So, I mean, that's, again, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not, like I said, I'm not out to get you. In fact, I know y'all been hitting me up for those Primal Rage 2 fatalities. At least people have.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I know.
After I got home from MLG, like I got out of the airport, and before I even went back to my apartment, I went to go play Primal Rage 2. It's crazy that we have it. That's so fucking awesome.
I think there's only like 2 boards out there.
That's what I hear. Like, Paulo claims he has one, and then Tommy had this one. It's awesome. The game's terrible, though. It looks like shit.
Yeah, well,
it looks worse than Primal Rage 1.
Yeah, well, it's what I think it was like the .36 version or 6.3 version. So I mean, it's not even it's not even really beta at that point. But there are fatalities in there still. I remember, like I said, I was supposed to do the book on it. That kind of sucked because I was like signed on to do the book deal, and they canceled it like halfway. I'm like, fuck, and they wanted my money back. They had already paid me to do the book, and they're like, oh, we need the money back. I'm like, yeah, I spent it. But Ray, are you there? Yes or no? All right, Ray, I'm going to cut you off until you fix your mic, and you're probably going to want to split out anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I would talk to him if he was here, but whatever. I got to finish my laundry and go to bed and shit.
And go to work tomorrow and make MKX. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see. I'm working. Yeah, I'm working on it. Hurry up. Hurry up. If you got something to say, nigga woke me up just to fix it. Wow. Seeing that from Ray is kind of odd. But, I mean, again, I'm going to reiterate for you, I don't hate you. The only one I hate in this community is Justin Wong because he bodies everybody in every game. At least for a while, until he drops it. Except Wonder Bars.
You said you were going to play Marvel.
Yeah, well, that's not working in my favor. I tried. I'm not going to deny it. I tried. I was actually playing with Eric Water and trying to learn some fucking Wolverine shit, but I don't know, man. That whole plinking shit, I guess I gotta work on that plinking. I'm happy with like 8-hit combos. I'm like, woohoo! And then I see guys doing 96-hit combos and killing people. I'm like, that's never gonna happen with me. My problem is I play the game as individuals. I don't play them as a team. And not to mention, I just don't think my hand and eye coordination is what it used to be. But I mean, I know PR is supposed to take top 8 at Evo. If he wants to get his $100 for me, But I know this. It's pretty much the ball's in his court. I don't even think I'm coming to Evo this year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's been playing Injustice at all, to be honest.
I'll put a bounty out on him. I'll make 16-bit collected.
PR Balrog played Injustice at MLG.
How did he do?
I mean, he got bodied, but he got a game on sickness. That's a pack up.
Oh yeah.
Well, he didn't enter Injustice.
It was a side tournament. I mean, it was obviously he's fucking around. I'm not serious, but he did play. He actually entered the free side tournament, and he got a game on someone.
Speaking of PR,
players truly are the best.
Speaking of PR, what happened with him DQing himself?
Okay.
I heard. Oh, I mean,
I saw. I was there. I saw it. So pretty much. So before Wtih stepped in and put the sound system and stuff, so there was no sound in KI, right? So obviously everyone will love sound in general in a fighting game. So KI, like, sound is important because you need to hear the move so you can break it and stuff. So all he heard was Smash Bros. Dreamland the whole time, right? And so he's hearing Kirby's stage while he's trying to break Saberwolf, right? So that was not happening at all. And then eventually, like it was Paul B was up 2-0 against Eduardo, and Eduardo was like it's a really close match, third game, and then he's fighting, and then right next to him, because he's on One Piece side, right next to him, this Smash Kid raged because he just lost, and because he raged, he didn't realize that a tournament match right next to him was happening, so he's going crazy with his hands, and it's just smacking Eduardo's shoulder and everything. So then Eduardo just stopped in the middle of the match and just straight pushes him out while Paul B was like, what the fuck was happening, right? But he stopped. Paul B stopped too. So eventually they just resumed the match and everything, and then he was so pissed, he was like, all right, I'm gonna DQ myself. But the funny thing was, he did DQ himself, right? And he did not show up for like 2 hours, but the people that he had to fight and losers all left. So the guy knew that he was still here, so he just kept getting advanced to the tournament until he calmed down and said, all right, I'm going to play.
So he got passed through fucking even after he DQ'd himself.
Yeah, at least 2 rounds.
You know, and that's, you know, again, and the flailing Smash people, you know, it's like, that's again with this whole FGC mentality of the consideration. You know, I mean, I've played in events where I've had people cut across me and somebody else that are playing, cut across between me and them in the fucking monitor, and I'm going, really?
Yeah.
You know, and I know people were saying that, like, oh, you know, he got really upset and that was bullshit. I'm like, not really. I've said, especially if you're a harsh competitor. You know, especially if he's a harsh competitor.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, you know, to have people do things. I mean, I would love to just stand behind you when you're playing in fucking Street Fighter 4 and just start, you know, playing the piano on your shoulders while you're playing and see how you were going to react. You know, you'd be like, yo, what the hell? And again, that's an issue of consideration for other players. And again, it's consideration for other players in the FGC. I'm sick of hearing, you know, Smash and fucking Capcom and, you know, everybody's got to just accept we're all fucking geeks and we all play video games. You know, and
let me interrupt you guys for a second. Is this working fine?
Yes, now we hear you. Yes.
This is Mike Metroid tech support.
Yes, tech support. You're working fine.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna let him back on. Just give him out shout outs before I go back to bed because I work at 6:30.
Yeah, so do I.
All right, I'll see you guys.
By the way, who's number 1 in MK2?
Apparently some like Mexicans. You remember reading the YouTube comments? They say that we're.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were ass. I forgot about that.
Some Mexicans are apparently better than us.
Yeah, you know.
All right, I'm out.
All right, man. Ray.
Hey, sorry about that.
All right, what's up, sir? You're live. You're live with 16-bit.
How are you doing, 16-bit? It's the first time I've ever really get to talk to you. How you doing?
Pretty good.
All right. So the reason I came on here is because obviously there's a lot of talk about KN and East Coast tournaments and a lot of the Big E tournaments. And you're 16-bit's worried that, you know, we're not going to treat him with respect. We're going to treat him like shit. And that's just not how I roll. A lot of my tournaments that I've been running with Shock and Mike, we try to do the best that we can to run efficient, and we try to do it as professional as we can. And the reason I'm getting upset is because I take a lot of pride in what I do. And we do make mistakes. Unfortunately, it happens. I mean, you can ask Playing to Win. I ran a top 8 match, Summer Jam. I feel like it's last summer. It happens. We make mistakes. And we strive to be better than those mistakes. But I don't appreciate everyone trashing Shock the way he does, trashing our tournaments, acting like they're the worst thing on the world, when really we try our best to do what we can. And I just want to run a good tournament. I want to have fun. I want people to come out. I want to support and grow. You know, I used to be a Capcom person. That's all I did. That's all I cared about. And I came into this scene because it was very welcoming, very great. And I want to improve it. And I want to get better. And the only way we can do that is if we stop bitching and just move on, and let's make this a better scene. Let's make this a better tournament. I want 100+ numbers. I want the best that we can make this, because if we don't, like you said, it's just gonna die, and that's not fun. I put a lot of money into this. Shock has put a lot of money into this. Everyone that comes out puts a lot of money into this. Why not make it worth something? Why not have fun? I want to have East versus West, Midwest versus East. I don't care. Let's just get together. Let's have fun. Let's make this work.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't know you. I don't know how good you do running tournaments. Maybe you're great. But the fact of the matter is, I don't trust Shock. I don't trust those other guys. I will not unless there's really good tournaments for a while. So, I mean, that's really all there is to it.
Have good tournaments if you keep saying shit like that. I can't.
I don't think what I say affects your tournaments. Like,
Absolutely, it does.
I don't think so. If you guys go to TFC, and if TFC is great, you go to NEC, and
But
that's
every
great.
tournament has been good. We haven't had issues.
Well-
Every time someone says there's an issue with an East Coast tournament, it's something that we cannot control as KN.
Well,
If you
I
look
mean,
at
I disagree, and
ECT, the internet, the house internet was not something that we could do. That was something that was made by Joe and John that had nothing to reflect on Shock or the KN staff. We did the best that we could, and we ran a very successful tournament. Very smooth. Everybody had plenty of time to have casuals, plenty of time to enjoy this, but how can you say you don't trust Shock when we try the best that we can? He doesn't care about this petty shit. He just wants to have fun. He wants to enjoy shit. He just wants to play MK with friends. If you really think he's that petty, then I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm just saying let's grow up and have fun.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that him and his staff don't like me and do not want me and Pig there. They're tried to get us banned. Like, don't think we don't know about that, dude. It is what it is.
We don't like you because you keep running your mouth sometimes. Like this shit, you keep saying KN sucks, East Coast sucks.
I did not like Final Round. It was not.
But that's one tournament. That's one tournament,
Okay.
and not even half the KN staff was there. Mike Metroid wasn't there. I wasn't there. We do a lot for these East Coast tournaments, and you're gonna bust one tournament for everything else that we do here.
It's not just one, man. Like,
Then what other tournaments are you complaining about?
pretty much everyone has had a really bad stream. It's had a lot of delays. It's had a lot of accusations. I mean,
What accusations? What delays?
delays are obvious. The stream problems are obvious.
Okay, stream problems have we discussed before.
Everyone
Very
talks.
broadcasted that it's not-
Everyone talks. I've seen the people admitting that.
But I run this shit. Don't you get it? I'm the one who's doing this. So tell me what issues so I can go and fix them. These issues aren't happening. And I can't fix something that's not happening.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not the only one. It's not just me and Pig. So I don't know what to tell you. We've talked about this over and over again.
I don't understand because every time these issues come up, they're issues that either KN cannot control or there's something that you haven't been to and you haven't done anything. You haven't been there. So I can't fix something based off of one tournament that I or the other KN associates have not been a part of. So let me fix what we're trying to fix, but I can't fix what's not broken. We run
at Final Round, there's literally not even acknowledgement that there's a problem. We're told...
I don't know how many people have said that tournament that had issues. Yes, there was issues, but it wasn't necessarily just Shock's fault.
Pig said it earlier. I agree earlier. Pig said earlier, it's not just Shock's fault. That Bob Smack guy fucked up. They all fucked up. Maybe they even fucked up more than Shock. But the point is, those tournaments have a record of criticism. I did not have fun at the ones I went to. I've heard very bad things about the other ones.
If you heard things and you haven't been there to see them yourself, then why not?
I've been part of it.
You've been part of something from MK9, correct? Have you been to an East Coast tournament since MK9 for Injustice?
No,
that is not Final Round.
I hear the same things happening.
What is the same things?
Like, for example, Theo and KDZ being rigged. That's very well known. Everyone talks about it. The guys that did it were sharing the text. It's very well known, man. You know that. Come on.
You're acting like we purposely try to put all these little mind game situations when we're doing brackets. No, we try to fit the best that we can.
And you got a really bad reputation, and you need to look into why.
I got a bad reputation from what?
I just gave you an example.
But that didn't happen. We don't break brackets.
Your own brother was talking about telling people who they were going to play in their pool the night before.
Yes, that's because we had them done. That doesn't change. That's not rigging. That's telling them what they are.
You cannot give that information to some
Why
player.
not? They do it the next day. I don't understand this. That doesn't change.
Because then that gives the players. That's exactly what I got in trouble for, and you guys are still doing it.
That's not getting. There's a difference between predicting and what you did and saying, "Hey, you're going to be playing in Pool 6. That's coming out tomorrow morning."
If your brother tells a player, "You are going to play this person tomorrow," though he is the only one that has that information, so he gets to train for that person when no one else in the pool knows that. There have also been problems where people have been switched around. There's been a million problems.
Okay.
Every tournament has these problems.
Exactly, every tournament. There always is problems. And when it came to ECT, and I know that there was bracket problems, we tried to fix them. We tried to say, okay, well, people are not happy, so we have to switch. We didn't do a good job at this, or we didn't do a good job at that. And we tried to separate people by region. We try to separate people by seed, and we try our best. And then we couldn't switch it. We were told by the higher ups, say, hey, we can't switch it. What's done is done. That's it, to try to cause that. And people still were unhappy. People still are like, you're rigging the brackets so that other people are trying to get better in this tournament. I don't rig brackets so that I have an advantage. I don't rig brackets so KDZ has an advantage. I don't rig brackets so Darth Arma has an advantage.
All right, the bottom line is, flat out, I don't believe you, and many people in the community don't believe you.
I don't know what I can do besides say we'll try our best to make sure that this does not happen, but this make-believe thing that we're rigging the brackets to the sense that we're giving other players an advantage is bullshit. And if it's leaks that you're upset about, I will make sure, and I'm sure Mike will listen to this, and we will make sure that we will do a better job to wait till the tournament organizers release the things. That's all I can do.
I've said what you can do. What you can do is you run multiple tournaments where there's no scandals, there's no delays, the stream is good. Within reason, obviously, I'm reasonable. Like, things are going to happen. That's fine. But if you run good tournaments for a long time, I will change my mind. I will listen to reason. But for right now,
I'm not going to run tournaments just to make you feel better. So you can either help me.
No. I did not. I'm not helping you. I'm not a TO. I'm simply saying, right now, I don't trust you guys. Many in the community do not trust you guys. And I hear what you're saying. It all sounds good. So if you deliver, I'll listen. If you deliver, if Fall Classic is good, if NAC is good, if next year's Winter Brawl is good, I'll hear you out. But for right now, I don't trust you. That's all there is to it. You can't say anything. You're just going to have to deliver. And if you deliver, so be it. I think that's reasonable.
I mean, I agree with him on this, where it's reasonable. But, my thing is, again, I understand it. If you want to tell somebody, hey, don't go to this, don't go to this event, that's hurting the MK scene. It's not hurting the FGC. It's specifically hurting the very scene that you're here to enjoy. Now, you had miserable times at these events. Like you said, people have told you they had miserable times. Other people said they didn't.
That's
not
true.
everybody.
Some people like them. No. There's definitely... Revolver has one of those tournaments and shit. I talk to him all the time. That's cool.
And that's one of the things where I keep saying that your name carries weight, and I can understand where Ray's coming from, where he's saying, look, instead of just saying this is what I'm not coming to your event, offer solutions that are feasible. I mean, I remember back in the day when I turned around and tried to get MKU and TYM to, actually coexist with each other on a civil ground. And, Glenn Crazy Bone says, yeah, well, Gerchaps has got to sell his site, and this got to happen. I go, whoa. I said, that's not being reasonable, telling people to step down and sell sites. You guys got to come on to some kind of common ground. Rather than sit and have each other in the Test Your Might thread saying, fuck this guy and fuck East Coast and, what does it take for you, beyond just saying run good events?
All right, here we go. One, a stream, it's on time, doesn't lag, doesn't crash, reasonably, of course. Mm-hmm. A really good stream. Number two, No people getting switched around in pools. No KDZ is magically going to fight Pig. Then he's not. Then he's going to fight Theo. No rumors about this. I mean, within reason, obviously you can't control this, but I don't want to hear KN staff laughing about did you like how he rigged that and shit like that. I don't want to hear that. Number 2, I don't want to have all these bizarre seating issues. I don't want to have people get DQ'd and then they have to get put in another pool. I'm not necessarily saying that's your fault. I'm just saying the Big E tournaments in general. You know, the Winter Brawl thing with Chaotic?
Yeah.
Shit like that. If I don't hear about that for a few months, I'll see. Maybe you're right. Maybe things have turned around.
Okay, for the stream, I know that has been a very big issue with us, and we have had issues with that at ECT. We've had it at NEC. When the thing is, it's very hard when you have Spooky, you have all those big top guys. They're gonna demand, they're gonna get that, and we come after that. And unfortunately, it sucks. We have 4G cards at ECT, but we gave it up so that Spooky could run because the house internet is terrible, and that's something that us as KN, we cannot control. We do the best that we can, and we will definitely try to make sure, because I love having those hype matches on there just as much as you, because I'm a stream monster. I watched UFGT. I watched, or what could watch, of MLG. I do this because I want to be a part of that. So the stream thing is a very hard thing for us to do because of that. Shock has 4G cards. We're gonna try our best to make sure that that gets done. But sometimes it's out of KN's control, and it happens a lot more than you think.
Well, I want to be clear. I'm not just blaming KN. I'm saying those tournaments in general suck.
And that thing is that I do not have control over those things. That's the things that all these people, not just you, but maybe everyone, we can say, hey, maybe we can get with E and talk. He's a very understandable guy. I mean, that
is, as Pig said earlier, that is not the impression we got. I tried. Big E was super passive aggressive. I'll never deal with Big E again.
But that's not the good attitude to have.
Hold on. Here's my perspective. Big E is insanely passive aggressive. He won't even say Pig and I's name on Facebook. So I message him and I'm like, I'm willing to talk to you. I know Brant would as well. You name the tournament, Evo, whatever. I'll gladly talk to you in person about anything. And he's like, no, I'm not interested. Not interested. So what am I supposed to take from that? The dude is not interested in talking to Pig and I. It is like, what more can I say?
There's just been a lot of
I'll
smack
show
talk
you the text. The
and
dude
the
saying, I'm not interested in talking to you guys.
But that's the thing. Like, I understand that maybe you didn't get the reception that you want, but
so
he is very.
Before I go though, I hear you saying everything right. Everything you're saying right here is cool, and I have no reason not to trust you. As far as I know, you're a cool guy, so I have no problem with you. But Big E's not interested in talking to me. Shock is most definitely not interested in talking to me. Some of your guys are literally trying to ban us from your tournaments. I mean, excuse me for not being a huge fan and not supporting your tournament.
Because you're biting the hand that feeds, and unfortunately,
whoa.
that's the case.
And that's the key. Unfortunately for you, that's the difference. You're not the hand that feeds me.
I'm not, but
I'm
Big
your
E is.
customer.
And that's my point.
No, Big E. I'm Big E's customer, and I think that's what I'm going to leave on. I think that's the fundamental thing. That quote right there sums it up, because that's not how Vandy views it.
But you're misinterpreting the quote. There's a difference between biting the hand. When I say you're biting the hand that feeds, you're burning the bridges to make it a lot harder for those to fix those things. You're not doing. You're just aggravating everyone. You're making everyone upset. You're disrespecting people in a way that, you know what, Big E runs these tournaments, and if one person from NRS is giving him a hard time, so be it. What is NRS? What is he going to care? He was going to fucking get rid of it at one point in time, as I recall. You got to respect the people in the sense that you got to try to work with these people. And if you fight with them...
Again, Pig and I tried. The dude is not interested.
Okay.
Shock is not in... Shock, when a TO literally says, and I quote... I'd beat you myself if I could. That's not a
because you attacked him personally. You did.
And he does, like, it's not a two-way street. There's not a lot of heat here. I mean, you're right, but come on, dude. Come on. Like, James himself said it. Like, let's not... The problem is you're asking me to make peace with guys that clearly aren't interested. And I don't have
am
time,
I not
man.
part of KN? Am I not part of KN?
You're the only one. You're the
okay, so as someone who's trying to take those steps into doing that, and let me be the bigger man, And
I'm
let me try
sorry,
to
but
fix
you're
it.
not the big boss, man.
I'm,
You seem
but I
cool,
run the
but you're not
tournaments, and I'm helping with that, and I can't do that, and I can't get over this, and like, let's just fucking just have fun. Like, I don't understand why that's such a big deal. I really don't. I just want to have
don't
fun.
have time, man. Like, you seem cool, but I got Keats running great tournaments. I got Vandy just announced another good tournament. I don't have to go to your tournament. I don't need the hand that feeds me. You guys aren't the hand that feeds me. If I never go to another Big E tournament, that's cool, man. Vandy's expanding. Like, he did a great job. Vandy doesn't view himself as the hand that feeds me. Vandy views me as a customer. Vandy, when there was a problem, he's like, you know what, I fucked up here. Let me tell you what's going to be even better next year. Keats. When Keats fucked up, him and his right-hand man, they came directly to GGA and they said, you know what, we fucked up. Here's what we're going to do. I don't need your hand. That's the bottom line. I'm sorry. You seem nice.
I'm not. We're not gonna. You're not understanding that you're one person right now, and until others revolt and have this big, huge
I've
like.
never said your tournament should. If you don't feel that you need Pig and I's business or whatever, then by all means, we have a mutual. As I told James, we have a mutual understanding. I'm not going there. You don't need me. I don't need you. I'll go to KIT. I'll go to M and Midwest Championship. I'll go to UFGT. I'm fine. I think we're all fine here. Like, I don't like you guys. You guys don't like me. So we just.
If you don't want to like me, then I don't want you saying my brother's name, my name, Shock's name out of your mouth. If you want to be like that, that's fine. But don't disrespect us when we're trying very hard to do something for you guys.
Unfortunately, as an unsatisfied customer, it's my right to criticize.
Fuck your right, all right? You're being an asshole, so stop it.
Well,
all right?
That's a difference of opinion, you know? I paid to go to the final
I don't care. When you start talking shit about people who care about this community and start fucking really putting their money down to help this community, and that's what you're going to say, just shut the fuck up. I don't appreciate it. I don't.
I don't appreciate taking time off work, spending a lot of money to go to Fun Around and not having a good time.
You're not the only one, though. Everyone does it.
Indeed, man. Indeed. And you have a guy like Legion who dared to spoke up, and you know what a KN staff told him? You went 2 and out. Hold that.
I'm done. I can't say anything more than try to be the bigger man and try
James,
to make.
where were you, James? Do you know about that?
Which one?
There's a man named Legion.
Legion is not part of KN, as far as I know.
No, he's not. That's not my point. There's a guy named Legion who went to Final Round, and he's just kind of a casual. You know, he didn't go there to get top 8. He's your guy. He's your kind of guy, right? And he hated it. And he spoke up, and a KN staff member told him, "You went 2 and out. You don't."
Can you name me that KN staff member?
Yes, Fantastic. No problem.
Okay, Fantastic is one of those guys who does that to get hype. It's not a personal attack. It happens. If you know Fran,
listen. 16-bit has committed his evils, and I won't deny that. But on this one, I got to take Fantastic. Like, you know, a guy that coming to an event as a first time to experience an event and gets told that is kind of
okay. And I apologize for that, and I'm sorry for that happening. And then I will work on that. That we try to work better on that.
Well, that's
I apologize.
Like I said, if that shit doesn't happen for 6 months, then you know that's.
I'm not gonna play your fucking timelines. I'm only gonna say what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna try my best. This is bullshit. There's not enough time. In 6 months, who knows what the fuck will happen? I'm gonna do my best to make every tournament that we can the best that we can.
Then you make your.
But I'm not gonna do this whole fucking the 6 months bullshit. Let's cut to the chase. I'm going to do the best that I can. Mike's gonna do the best that he can. But let's cut this bullshit out. Let's just stop.
I don't understand what you want me to do. Just
shut up. Stop being antagonizing people saying KN sucks. Fuck. All right, KN sucks. Let's move on.
Well, unfortunately,
stop talking. I don't go around. Did you see me say UFGT sucks? GGA sucks? No, I didn't.
Well, if you came to GBS and you had a bad time, I think it'd be extremely reasonable to say that.
Right, it would be, and I'd voice my opinion, and then I'd move on. And if I didn't like it, I wouldn't continue to constantly bring down other people because, like I said, people put money into this, people put time into this, and my little shitty opinion is not going to change someone that really wants to put this on. And you doing this does nothing to help that. It doesn't. So if you don't like us, fine. Just no one cares anymore. Let's just have fun. Let's just enjoy this.
All right, well, I've said my piece. It's whatever.
All right, sounds good.
All right, so, I mean, you know, So much for me building a bridge to nowhere. But and look, again, you guys don't have to agree on everything. Just I'll say what Ray said without saying it his way. Just keep each other's names out of their mouths, and you support your side of the scene. If somebody says hey, well, I was thinking about going to NEC. If you want to say, hey, you know what, I don't think it wasn't my type of event or whatever, that's fine. But, let's not let it turn into a bash the East Coast thing. Because, again, bashing the East Coast is not resolving anything. It certainly ain't making anything get better. Ray, focus on the fact that you want to, make the KN stuff as good as you can. You can't satisfy everybody. That's just reality. Christopher over here, make sure you tell all your MLG guys to get their heads out their asses and correct their issues. And guys just try to, civility. Exactly. I mean, I got people in the stream saying violin music. I'm giving my little Jerry Springer speech at the end. But, it's like, the fact is that this dysfunctionality is, and I know, 16-bit, you were saying that you don't see it as much. I see it. I from when I used to go on the TYM to what I see now, it's just like, there's just a nasty negativity. And I remember when people saying, oh, the On Blair show breeds hate. I don't breed hate. I just let you guys vent your hate. And hopefully, guys will correct it. But, if it's not going to happen, guys just learn to be civil with each other. I want to go to KIT. I definitely, I don't mind going to KIT. I'll go to, SCR. I'll even go to UFGT. I talked to Keats, and I told him, if I come there, am I going to have an issue? No, it was basically, believe it or not, Digimon out of everybody brokered the peace deal, and I wanted to go to the event. I have no personal gripes with any of these people. I don't have gripes with any of you, but the fact is that you guys do have gripes, and they're not going to get resolved in a 5-minute Jerry Springer episode of the On Blast show. But they will get resolved as long as you guys at least keep that dialogue of being civil to each other. I mean, Ray, I'm going to kind of zip you a little bit. Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up to 16-bit wasn't making any peace deal any better. I mean, and that's the thing that you guys got to remember. It's like, I understand you guys are frustrated with each other, and I'm not on 16-bit side, I'm not on Ray's side, I'm not on Combat Network side, I'm on my own side. And from my side, I look at it and I go, y'all act like bitches, arguing about petty things. And, 16-bit, I remember, the last final round, the final round before that, did you not have a good time?
Well, other than getting bodied, yeah, it was a pretty good tournament.
But, and it's that, and I'm going to go into that kumbaya moment, with the fucking cantaloupes and the 5-on-5 and, guys competing. It was a friendlier environment with competition being the pinnacle of actually, the hypeness. Now it's like the pinnacle of the hypeness is, Combat Network sucks dick and fucking GGA's assholes and 16-bit's this and Pig is that. And it's like, it went from the BS WWE hype, which people used to tell me, that's stupid, to actual hate going back and forth between people. 16-bit, you got to admit, you see that.
Oh, and in terms of that, yeah, there's definitely absolute hate, yeah. I honestly don't feel welcome there. And I don't blame them. I blow them up too, so, but yeah.
But, and again, that, that's going to go to both of you guys, that, the hate shit's just got to stop. MKX is going to drop. Is this, honestly, I don't, I've put a couple of $1,000 into pop prizes at events now for Injustice, a game I don't even play. And my whole thing is, it's like, I'm starting to say, come MKX, maybe I'll give my money to Justin instead. And I'll give it to the Capcom, because they're not that, dysfunctional.
I don't think we can get along, man. I think Pig and I are pretty much done with those guys.
Well, that's fine, but I apologize for freaking out like I did. It's a lot of weeks of frustration, but I am going to do my best to make sure that anyone who comes to a KN tournament, that there's going to be a level of professionalism. There's going to be a chance to have fun. We're going to have casual setups. We're going to make it the best that we can, and I'm not going to downplay. And if you, Pig, and if you 16-bit ever feel like you want to come to East Coast tournament, we're going to welcome you with arms, because you know what? That's the best that I can do, and I'm not going to play into this like at all. I want to have good tournaments. I want to have a good time.
Like I said, all you got to do is do what you're saying. If you're telling the truth, if I hear from Jupiter Revolver and those guys, if they tell me that the tournaments are good, hey, maybe things are turned around. Maybe I'd come back if you guys actually wanted me to come back. Which, I mean, whatever. We'll see. If you're telling the truth, then you have nothing to worry about.
All right. Well, like I said, we're going to try to be professional about it, and I'm going to try to make the best tournaments that we can, and I know everyone else will. So.
All right. So with that said, I know 16. You probably got to fucking go, right?
Yeah.
I know you were saying you had to go a while ago.
An hour ago.
See, we don't hate you.
Some people do.
Hate's a strong word.
I don't hate anyone.
I don't either. If I hated people, like I said, I treat people I hate. I don't even talk to them. I just say, fuck them. I don't want to talk to them. So I mean, you're not hated. Just guys gotta, the MK community, NRS. I hate calling it to the NRS community. That's the one thing I will say. That's one of my peeves. I'm like, giving somebody the title NRS community almost gives them a feeling like they're, part of the NRS development team. It's like you're Injustice, you're MK. Just because I play MK doesn't mean I gotta like Injustice. I don't like it. Not based off of gameplay. I just fucking can't stomach these stupid characters like Killer Frost and that Raven bitch. I ain't never heard of them. I don't know who these Teen Titan characters are or any of that shit. I know Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, boom, Aquaman. And obviously, the well-known ones. I didn't vibe with the game. I don't tell people, don't play this game, it's bullshit. No, play the game if you like the game. Like I said, I give money to the pop prizes, because I just think it's cool to see people, level up and actually make a little something. And it's entertaining for me. It's like, I get to play Caesar. But, again, I appreciate you coming on. I reiterate to you that I don't hate you. You're always welcome to come on. But, like some of the things that I said, I hope you'll consider, just to remember, your position in the community, and your word does carry a lot of weight for at least half the community.
I mean, I definitely wish I had held my tongue on the Floe thing. I don't really regret it, but I kind of regret it, but kind of don't. I don't know what the fuck I just said, but...
I got the gist.
Alright, anyway, I gotta get out of here.
Alright, man.
Peace.
Alright. So, people in the chat, I see everybody saying, put 16-bit on blast with the bracket thing. That's old news. I can put that on over and over. It doesn't accomplish anything. Again, I try to broker peace deals. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. And, in this particular instance, it didn't. But, Ray, I'm glad that you came on to actually, try and broker some peace yourself. But, again, work on you guys. Don't look back at, other people. And it's sad because, like I said, with Justin here and everything, these other people aren't having bad events. Bad times at the events. And it when you look at the event, and if you consistently say, like, everybody from the MK/Injustice scene is having bad events, but Capcom, Street Fighter, Marvel Capcom, the anime games, the Virtual Fighters, the Tekken tags, they're not saying it. So, we can't, as a community, we can't look just towards the TOs. We got to look at ourselves. Because we're the ones that are fucking up our own events. And again, I've known Shock for years. I know he puts 120% into this. Same thing with summoning. They've been doing this for a long time. If there's corrections that need to be made, they'll do what they can. Some shit's obviously out of their hands. When I keep hearing this internet issue, I'm going, if you have, if you're told you're getting a connection and then you get you're bound to using a 4G card, to only have your 4G card not work, how many backups can you have? MLG's had internet issues, and they're running off of fiber. So internet issues are going to happen, but from what I see, it's only one time, which was final round, which was where like the major dilemma was. I don't know, were the other events fucked up, Ray?
The only thing that we had issues with were ECT. That was just because, again, the house internet was terrible. That venue was terrible. There was a lot of issues, not just with the NRS scene, but with John and Joe. There was a whole bunch of crap. So ECT wasn't our fault. We tried the best with what we do. I wasn't at Winter Brawl. I heard about what happened to Chaotic. Again, that wasn't KN staff that happened with. It was someone who was just trying to help out, wasn't really normally part of the staffing that let that happen. NEC, we did our best, but again, the same kind of thing happened with the internet. And if it wasn't for Pig, we wouldn't have been able to stream what we did. And I still thank him for it. Like, I don't have a problem with Pig. I don't have a problem with 16-bit personally. Like, I know they're just voicing their opinions, but, it's just one of those things where we put a lot of time and effort and we can only do so much. And we all make mistakes. Like I said, I made a mistake.
I don't. I don't.
So.
I don't. I'm perfect, so I never make mistakes.
All right, guys, I'm out of here.
All right, Mr. Mac and Cheese. By the way, your sister looks fucking like a mini you.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't either. Either she's a butch dude or you're a pretty looking bitch.
Damn, I feel sexy. I'll stick with that one. Got myself a shape up, so I'm feeling pretty good for this weekend.
Yeah, how you getting around these days?
I'm flying a kite.
Really?
Yeah.
How's the car thing working out?
I got my first ticket, even though I haven't drove yet.
Would you park illegally on the street?
Oh no! Apparently, you gotta move your car twice a week.
What?
What?
Yes, you have to move your car twice a week because the streets get swept.
Oh, they do that in New York too.
Oh.
They do that in New York. I didn't know they do that out there.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks. So
it's weird.
What's your next event you're going to?
CEO. I'm going to Florida tomorrow. I'll be there for the whole week.
Damn. I'm going to the beach.
Yeah, I got to enjoy myself one time.
No, I'm going to the beach. I'm going to VXG.
You're going to VXG?
Yeah.
Yo, can you give me my money?
Maybe. That's one of my talking points when I go down there is to hopefully, I was given dates. The dates came and went. Well, they didn't come and go yet, but they will come and go. So hopefully I'll be able to talk to these guys and find out what the real deal is, when I'm down there. Again, I know Justin's waiting. A lot of people are waiting for money. So hopefully I'll either get some resolution or I'll get a fucking sunburn.
Wait, when is the next VXG anyway?
July 17th.
So does the winner get the first year's money?
I don't know. I think the people from this year get the people that last year are going to get this year's money. But I mean, I don't know. I got to see what happens. Again. I hope it. One good thing about it. I know it's a bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow. Unlike other events that have done events and then when they didn't pay up, they went MIA. At least these guys are still there. I just don't know how beneficial it could be, even with me going down there. If I can make anything happen, I really don't have any idea. I'm gonna kind of walk into this blind. But I need to get out of this country for a while, and I figured, what better place to go than the beach?
A beach that robs you.
The beach didn't rob you. But hopefully it pans out. So we'll see. I'll do a show from down there.
All right, man. Have fun.
Yes, sir. I will hopefully see you win some Marvel. I haven't seen you win anything in a while.
Yeah, I'm too lazy.
That's not good. So Justin, are you going to be bodying Chris G this time around at CEO? Hopefully, because I know I know you were saying on, I think it was on Twitter, you were saying about how Chris is the Marvel deity that you look to dethrone.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the best. So obviously, as a competitor, I want to beat him.
I think I'm gonna put a bounty on you, Chris.
Yo, why can't I just like get that money? Like, well,
because I'm putting the bounty on you, not for you.
This ain't fair, yo. We should fund me.
Yeah, man. Just like how everyone's funding everyone else, you know.
Yeah, yo. Where's my charity money, man? This ain't fair.
I mean, I need to do a donation drive to get the CEO. So if anybody out there wants to PayPal JamessMK at hotmail.com and send me to CEO this week, I got money in the bank, but I just don't want to spend it.
Exactly. I want, yo. You know, did you see my status?
No.
Oh, freaking. What's that? I think it was a French guy, Momo Mino, whatever the hell. Like he tried to blow me up, and I just told him to shut up. And then he blocked me on Facebook because I made a joke about
donations.
Yeah, about the donations. I said I want gambling money, which that's pretty good. You know, people deserve gambling money.
Yeah, I definitely listen. Let me tell you something. My belief on the whole donation thing is that motherfucker, whoever gets the donations, should jot down, especially if it's a top player that wins something. He should jot down a little fucking notepad and mark his books and say, all right, Chris G gave me $20. I give you $20 plus $10 more as long as the pot's, enough. Especially if you're somebody that's good with, making money in these money matches on the side too. If the guy stands to make a couple of grand, I don't believe in this paying for a guy to go to an event and then not giving back because you're entertainment. No. If I want entertainment, I turn on my TV or I play a game myself. You're not entertainment.
What if they're not even on stream and they lose?
Yeah, that's very possible.
But then again, if they win, they should reimburse the people that donated the money to them. I mean, it would be a lot, either that or, dude, give me a fucking Chris G autograph something. When I see people just give me money, I'm like, really? Is that really what the FGC's become?
Oh, yeah. I've given away so much stuff already.
I know. I've done it on my show, remember?
I gave away posters like not so long ago.
And to me, that's good. But when I see these guys that are just going, hey, give me money so I can go to this event because I have a possibility of making, top 3 in KOF. I'm like, wow, really? KOF with its $9 first prize? And how are you going to reimburse me with what I give you? Oh, I entertain you. No, give me something. Give me a fucking a shirt off your back and sign it. Something to make people feel like they're investing in something. Not this mentality of just give me money.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what they were doing with the T-shirt drives and stuff? Like they were getting for every time they donate for Alex Myers or any of those stuff, or they got like a T-shirt. Isn't that what they're doing?
I thought that Kappa thing was the dumbest thing ever.
But
see, the T-shirt thing is like at least they're getting a T-shirt, right?
Yeah.
But some people are like, yo, I'm just trying to go and I don't got nothing to give back, type of shit.
Yeah, I don't like wow. But you know what kills me? People give. I'm like,
I want money. I'm just saying.
I mean, people give, and I'm going. Okay, we used to joke around when we were younger, and like, there used to be guys that used to panhandle down by the Trade Center, and we did the math with, 10 million people living in fucking New York. If everybody gave that guy a penny, he's rich.
I was actually thinking about that just the other day. I was like, if I have like 17,000 followers, if each one of you gave me $1, I'd be very happy.
Damn, I want the same thing now.
Yeah, doesn't that sound like a good gimmick?
And right. You know what? You send out and you say, "I'll give you a free autograph, not on a photo because that costs you money. Just regular paper. I'm just gonna send you an envelope with my signature on it for $1."
Yo, I would do 17,000 signatures.
Oh no, I think the easiest way is to do like whoever donates $1, each of the followers that donate $1, that you just give them a thank you tweet. So then you have to write 16,000 tweets.
I would do it.
That would be, but you know what? I can even respect that You know, not just generalized. You know, now they do a generalized. They're like, thank you everybody that donated. I'm going to CEO, and that's it. I'm like, that's not personal. I gave you money. I want you to mention my name or something. You know, but I mean, it's I don't know. It's.
Well, at least they haven't started Kickstarters over it yet.
I'll give it a couple of fucking months.
I wonder what those perks would be. Donate $5.
Donate $5.
No, isn't there already Kickstarters?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think anybody did a Kickstarter for.
Maybe you should do that, Chris.
Yo,
Do a Kickstarter.
Let's see. What would I need the money for?
Drinking.
A better house.
That's it.
What's your perks? You gotta give them perks.
I'll stream all day, 24/7, 7 days a week.
I'll personally call you up and say thank you. There you go. That's worth a fucking $50 donation.
Yeah, yo.
You should do it. I think you'd be the first person to have success with it.
If you give $100, I'll send you a free box of macaroni and cheese. Autographed.
Each noodle.
You know. I mean, if you really want to be cheap, yeah, you can take each noodle out of the box and send it.
Yo, he ain't about eating it, man.
33 cents box of macaroni and cheese. Fucking 500 fucking noodles getting sent out, and you wound up getting fucking 17 grand.
Yo, you see? Yo, we got to think of gimmicks like that, man.
Well, the CEO did the donation drive to buffer the pop bonus. Wouldn't that be better than sending to someone? Like, wasn't that a good thing?
See, that I don't mind. I don't mind, like, you know, I don't mind an incentive, because that's almost like everybody having the ability to have an incentive to, like, you know, I gave my part to putting into the pot, not to a specific person. So, I mean, depending on what the game is, it's like, all right, well, who's getting it? Justin, Chris G, Ray, you know, I mean, you narrow down to these 10 people that could possibly get it. Now, let me ask you this, though. If you know, what you see other people doing as donations, I mean, I'm going to break fucking Triforce's balls a little bit. You know, I see these people doing that, but then when Triforce does it, it's like the devil. You know?
Okay,
and,
so all right, but this is how I see it, right? It's like, for example, like Broly Legs, he did his Evil donation stream like 6 months in advance. So like okay, that's understandable, right? 6 months in advance, so you're definitely trying to find the cheapest ticket and whatever, try and book everything really fast, right? But then everyone else is like literally, oh shit, Evil is literally 3 weeks away. Let's do a donation drive, even though tickets are like almost $1,000 or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like a complete difference. Like there's no, you have poor organization skills. It's like 100%. Like you should just, like, you know, Evo's always going to be in July, 100%. It's not like you don't know.
Yeah, you kind of got, if you know what's happening. I mean,
I bought my hotel room. I didn't even know I did.
How did that happen?
Exactly.
You know, but I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, you got to be smart with it. And even if you're doing it, you know, it's like, you got to be smart with just the fact of doing it. You know, it's like, you gotta offer people something. You know, this straight out just begging for money. It makes, you know, I hate saying poverty, because I ain't in poverty, motherfuckers. I mean, I'm not living like a king right now, but I got a bank account with money in it, you know, and it makes the scene, you know, look bad when, you know, 15 of the top 20 guys got there by begging for money. You know, because people, you know, again, the esports mentality, you know, this attitude that somewhere down the line, and I've told this to Triforce the other day, I go, look, you know, you put hope in people's eyes about this scene turning into this $1 million enterprise for players, and I go, there ain't going to be, no, you know, as good as you are, Justin, as good as Daigo is, as good as Chris is, nobody's going to be making $1 million a year playing video games.
Not if I ask for donations.
The best you're going to pilfer up for people is what? Maybe fucking 25 grand? That's on a really good pilfering fucking whatever.
And then we invest.
What are you investing in? Macaroni and cheese.
Hey, I'm a banker. If you need investment options, let me give you my card.
For a low commission. You know, and that's the thing that this scene, you know, there's so many issues with this scene that people want. I mean, look, I would love to see this shit turn into esports and all that other la bullshit. But reality is, in, you know, 30 years of gaming, it doesn't even look any closer than it did when I was playing motherfucking Star Castle in 1979. You know,
It hasn't.
It's no different. You know, some people got a couple of dollars. You know, the players that are paid now, back in my day, those were foosball players. You know, foosball was big back then. So those were the guys that actually made some money. You know, but now it's like guys, you know, they see the Call of Duties and the League of Legends, and it's funny watching FGC guys all of a sudden hopping on League of Legends. Like I understand Mon did his thing, and he actually, in my opinion, was one of the guys that went the furthest with it. But like, he also did it in the beginning of League of Legends. You know, not 2 years after the game's out, 3 years after it's out. And I see people now like, oh, I'm going to go play League of Legends. I'm like, yeah, all right. Good luck getting the diamond without putting in fucking 18-hour days. You know, if you don't put in the time, you're not going to get it. And even if you do get it, that don't mean shit. You know, so nobody's putting out, you know, these fucking, I mean, Dota's what, 10 million, I think the prize is now?
Jeez.
You know, I mean,
I just don't understand. I don't understand why we have to strive so hard for that. I mean, if we just did what we did, we'd probably be. I mean, look at the boom in 2009. No one was going esports then. They were just enjoying the new game, the new scene. Why can't we just continue that?
And that's, you know, and that's the thing. I like I said, Justin, Chris, you guys can win all the matches you want. I'll be the guy behind you with the fucking bottle of Jack in my hand saying fucking party.
Yeah, let's party.
You know, I enjoy that more than trying to compete hard.
You're right. I mean, the end of it is always the most enjoyable. When you get to relax.
You do, and that's the funny thing, because you actually, you know, I find, and this is, again, maybe it's my fucking old age or just not being as good as I used to be at games, but I find it more entertaining watching people than I do actually playing a lot of these games. And now maybe, like I said, Injustice kind of poisoned me a little bit. You know, like I said, I didn't find it, you know, really enjoyable. I didn't hate it. I just was like, eh. You know, MK9, you know, playing shitty-ass Baraka. You know, having Paulo fuck me every time, you know, because he knew I liked the character, so he kept fucking nerfing him on me. You know, Baraka should have been top tier. You know, I'll take the Brady approach. He knew I liked the character, so he just kept fucking with him. You know, but well, then again, you were a noob Cybot, so.
Yeah, noob and Reptile.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot you're Reptile. You did a video like was it? When did that you come up with that combo? Somebody threw me that video not too long ago of a combo that you did with him that was actually pretty cool. That wasn't fucking viable. Where you ended it with the invisibility.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool. The reset.
Yeah. Not viable, but cool.
Yeah. I have like a bunch of that stuff, but you know, I just wanted to upload one. Show people what I actually know about games, because everyone else is mad bland.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, look, when Junior was at his prime, you know, he was entertaining to watch. Rio is always entertaining to watch.
Oh, you mean before he switched like 10 characters?
I respect that, though. Again, you know, one of my things, being an old school MK guy, you know, I play every character in MK2 and MK3. Not one. I don't say, oh, yeah, you know, I don't say, oh, man, I'm not going to use this guy because he's low tier, because I have a character that answers for every other character.
Yeah.
You know, and I respect that. Unfortunately, now, they give you so much. I mean, looking at MKX with all the styles, you know, it's like, wow, now you're really 24 characters plus 3 styles is like 72 fucking characters. You know, so it's like, you know, it's like they make it so many variables. It's too hard to master every character now.
Yeah, that reminds me of Melty Blood.
Mm-hmm.
With
Same
the different
exact thing.
styles.
Yeah, same thing. And it's like, you know, you characters get lost, and that's why, like, one thing I did like about Injustice is, you know, I mean, I remember everybody saying how Shazam was ass, and then all of a sudden Shazam wins the tournament, and I'm going, wow, that's kind of cool that, like, a character that nobody even liked, you know, could still wind up coming out and potentially wind up being a good character, depending on whose hands it's in. You know, and that's something that you really don't see too often. You know, I mean, like, how often did you see a really good T-Hawk in Street Fighter 4? You know, nobody, or a Ken, you know, in the last version. You know, you didn't really see it too often. You saw it once or twice from people, but you didn't see, like, 100 Kens. I mean, Rufus, it's pretty much Justin and Ricky. After that, I don't know any top Rufus players besides them.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing that, you know, that's the part of the gaming experience that I look forward to, is seeing characters that, oh shit, and that's why I use Baraka. People are like, Baraka sucks. I'm like, yeah, he does, but if I beat you with Baraka, you should really feel like shit. You know, that was basically what my mentality was. You know, I know people like to go, oh, you always use Baraka. No, I didn't. I mean, he was in MK2. He was in this, and he was in fucking Trilogy, but it wasn't a character that I chose to use because he was good. I love Kung Lao, ironically. You know, so I mean, it's definitely good when you start to see a large array of characters. But I just think 72, man, that's a lot right out the gate.
I'll always like my 2 characters.
I mean, I'm sure you'll get Reptile and MKX.
Yeah, he didn't die.
No, he didn't die, and he's a reptile, so he's one of those characters that can live for 500 years type shit. But
He just kept losing every single fight.
Yeah, well, you know, he did get fucked by Onaga and got turned into the Dragon God or some shit. So I mean, I guess he's asexual, but you know, hey, whatever floats the boat. You know, I mean, but you know, it's funny because, you know, again, all this stuff that we were talking about today with MLG, you know, I mean, was it true resolution? No, but things are brought to the attention, like, Christopher hears this, you know, I don't know if you're going to go running back to them and say, hey, you know, this is what they were talking about. And like I said, Sundance...
I mean, I don't got a voice like that, but like I tried to link to you in the chat, like, that's one of the producers. He was a producer for Smash. He did kind of address it. That statement was addressed to the Smash community, but, you know, every game and every community was affected as a whole, and they had taken notice to the fighters, StarCraft, and Call of Duty as well. They definitely did pay attention to that. I just want you guys to know that, like, none of the issues that we had were intentional. I didn't want this to turn into like a shit on MLG fest, because it was not intended to do, you know, to have all these mistakes. You know, they, like you guys said before, like, you guys had great experiences, like Pig at a Hut, for example. He said he's had great experiences, and he's disappointed that this MLG didn't turn out the way he's previously experienced it. We all did. You know, nobody wanted that to happen, but, you know, mistakes happen. You know,
yeah, I mean, I don't, like I said, I mean, I'm a very harsh critic of them, but I'm not, you know, to the point, like, I don't think they intentionally said, let's set out and, you know, wreck the FGC, I mean, or wreck their experience. But, you know, I mean, I do feel like, you know, the FGC is the lower tier of the games that are in their eyes. That, like, you know, for example, if it was like, oh shit, you know, we got one lifeline to stream, which one do we give it to? They're not going to turn around and give it to Injustice. They're going after their numbers, which is either Call of Duty or StarCraft, and that's the one that would get it, which is understandable in a business sense. You know, I have no qualms about that, but, you know, the little things like the security guards going super Nazi, you know, the argument, the bickering that was going on, the attitudes that came from the players, rightfully so, for being frustrated of waiting, you know, to play. It was just it all compounded.
Yeah, it did. Definitely did.
You know,
Definitely
and like I said, you know, it would be nice to have like Sundance come out and actually address the issue besides just the producer, because obviously Sundance has got to be livid. You know, I would think he's livid. You know, of the performance, because like I said, I've never heard of a bad event for him until here.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been mishaps in the past, like especially with like streams and stuff like that, like Dallas of 2011. But at any rate, you know, that's things that they try to avoid in the future, and I'm pretty sure this will be one thing that they will try to avoid in the future. Now that this has happened, you know, like MLG is constantly growing, and they rarely make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, I think they'll correct it. I mean, now what would be the next venue? That's Dallas next, right?
I believe it's Dallas, yes.
And then Raleigh, and then Columbus.
It hasn't been confirmed, but
It seems like they do the same float.
Right,
They
right.
kind of go counterclockwise around the country. So I would venture to say Raleigh would be the next. And I mean, I hope, you know, like I said, I wish in a perfect world Street Fighter could actually get picked up. I mean, look, I don't, you know, again, people will disagree with me on this. I think the Capcom Cup's got the Capcom Pro Tour's got a year, 2 years tops of it, and then that's going to fizzle out. I just don't see it, you know, picking up, because, you know, their overhead is minimal because they're just attaching themselves to tournaments. I mean, they obviously added events, but, you know, they...
Yeah, I think that's too many events.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of events for points that, you know... How many people are in the Capcom Cup when they do it? What's their cutover? Their cutout?
Was it 8 or 16?
I think it was 16, right? Justin, how many people were in the Capcom Cup? Okay. Justin, this is your conscience. You're going to throw a match against JamessMK in Street Fighter 4. Rufus versus Rufus. I was going to actually, believe it or not, yeah, he actually made me want to start maining Rufus. I was between him and Ricky watching him. I'm like, you know, maybe I'll use this fucking fat bastard. And then I was like, I'm going to try with Ken. And then I said, you know what, Ultra's going to just attract dust.
I've been really into Yang as of late. I watched Chris's video actually and all the setups, and he made me. It was definitely helpful into learning that character, and he's a really, really fun character to use.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't like the tiering that people do. You know, and I see like, Jason fucking whatever is from Event Hub, always fucking hating. Like, I guess he's got a real issue, I guess, with Fei Long's performance.
Yeah,
he's always so mad about it. Like, every time I see him tweet, he's like, this shit with Fei. I'm like, but it's your character. If you don't like him, what do? Go to another. I mean, it's pretty simple. If you don't like the way the character plays, you know, don't play a bottom tier character and not expect bottom tier results. You know, and unfortunately, you know, that's the mentality a lot of times in the scene, but it is what it is. You know, I mean, that's why, like I said, going back to MKX with 72 different characters, you know, Hellfire Scorpion versus, you know, whatever, fucking insect bitches, you know, pesticide mode or whatever the hell it is, you know, and it's like, it has so many variables in there that I think out the gate you're going to see a lot of mismatches at events where, you know, people think this character is going to body and they get blown up, because you got to remember, not only do they have different styles, people play with different styles. You know, you might be a rush down fucking reptile, I'm a fucking spamming acid ball reptile from the other side of the screen all match. So
yeah.
with the fact that you're going to have that in conjunction with 3 different styles to choose from, I think you're going to see a lot of mismatches for a while with it. You know, and that many people is a lot of fucking characters. Plus, you know, I like the fact that there's going to be a large roster of new characters. You know, I'm sick of fucking some of these characters already. I hope they kill Katana. I really hope they kill off Katana. Then again, you know, the 16-bit I'll let it live. Not, you know, but you know, I mean, Scorpion with that fucking Melina kick. You know, that shit was cool when I was watching the video and I seen him doing like the Melina kick and he stays there. So it's like he's doing it and I don't think you can punish it.
It's fire mage mode.
Fire mage.
Well, I'm gonna get ready to go. I just want to say thank you guys for letting me on the show. I just wanted to, kind of sit and clarify some of the things that happened. And I was hoping this didn't turn into a shit fest on MLG. And like I said, I apologize. Not, a lot of us are disappointed, but thanks for respectfully voicing your concerns and your
I mean, yeah, I mean, like I said, it gets a little bit, heated at times, but I mean, look,
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, you can't pretend it away. You can't blame the community and say, "Oh, if you turned out more, we would have did more." Though that method of trying to attract people doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Just say, "Look, you know what? We had issues. We're going to work on the issues. We're going to try to do this to resolve it in the future." And I guarantee you, people will forgive and forget like it never happened.
Right. And that's why I try to prove that little link that I sent you to the Smash Boys with the producer. They do listen to you guys' concerns, and they will definitely work on that in the future. That I have no doubt about, because I've been following MLG since 2006, and they're very community oriented as opposed to popular belief. They are very community oriented.
Well, I'll let you run. I appreciate
Yeah.
you coming on. You're always welcome to come on. Just hit me up every Tuesday, 8 o'clock.
Thanks, I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
All right, man. So, the MLG thing, look, everybody had their experience. I mean, it is what it is. Hopefully they address it. I would expect to hear something within the next day or two. I don't know if Adam, because Sundance got me blocked. He don't like me. But Sundance, I haven't seen him tweet anything out there, so I don't know if either one of them have addressed the issues yet.
Do you think they really will expand, even if they do Dallas and Anaheim or Raleigh? Do you think they'll still include all the fighting games again?
I would think. Listen, they're their worst enemy. There's 2 months to announce it. Is a harsh fucking pill to swallow. They literally gotta come out today and say, in fucking, October we're gonna have MLG in Dallas or whatever. This way you got the time to prep. People can buy $100 tickets instead of $500 tickets. Make it more accessible and more transparent for people to actually come to these events. And again, like I said, address these issues and say what you're gonna do to better it, and take it from there. As far as injustice continuing on, to be honest, I don't think it's going to. I mean, 72 people turnout is shit in their eyes. They're looking at 300-400 people they want to turn out, which you're not going to get. Reality is this: you're never going to get that. Not in this scene.
It's too old of a game. I feel like if they caught like MK9 did, they caught it right when it was exploding, and they got huge turnouts. I think if they do that with MKX, they might be expecting something where it's fresh, it's new, it's something everyone's playing. With Injustice now, it's going through its dying phases now that MKX is on the way.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't want to accept that. But it's just the law of averages of games. Nobody's going to go play, Street Fighter 2011 when there's, Ultra out now. There's no reason to. People try not going backwards. When MK drops, I see, Injustice dying off fairly quick. But if they grab MK out the gate, I definitely see it. But then again, they look at it, because they don't come from a fighting game background. A lot of these companies would have a tendency to turn around and say, let's see how it does. Rather than get the jump and take that chance. It would be like DOA, for example. DOA, didn't do that well, sales-wise. Mm-hmm. And grabbing it and saying, let's go put DOA when the day it releases, we're doing DOA in our events. And then you find out it didn't sell. Now you're stuck and committed to doing events for a game where 9 people are going to show up to a DOA tournament for $25,000. That's when I turn around and say, all right, you know what? We all just split the money. But, with MKX, if they release it right, yeah, I have a feeling they should pick it up right away. Get one of those $20,000 pop prizes and fucking, pay out to the top 8 again like they were doing. You know, this paid out top 3. You know,
It just seems really odd at the timing of it. It felt like kind of like MLG was kind of like, yeah, we did MK9, so we're gonna include Justice. I feel like it didn't have the oomph, the excitement to it, and I feel like it was more like kind of a pity kind of thing. I don't know.
yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
So I mean, I hope for MKX. I know a lot of people are really excited about it. My family's excited about it. I mean, of course, Mike's excited about it. It's just it's driving up interest, and I hope that everyone can enjoy it, and everyone comes from every side to enjoy it. It looks really nice.
Yeah, it definitely, like I said, it's definitely pretty mind blowing the way it looks.
The gore is ridiculous. It's getting too real.
That's the best.
Definitely a new time high.
Yeah, it's definitely. Listen, I mean, my little secret is you could tell Ed Boon don't have a hand in this. That it's straight up like Paulo and Brian and all these other guys, because it definitely has their touch to it, as compared to, you know, the past MKs. What's up, Mr. Maxter?
Hey James, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello. ¿Qué pasa?
¿Qué pasa, mi pana? No, I cannot hear you on my fucking earphones. I don't know why. I know you can hear me, but I cannot hear you at all.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
I can hear you through my computer speakers.
I hear you fine.
I don't want to wake these people up right now. Just give me a second. Let me see how I fix this.
Oh, I got dropped.
Nobody dropped you. What's this Illuminati shit? What's this Illuminati shit, Maxter?
Uh-huh.
Are you good? Test, testicle.
No, I'm good. The thing is that I can hear you through my speakers, and you know I don't have them loud enough because these people are sleeping here.
Oh, go to tools. Go to options.
No, it's my video. It's my sound card. Just give me a second. I mean, keep going, man. I'm gonna fix this. I'll let you know.
Okay. So, I mean, you know, with Injustice, I mean, with MKX, Chris, what do you expect to see that, like, you look forward to in it?
Speed. I want some speed.
Oh, you weren't happy with Injustice speed?
No comment.
It was 60 frames a second. I go 60
frames.
Wasn't
moving 60 frames a second.
I say, you know, when somebody told me that, I'm like, 60 frames a second don't mean the game's fast. It just means that there's 60 frames of animation. You know, that's all that means to me. I said, if you make it 60 frames to go from one end of the screen to the other, that's going to be fast. But if you turn around and make them fucking take 2,450 fucking frames just to walk 2 feet, that's going to be slow as hell.
Well, when I was moving, like everything looked good. I like the fact that you can't like if you backdash and I hit you, you can't break her.
Yeah.
Because it takes up the full bar of stamina. So you can't just randomly like do stuff.
No, I mean, I like the fact that you got run again.
Yeah, I mean the run what I was looking at, it looked like it was more combo wise. But like because you couldn't just straight up swing after running, you know, I don't know how viable that is.
Yeah, I mean it's all based off, from what I'm seeing, it's all based off of that meter. Everything's based off of that meter. Grabbing shit, bouncing off shit, running. It's all based off of that little meter. Backdashing. So, I mean, the more meter you keep, the better you can do. I mean, I don't see you being able to run from one end of the screen to the other before the meter dies out. You know, so, I mean, that's something that, you know, everybody's just got to see how it plays out. You know, I like the interactables. People bitched about the interactables in Justice, and they were like, "Yo, they got to be taken out. You got to be able to disable them." And then as time went on, people just let it rock, and it's like, I mean, there's still some people out there that'll bitch about it and say, "Oh, you should not use them," It's part of the game. I like that factor where, like, you might be able to beat me with Superman, but I could throw 100 garbage cans at you without doing a special move, and I still have a chance.
Yep.
Not that you're going to be able to, if a better player is just a better player. But the fact that you had that opportunity that, lightning could hit you in the ass and you could throw... Dude, what, did you jerk off there? Did you just bust it up, Maxter? I don't think he hears me. It's like, But, it's like they, they leave that factor. To me, that is something that the smarter player will know to avoid. The not so smart player that's the day that guy's pissed. Oh, this is stupid. I got hit with 10 garbage cans and I'm dead now. Yeah, but you're the one that got hit by him.
I don't know, man. Some of those interactables did not look like you could dodge them.
Yeah, that I'll say too. Is there some stuff that looks like it just wasn't dodgeable, but trading out of stuff and the backdashing. I mean, like Theo, dude, the guy's fucking phenomenal. I can't take nothing away from it. The dude is like on point, dodging shit. Where most people are getting hit, he's dashing away from it. He's on a different level as far as other Injustice players go. But overall, I gotta say the interact with Max. Are you okay, Maxter?
I don't know what the hell's going on
I
over
don't know.
there.
He sounds like he's getting fucking banged out over there. But the interactables, they're part of the game. And that's why when people were saying that was like during the MK, I think it was Deadly Alliance or one of them that Czech had put a rule book together of what you could and couldn't do in tournament. And I'm like, really? So like literally before you started the tournament, the character that you use, you might not be able to, like with Serena, you can't do the air knives and shit. You can't do any infinites. I was like, nah, you just whatever's in the game, just let it rock. That's why I was upset, and I think it was one of the turning points for me with Injustice was, when the testers complained about Scorpion. And I'm just like, really? Even Natus, on the show, like, oh, he's stupid for being in there. He's the flagship character of fucking NRS. Why is it stupid for him being in there?
I didn't care.
I thought he was cool, and I thought the way he played was different from everybody else.
He's fun.
Yeah.
But now I have to hold that L.
Yeah, pretty much. That was pretty much. It was Czech that came out with the rule book of. I think it was Deadly Alliance or what was the other one? Armageddon. One of them. The one where you could use Shao Kahn and Mr. Puke and Piss. Fucking Bo Raicho. They would have tournaments and it was like you got handed like a 4-page thing with like what moves were banned in the game during tournament. I'm like, then why am I going to play in a tournament? Just if the game's all broken up, and it's funny because like I keep calling, the new games autistically challenged, so anybody could play them. I mean, if you look at, I actually have a chance of beating somebody that's played, Marvel vs. Capcom regularly, and I come on and I play for a week, and I actually have a chance. It may not be a great chance of just mashing buttons and still being able to win. And that's something that, I don't know, games just, they've made it, they put too much focus on making it easily accessible, and I see how Injustice tried to separate, like you can actually play the game as a competitor and play it very differently from a casual player, and I think it just didn't click. I remember the control configurations for Street Fighter players to make it more, but then you had the negative edge going on and all that other shit, and it's like, again, too much emphasis on the fighting game community rather than just say, hey, Paulo, make what you want. Make whatever game you want, how you want. If you want to nerf Sub-Zero, go right ahead. If Tom wants to complain about it, too fucking bad. It's our game, our rules, and do what you do best. So I'm hoping, like I said, with MKX, I have a feeling that it's going to turn out to be pretty good. You know, I mean, obviously, the first thing everybody's going to want to do is fucking all these fucking fatalities, because so far they all look sick.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how they all look.
You know, and it's funny because, like, the only fatality in MK9 that really sticks out that you're like, wow, was Cabal's impale, pulling your intestines out. You know, no other one actually stuck out to the point where you were like, wow.
I like reptiles actually, where he sticks the ball in your stomach after like slicing your throat.
Oh yeah, that's true. Forgot about that. That one wasn't bad either. I mean, Baraka's ass. Baraka sucked, and you know, Kung Lao's was cool too. That's right. The fucking hat slice. You know, the hat slice was good, but I mean, Maxter, are you working yet or what?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
Yeah, all right, I can hear you now. Okay,
Were you getting
nice.
late over there? Because it sounded like natives breathing on the mic.
No, I was just smoking a cigarette. That's cool.
So what's up, Mr. Maxter? Haven't heard from you in a minute.
I'm alright, bro. I mean, just hanging in there. I missed part of the show, man, and I don't even know what to say, man. But I just wanted to join and talk shit in here.
I gotta get you on the show probably next week to translate for McFly.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, that's somebody that NRS should have tested. Your poop dropped out.
So, what did I really miss today?
Well, we talked about MLG and how bad it was, you know, and you know, not having the community go into super duper ultra fucking crying emo mode. We talked about the Floe 16-bit drama with getting him removed and calling security on him and Chris. You know, Pig came on, said what he felt was wrong and good with the scene, and obviously MLG as well. You know, Ray was talking to 16-bit. Obviously, you were in for that when they were talking about they banning the East Coast bullshit. You know, of basically.
Yeah, I was hearing about that, man. 60B was a little bit kind of an asshole there. Yeah, I mean, I love these guys, man. Ray and Mike Metroid.
Yeah.
And I know they very reasonable guys, but the way 16B was talking, it was a little bit unreasonable, really. You know, like I don't give a shit. I know they might be the best scene in fucking Injustice, but a lot of people here in New York, like the top guys, they don't play Injustice at all. You know, and
A lot though.
yeah, and they might feel a little bit egocentric. That's the word, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever, and they think we gotta go to them, and then they bash on the East Coast tournaments because these people are not fucking delivering or whatever, But I mean, the way he was talking to Ray, I didn't like it at all because I mean, Ray was trying to reason with him, and he wasn't listening. He was having his opinion and whatever, but I didn't like it at all, man.
I mean,
And
he's gonna have his opinion. You're not going to change it. I mean, we know about, and everybody in the chat kept telling me, oh, bring up the rigging of the brackets, the rigging out of the brackets. We already know about the rigging of the brackets.
Yeah, we know about that shit, man. It was a ECT, no, NEC, right? Like 2 years ago, pretty much. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was kind of bad, but I mean, he again. 16-bit, he's on Twitter saying, I hate him. I don't hate you. And that's the thing, guys got to fucking keep themselves kind of like in check. Like, you don't have to get emo about everything. There's no grand conspiracy against you. The Illuminati runs Evo, not me. And that's the thing that it's got to, the scene's got to learn from, and
yeah,
it's like,
definitely.
I mean, Ray coming on, trying to actually talk to him, I mean, yeah, you got a little emo on us too there, but it's like, guys got to remember, this is just games.
Yeah, man. I mean, people take it too seriously.
Shit. This esports shit is what I think fucks a lot of people up. The couple of pennies that these events throw you for winning them,
Yeah.
You know, it's like you'll make more money in money matches than you will at a fucking tournament first place round.
True. True.
You know, so it is, you know, it is definitely something that. Hey, my God's in the chat, man. Congrats on that KI performance. You know, KI, you know, perfect example. I know Junior fucking thinks it's the next best thing since sliced bread, but you know, him and 37 people agree with him.
Is that the real my God on the chat?
It looks like.
You know, Rico is a really good, you know, close friend of mine, and he told me that my God like told him that, you know, he's not a better player than him and stuff. Is that true, my God? My God, I mean, not my God. Sorry. I know Rico was blowing it up on Twitter when you beat him and stuff like that. And I respect Napalm, you know. And I know Napalm is not that good with City Junior right now because City Junior, even though he's my brother, I know he talks too much trash in Twitter.
Oh, God help us. Yeah, I can't.
You know about it. You know, he's my
Yeah.
brother, but I cannot fucking defend him, man, at all. He gotta shut the fuck up sometimes.
Yeah, he feels his oats a little too much.
Yeah.
You gotta neuter his ass. That'll calm him down.
Especially, you know, because of Napalm. Who picked us off at the airport? It was Napalm, you know. I mean,
Housed us, fed us.
this guy, my guy, is one of his boys, C88. But Manny, I know he got something against the Wolf. I could say that maybe the Wolf might be overpowered, but Sadira is also fucked up. That's something he gotta understand. You know, I don't play in the game much. You know, I play a couple of times. Say that again?
My God said he didn't badmouth Rico.
Oh, yeah? So, Paco, I know there is a little bit of delay on the stream, so I cannot really respond to some questions and stuff. But the thing is, with CD Junior, you know, like especially in Justice, you know, he even he blocked me from Twitter because I was telling him, shut the fuck up. You know, you're crying too much, man. You know? I mean, he was blowing up Injustice. It's something that I agreed on Injustice at the beginning. That's why my brother Crazy Dominican quit. I used to play with my brother a lot, Crazy Dominican. We don't like the movement, whatever, you know. But the game is still fun to play. If you want to compete on it, you compete. If you don't want to compete, you don't. But stop fucking talking about the game, man. You know, because a lot of people fucking listen to you, you know, in social media.
So since Paulo's in the chat, how about a MKX character reveal on the On Blast show?
Oh man, the views.
I can, you know, I mean, I know you're gonna probably release one at I don't know, a set event in July. So how about, you know, after July, a reveal on OBS, like Baraka?
Did he die?
No, Baraka lives forever, man. He's got millions of them. They're a race. There's not one specific Baraka.
Why you don't like CD Junior, my God?
Oh,
he said he don't like CD Junior?
Yeah, he said he gets along with Rick or something like that on the chat. But he doesn't like CD Junior. I mean, he says fuck CD Junior. He's a good kid, man, but he just talk too much. That's it. You know, I'm trying to reason with him, you know, everything he says on Twitter, especially Twitter and Facebook and all these medias, man. You know, like I don't use Facebook at all. I just use Twitter, you know, once in a while. But I'm even tired of it. Sometimes I don't even use Twitter in weeks. I don't even, you know, see it. I shit over a PS4 blew up out of proportion. Yeah, I know all about that. Oh my God.
Hey, my God, if you're floating around, you can always come on here. You don't have to sit in the chat.
Yeah,
and
why don't you come to the show, my God?
You're eating ice now? You're eating ice?
Yeah. Yeah, I need another drink.
Yeah, I'm fucking civil today. I'm just drinking ginger ale.
Yeah, I miss those nice drinking with you, James. Too much.
Yeah, we got this place Wakamba in the city now. We go to me and Ed Fig.
Yeah.
All Dominican girls, except a couple of Colombians.
Man, I'm Dominican. I don't like much Dominican girls myself. You know what's up with them.
Yeah,
Remember
well,
that time in Canada?
yeah, Tricky.
Yeah, they're very tricky.
No, that was her name. Remember, Tricky.
Oh, that was her name.
On the back of her fucking shoulder, she had Tricky tattooed.
Oh fuck! I never noticed that really.
Yeah, that was where we got that from.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, wife's asleep. I can answer all questions. Wife's asleep. I can answer all questions. All right, yeah, so.
All right.
Yes.
I'll be right back, James.
All right,
I'll be
man.
right back.
It's like, what happened to the fucking the guest, man? Chris is the only one left.
Oh, snap. I didn't even know I died.
No, you didn't die.
No, I just died.
Oh, in what?
I'm playing League.
What are you? What level?
24. I'm actually better than probably 80% of this entire community already.
Nah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's free.
Who do you use?
I use a mid-tier character, Ari.
I use fucking Master Yi.
I don't know, people just suck in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because I was doing really good in it, and I just don't have the time to put in though. It's like you play a match, it's like fucking guaranteed at least a half hour of your time wasted.
Yeah. It most definitely is. I'm just playing the game, trying to get to 30. And see what happens.
Is Chris G going to Evo, man?
Yep. I'll be at Evo. And CEO. I'm not sure what's after that. Probably like Summer Jam.
We have Summer Jam and we have TFC. That's also going in the works. I'm trying to think.
Got to support the East Coast tournaments.
That's right. Don't fucking shit on him. And again, it's not a personal jab against him, but he's just, I don't know, he's taken the wrong attitude, and I feel like he's gone into dick mode, which I've done, and it's like he's got to snap out of it. And it doesn't mean he's a dick. It just means he's doing dicky things. And it's like, you're cutting your nose to spite your face because, events come and go and you have no idea what one's going to last and what's not. I do an event this year. Next year, I say, fuck it, I don't want to. And that's the event that you were, all fucking up in arms about, and now all of a sudden they're all gone, and it's like, dude, like, not for nothing, you're hurting your own scene. Because, like I said, as much as everybody stokes and says, oh, this was bad and this was bad, it's only our community that's crying. It's not, I've never heard a Street Fighter 4 player go, man, this event just sucked. I don't think I've ever heard that.
This adventure?
No, this adventure at this fucking tournament sucked.
Uh-oh.
I never hear that in Street Fighter or Tekken. I only hear, now I'm not saying it don't happen, I'm just saying I don't hear it, so I can't, I don't think I've ever heard like a Street Fighter 4 or a Marvel player say this event was ass. What's up there, Mr. Fetus?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Relaxing, listen to the stream, showing you now.
Christie's. I like Paul. Paul is the shit. I don't care what anybody says. Paul is the best player in fucking, the best character in Tekken, hands down. I just hope Tekken 7, they don't, as long as I don't have tag mode, I'm happy. Tag mode wrecked it for me.
I keep dropping out. I'm like, what the hell?
I don't know.
Random.
But it's like they don't. Is that Digimon? Oh, Digimon's in the fucking stream. Damn, AUI Digimon. Well, I don't know what the hell that new edition is. I don't know who's cooler, Paco or Digi. I think Digimon might have him because Digimon don't take no shit. Digimon's writing the new MK10 story.
Yes, where Shiva's good.
Shiva actually beats Shinnok in between MK9 and MKX and takes over and becomes a god. maybe goddess. We don't know. We don't know that for sure.
Probably still God.
We don't know that for sure. If she's a god or a god or a goddess. Who's he betting on? Next Level Battle or Wednesday Night Fights at Evo? Chris.
It's a good question, man. Because did they already say who's on the team?
You know what? I don't think they did announce him yet.
Because I don't know if they're gonna throw in Justin or they're gonna throw in Dominion. You know, like it's really hard right now to see who's gonna be in the actual 5v5.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they got to. They definitely got to. I personally think what they should do is they should pick the people that were loyal to those venues, rather than just the top. Rather than just go out go out there and start mining California for the top players and saying you're going to represent Wednesday Night Fight. Like I would like to see 4-4 plus Watson has to play Chen. Whatever the hell his name is, Chen. Fucking what's the dude's name that runs Next Level?
Henry.
Henry. So Henry and Watson have to play, which I kind of predict Watson would take that.
Wait, Street Fighter 4?
Yeah.
Watson.
That's what I'm saying.
Henry.
I would pick Watson over him.
I don't know about that.
Really?
Maybe in Third Strike.
Really? You think Henry can take Watson?
Yeah, he's Henry. That's the golden center right there.
Oh, well, maybe he can, you know. But I definitely think those two should be part of the equation. Plus four other players. And I would say Smug, Zeus, Sanford, and I can't go with Dominion, unfortunately, because of Triforce. Because Triforce made him absolutely MIA for this year, a lot. You know, and plus his job and everything else, and hanging out in France eating fucking crepes all day. So he would be maybe Rico.
I was thinking Rico.
I'd say Rico Henry, Zeus, Smug, Sanford. That's what I think should be the Next Level team.
Wait, you actually throwing Henry in there?
That's what I'm saying. Henry and Watson are part of it. They have to play.
They're like the team captains.
But they got to play.
All right, well, that doesn't sound too bad then.
And then it would be Watson, Snake Eyes. Who else over there?
Filipino Man.
Filipino Man.
DRS Chris.
Mark Teddy.
Mark Teddy or Kino. I'm not sure.
Has he done well in Ultra so far, Mark Teddy?
I don't know. I haven't even been paying attention. I haven't gone in weeks.
See, now guys are saying Dominion, but Dominion can't be part of it.
He can't.
Because
you might as well throw in Justin as well then.
Yeah. They were having this talk on Ultra Chen I think like a week ago on who should be on that. If you include Dominion, you have to include people like Justin. You know, it's kind of not balanced that way. You got to stick to the people who come every day, like Smug and Kino and all those guys, the familiar faces, where you really think those are the guys that go to those events.
And then you got Vi as well, who's there all the time.
Oh
yeah, but Vi is like Watson. He's sponsoring it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't throw Arturo in it, would you?
You know, maybe I throw the two sponsors in there.
Actually, Arturo would. I mean, he is a loyal person.
Yeah.
But he streams most of Next Level, doesn't he? Or does he participate?
He plays.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he plays. So, I mean, you know, you could, but like I said, I would probably avoid them. And I would go with the Smug, Sanford, Zeus, Rico, and Henry. Versus Watson, Snake Eyes, Teddy, and then Kino, and then who else? Is Chris G a regular there?
No.
Alright, so Chris G is banned.
They were saying that Snake Eyes is probably like the two that they would worry most when I was watching Ultra Chen was Snake Eyes would be something that the East Coast would have to watch out for, and if they allowed it, they would say Diminion's the scariest one on the East Coast.
Diminion, no go.
So.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Yipes?
Yo, my bad, man. What's going on, bro?
Not much, man.
Yo, Yipes.
Yeah, what's up? Chilling, man. What's up?
So, since I got you here, I wanted to ask you. I messaged you a couple of weeks ago. So, how was Ultra Arcade?
It was beautiful, man. Let me tell you. Definitely reminded me from the old school days, man. Those arcade. The beautiful part about it was San Antonio ain't really have shit out there, like to gather around and play. And Ultra Arcade really breathed some life in the San Antonio scene over there, man. And they got some pretty solid players over there, I must admit. So it's pretty good. Pretty cool.
Yo, am I commentating with you on the curling?
Oh shit, yeah. Fuck it, I don't care. We commentated before. It's not a problem.
Since I'm not a player.
Yeah, you definitely not. If you live there for another year, so I'll let you rock on the next one. But
Man,
I mean, you
a whole year, yo. I probably won't even be there.
I mean, you won one already. Oh, why not?
I didn't say nothing, yo.
Oh, okay. See, there we go. My point exactly, bro.
Hello, James. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry.
Dímelo, Maxter.
Dímelo, James. ¿Qué lo que? Oh, sorry, man. Está bien todo. Sorry, my Skype crashed, man.
Nah, you good, B. You straight.
All right, nice. Okay, no problem.
Nah, but Ultra Arcade is beautiful, man. You really gotta check that spot out, bro.
Yeah, I'm going down there Halloween weekend.
That shit is nice. They actually got a tournament coming up. I forgot exactly the name of it. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. But they got $1,000 pot bonus for all their games, dude.
That might be the one for coming in October.
I think Oktoberfest, I think it's called. I'm not too sure.
So
I don't want
It's right around Halloween weekend.
Yeah,
They got some bands coming down and shit like that. So
yes.
I'm actually it ain't in stone, but the band that actually does the opening song for the show, I'm working on trying to get them on.
Yeah. I'm possibly might be out there actually. It's a possibility. If I'm not really doing nothing for Halloween, I'll definitely be out there. But yeah, literally for every game, man. You name it, there's $1,000 on that shit. So it's pretty cool.
Wow, that sounds good.
Yeah, every single game. So now it's usually like it's like 3 main games got the pop bonus and everything is just naked and shit. Like all the games got a bonus on it.
Which is actually really awesome. I mean, like I said, I see the pictures of the venue. The place looks fucking cool as fuck. Reminds me old school fucking Broadway.
Yeah, man. Right now they're doing a Kickstarter, man. Pretty much expand the general area. I mean, they're trying to crack this wall. Like they're waiting for like a lease to finish for like these owners like next door so they can leave, and then they're just gonna crack down that wall and they're just gonna take it, and then it's gonna be awesome, dude. That shit is big. It's big as it is, but it'll get even bigger. But it's really
cool
good,
to
man.
see a place actually thriving, an arcade thriving.
Dude, it really reminds me of an arcade, man. You have no idea, man. You step up in there, and it really does feel like an arcade. And then as soon as you step in there, already got like old school arcade cabinets. You have freaking the X-Men arcade game. You have freaking whatchamacallit, Killer Instinct 2 up in that shit. Like motherfuckers had some old school games in the back. That shit was cool. Reminded me of CF, most definitely.
Wow, Paco, you actually said testers and designers mean diddly squat. Opinions mean diddly squat. But I mean, like I said, Brandon, runs
And
a pretty
David.
fucking
Brandon David, yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking. So, I told him that I'm looking to maybe do an OBS tournament down there.
Yeah, man, they welcome you with open arms, dude.
Yeah, definitely a great bunch of dudes. I mean, obviously the turnout for Curly was good.
Yeah, man, we had over 250 people in there, dude. And it was crazy. Like, we had 100 and change inside, and then we had like 100 outside. They actually pitched a tent for us, dude, outside. So there was actually some action going on outside. It was like a projector and everything, man. Shit was nice, bro. They really hooked it up.
Yeah, that's some good shit, man. I'm glad that shit took off. What's the next Curly coming up?
Actually, the week after CEO, Curly West, man. It's gonna be the 3rd edition. Both Usually, it'll be in SoCal. So the first two I did on the West was in SoCal. Now it's in NorCal now, just to keep it balanced, you know.
Keep it right up in F Champs universe.
Yeah, F-Chan, man, he been doing no drives for the curlies, man. He do like 6-hour drives every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
So, did you watch MLG this weekend?
Actually, no, I wasn't home while MLG was going on.
You
I
didn't,
think
you didn't miss nothing.
really, I heard a lot. I heard a lot of bad feedback, man. Pretty much the thing I heard the most was on Twitter and shit. Was people had to wait like hours and hours for their fucking matches.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. You know, and now it's a matter of hopefully they come back, you know, with a decent attitude, and you know, don't blame the people that showed up for their event being fucked up, and you know, try to move on from it. But yeah, it was definitely. I mean, in between matches, it was like literally I felt like 10 hours, and there was only 12 matches streamed.
How big was the KI tournament over there, Chris? Was it good? Like that? You had a good set of people?
37.
30. It was hot garbage.
I mean, not bad for just to start it off. You know what I mean? Especially, I mean, you know how MLG do it. They just like the presentation is really good. You know what I mean? So it could be like 10 people you wouldn't even know, but since it's so presented well.
Yeah,
you know what I
but
mean?
that wasn't the case.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, dude.
You couldn't even tell who was there.
Let me tell you something, dude. I mean, I'm not trying to fucking drive the nails into the coffin. Dude, I mean, literally, you could hold an event at Chuck E. Cheese, and you would say it had better production value.
Holy shit.
I mean, you know, there was delays, there was wars, there was fighting, there was security guards, there was bomb threats.
Who was fighting there, James?
Floe and 16-bit.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
That was an
Floe?
argument, not really fight.
Argument. I'm like, Floe swanging somebody?
Yeah. No, it was just really an argument.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit.
That was a fun argument.
Oh, that's right. Chris was involved with that, too. I forgot.
16-bit, huh?
Oh, James, but let me tell you something. You know, Tom Brady's here, and he's, you know, he has told me everything that happened there, and everything was really situational. You know, it wasn't, you know, intended at all.
No. And you know, again, I don't hold, you know, a gun to anybody and say like, oh, this person did this on purpose, and this person did this on purpose. I just think, you know, the way the delays went, you know, people, you know, Injustice delayed 3 hours, you know, all the shit that was going on, 30-minute commercial breaks, you know, that just built up so much frustration.
Well, yeah, definitely. Like fighting games, they should at least, you know, run like 2 or 3 matches. You know, because it's not like Call of Duty. In Call of Duty, you know, I mean, you gotta watch at least like 15 minutes of these guys, you know, playing each other before they put fucking commercials on it. But you know, I mean, you know, that's not their main games really. You know, fighting games, but everything that happens in the fighting games, it was pretty much unintended, really. You know, like the patches and stuff like that on the consoles. I know that shit killed a lot of hours, you know, and I mean it was like 3 hours, right?
Yeah, it was pretty fucking.
Yeah, we were waiting for like 3 hours to see the first matches.
You know what?
That's crazy.
Hold on a second, guys. Let me put you on hold. Where the fuck am I? Put it on hold. All right, hold on. All right, guys. You know, speaking of which, I need to take a quick break.
I've got a taste for pizza at Pizza Hut, and pizza made with cheese, dripping with that wonderful please, I can hardly wait to taste that. Oh,
There's only one place you can get a pan pizza this good. Your hometown Pizza Hut restaurant, home of pan pizza.
Mr. Green? Mr. Green?
Yeah.
You need any help?
Mm-mm.
I just want you to know, I think you're the best ever.
Yeah, sure.
Want my Coke? It's okay, you can have it.
No.
Really, you can have it.
Okay.
Coke and a smile makes me feel good, makes me feel nice. That's the way it should be. I like to see the whole world is smiling with me. Coca-Cola as life. Have a Coke and makes me Joe smile.
Explore the greatest place in your life. That's great adventure. Ride the giant Ferris wheel. Look around for miles and miles. See the other rides down below. A place to bring the family. A place where you can really let go. Great adventure is here. It's a place you'll remember the rest of the year. Right and feel the greatest thrill in the world. At Great Adventure, that's the dolphins and the greatest high divers in all the world. At Great Adventure, the jumps and Ben and Jerry Grace will put a smile upon your face and a rootin' tootin' Wild Western show. The big games of Murray Park, the anywhere around you can go.
Great Adventure is off exit 7A, New Jersey Turnpike. It's now open every day and every night from 10 to 10. So come any day, come any night. The greatest day in your life is here.
Open your eyes to the greatest day in your life is here. And Great Adventure.
Yo. Did that bring back some memories for you?
Hey, y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was a flashback to memory lane there. So, support Coke, Pizza Hut, and Great Adventure, man.
Dude, if Pizza Hut looked that good all the time, I would that look, ugh.
That was back in my era when, actually, I remember when Great Adventure opened up. Damn. That was pretty fucking bad. But
was that 60s?
Early 70s. But, nothing good ever came from New Jersey. I agree with you, King Slime, 100%. But, one of the biggest issues, Yipes, was those commercials, those very same commercials, the updated versions, obviously. You heard a Pizza Hut commercial, I can't even tell you how many times. I can't even begin to tell you. I mean, if I didn't hear it 50 times, I didn't hear it once. And it was just over and over and over and over. And every problem they had, they hid with a commercial. The delays, trying to find referees. They wouldn't. Their bracketing system went down because it didn't have an internet connection. So they lost all the brackets, and then they had to redo it. They DQ'd people, then un-DQ'd them, then re-DQ'd them. Rico got DQ'd. Rico went 3-6.
Nice.
Or whatever it was. He got DQ'd like 4 times.
Wow.
And then un-DQ'd 4 times.
And they also they were playing, I know that Theo was playing through a match and they were down to red bar, and all of a sudden they made him stop and replay again, like things like that.
Yeah, that was another thing that was like pretty mind-blowing. I'm like, wow, this dude, Slayer won, then they un-won him, then they made him redo it, and I'm like, if there was no referee, then they redid the matches because nobody scored it. So you might have won, and then they're like, no, do it again. Yeah, so, I mean, look, they'll learn from it. Hopefully they'll, anybody that, thinks I'm anti-MLG. I'm not anti-MLG. I'm not anti-Evo. Just, go to the events you want. But, it's one thing to downplay or not want to go to an event. It's another thing to shit talk it. Especially, the Marvel scene. I don't know, is the Marvel scene still thriving? Because it seems like a lot of people are saying the game's dying.
Man,
I wanted to die.
Look, man, the game's fine. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could feel people when they say the game's peaked, But in terms of the competition and the drive, it's still there, man. Ain't nobody, ain't go nowhere. You know what I mean? When I went to San Antonio and I saw how big everybody was playing, I was like, oh shit, this shit is definitely not dead over here. You know what I mean?
Do you think it's heading the Marvel 2 route where everyone's now establishing teams and now they're just really going into it?
I mean, it's there. It's a little plateaued, but I mean, it takes that certain player to really shine and show that diversity of the game. You know what I mean?
Yo,
But
I actually gotta go right now.
All right, man.
All right, later, Chris.
All right, man.
Later, bro.
Stay out of trouble. Avoid getting those tickets on your car.
Yeah, most definitely.
You got a whip, Chris?
Yeah, I got a car.
Oh, good shit. Grown man bars. All right, yo. All right, yo, later.
Man. Peace out.
All right, man.
Man, that's what's up. That's that Morgan money right there. Got him a whip.
Exactly. Now he's just got to learn how to drive it.
Yeah, but nah, the Marvel scene ain't there, man. It's definitely not. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got that hype with Ultra, and what kind of sucks is it's gonna end up just like AE 2012. The game's gonna be hot the first couple of months, and then it's gonna turn into complaints, and then it's just gonna turn right back to that boring shit that everybody was watching. Now, mind you, I like watching the game, but I'm talking about overall, the viewers and shit.
Right.
A lot of people think that game is boring.
Yeah, kind of.
You know what I mean?
I got it, and I've been fucking around with it a little bit here and there, but it didn't grab me. You know, again, this comes down to, people will critique, and I don't mind critics about at all, but people critique like the Mortal Kombat games. But if you look at the Mortal Kombat games, from 1 to now, there's always something dramatically changing.
Yeah.
You know, it's never just like, all right, let's just put it out again and just change some characters. They always put something that's really different. Now, how many versions of Ultra, Street Fighter is there? You know, how many were there? 6 or 5?
There's Vanilla, Super, AE 2012, and then Ultra. So 5.
So 5 versions of it, and it's not changing enough. You know, fine, they added characters now, which is at least a plus. But, between that, Red Focus and changing some attributes to try and package it as another game.
James.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing Street Fighter since 1991. It hasn't changed much through the years, brother. Like, Steel Guile has a Sonic Boom and fucking Flash Kick since 1991. Like, I mean, like the normals. Like, I played Rolento. I play Alpha 2 a lot, in Dominican Republic when I used to play the game. And I'm playing Rolento right now in Ultra, and it's still his normals are the same, special move, everything. Like, I don't know if there is no creativity or whatever, but they just replicate the same character over and over. At least they have some new characters like Yuri, Abel, whatever, but like they have a pattern in all the games they have released in the past. Like in the past, it's like pretty much the same shit, the same type of game that you're playing. And that's why I quit the Street Fighter, but that was my main game, back in the days. But they don't have innovation, creativity, whatever, but it's pretty much the same shit you're playing. It's just frame data, different hitboxes on the move. But if you see the normals on Guile and Super Turbo, they still pretty much the same, brother.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, yeah, there is no much change really. I don't know what's up with Capcom or whatever, but come on, give these fucking characters something, change something in the game to make it interesting.
Last time they severely changed it, they went EX, and that was terrible, apparently.
Yeah, well, MK did the same mistake.
No, but for me, EX was the best Street Fighter. It wasn't, 3D like Soul Calibur or whatever, but EX1 and EX2 was like a way different turnaround in the game. It was, you really felt that you were playing a different game. Like, I would have loved that they, like, remade that game, but they couldn't because it belonged also to another company called Akira, something like that. I don't know if you guys educate me, about that, because, I mean, like, most of the characters, at least half of the cast in that game belonged to a different company, and that's why they couldn't replicate it. But it was a beautiful game, but the 3D back then sucked. But at least it changed a little bit. But Street Fighter has always been the same since back in the day. Always the same.
Yeah, it's never taken on dramatic changes, and I think Japanese developers, or should I say Capcom's developers,
just better graphics, James, and some changes, on their normals or whatever, but they replicate the same fucking normals, same fucking moves. Everything is the same.
I mean, I think they took the attitude, if it ain't broke, don't touch it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, 25 years, 26, 7 years later, that attitude ain't cutting them no more, and it's sad because knowing this business and knowing how it is, and seeing the companies like Midway, Acclaim, THQ, and now Capcom being on the chopping block to be sold, it's I hope somebody comes in and buys them. Not one of the systems, but I don't know, some company, maybe Warner Brothers grabs it and says, look, let's pick this up, acquire it, and maybe you'll get your Street Fighter Cross MK, which would be really cool.
That will never.
There
work,
was a
James.
report actually that they did some interviews with like Capcom execs or NRS exec off the record, and they're saying that the reason that there will never be an MK versus
The fatalities.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
they don't
want to
wanna-
see Ryu get his head cut off, or Chun-Li getting
Well,
split. in
that's
half.
bullshit. They two different games. They definitely two different games. I mean, you're not gonna fucking go from back to block to hold back to block. That's gonna change everything. Like all the fans, on these franchises, they're not gonna play this game because of this only. It's not because of the fatality or whatever. They're just making excuses.
That's the report that I saw, but I agree. I mean, they're two different types.
They're two different, type of games.
Yeah, and what can you do with Street Fighter? I mean, how long? You said it's since '91. It's been the same. What do you want drastically to change? I mean, what are you expecting it to do?
All right, look at what MK9 brought to the table. All right, I used to play Mortal Kombat 3, right? I never played the 3D Mortal Kombats, but at least I saw that my Cyrax, my sector, they had some changes on their normals, special moves. Like Cyrax, he depended too much on his bombs and let's say nets and teleports. But at least in MK9, they gave me a Bosso, they gave me a Ragdoll, they gave me different normals. They really variated the game the way it was before. But at least they kept something that the characters has had since back in the days. So you really felt some connection to this character. But like in Street Fighter, like Ryu, Hadouken, Patata Fruken, whatever, Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, that's the spinning kick he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hurricane kick. That's what they call it, yeah. I mean, he hasn't changed at all. Like, some innovation they did on Ryu for it was Akuma. So they gave him, like, air projectiles, the same special moves, like Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, the hurricane kick, Shoryuken, Hadouken, but he also gave him this 360 move since Alpha, because I played Street Fighter all my life. That was some innovation in Ryu, but they gave it to another character, but they just, changed some frames, whatever, and they just kept people like, familiarized with this game, just with changes they could have made way before, but they make it in some other characters, and they don't make it in the characters that why the fuck you have guy with a fucking Sonic Boom and Flash Kick since 1991? Why you don't give him something different, make him play different? Few people like huh?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. What
I was just gonna say that I feel like the characters have the same moves because they can't really change it. Every time Capcom has tried to change something, you look at Third Strike. That was another one that was.
I know.
Third Street. Every time they've tried to change it, they've gotten so much backlash.
I know, bro. But they changed it with Ryu already. They changed it with Ryu, but they gave it to Akuma. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Like, they have the same model of gameplay with the Hadouken and Hurricane Kick and Shoryuken. They gave him. You know why Akuma was so OP in Super Turbo?
Because he was the boss.
Yeah, no, not only because he was a boss. He was a Ryu, overpowered, really. But, in the next Street Fighter, they just modified a little bit his data. His frame data, his hitboxes, whatever. So they didn't make him look. Imagine Ryu with all these moves, and they act in a different way. Imagine Ryu with an air Hadouken, and also with that he can connect combos from his Tatsumaki, Senpukyaku.
Yeah, it's called Street Fighter Rainbow Edition.
No, but that's what I'm saying. At least change. Give this character the same movesets, whatever they have, but make some changes. But you don't know why they don't do it, because of lack of creativity. Then they're gonna have to balance how these characters really play since back in the days. They just wanna have, they just want the same pattern over and over, on all these fucking games coming out. Like that's why I don't call it copy and paste, but still it could be say the same, it could be say that it's the same, because if I play Guile in Street Fighter Super Turbo and I play Guile in Street Fighter 4, he still have the same, normals and special move, the same move sets since back then, because they couldn't modify him at all.
Guy said
Yes or not?
Ryu doing 360 pile drivers would be so innovative.
No, exactly.
Yo, what's up, Brandon? Brandon, don't hear you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, as far as Street Fighter goes, as far as Street Fighter 5 goes, I hope their destiny isn't written in stone with this fucking selling of shit. Because if somebody comes in and buys the company out, it can honestly go a lot of ways.
Maybe nobody will ever buy it, James.
Well, no, you know what? One of the things, like, you see, like when Acclaim did their fire sale, Turok the dinosaur is gone after it got sold.
Well, Tencent was supposed to be a big person interested in Capcom, and they took over Riot and they let them do their thing. So I have a feeling, they'll do the same thing with Capcom if that's the case.
James, what happened to Double Dragon? I know it was owned by Acclaim at one time.
No, it was owned by Tato.
Yeah, Tato, but it was on Double Dragon 2 was owned by Acclaim.
Three. We actually bought the license for it, and then when
it was like 3 different companies owning like all the sequences of it.
But if nobody bought it, it fizzles away into nowhere land.
So he's nowhere land now.
Pretty much.
Hello, is this working?
Well, they got Double Dragon. Yes, Mr. Digimon is working. They did Double Dragon Neon for PlayStation.
That game was ass.
It was, for a quickie freebie from, the PlayStation Network, it wasn't bad. It was free. So, it's free, it's good. But, I wouldn't pay $25 or $30 for it. Definitely not. So what's up, Mr. Digimon?
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Why so serious sounding?
Nah, I've just been thinking, chatting with folks in the chat, and hearing you guys talk about Street Fighter and what could be innovating, what could be brand new brought to the table, and the only thing that I could think of that really came to mind is if Harada would actually had made Tekken Cross Street Fighter work, because the only new thing that you could really bring to Street Fighter is actually bringing Street Fighter characters to a level that they've never been in, and that's in a true 3D environment. And I know what people are thinking, well, that didn't work with Mortal Kombat, how the fuck would that work with Street Fighter? Well, if you get the right developers behind it to actually know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to 3D fighting games, then I think it would work, and I think it would be something absolutely spectacular. But, it's like, imagine what type of fighting styles would you actually put with the Street Fighter cast. What would Chun-Li do in a fucking 3D world? Or even Dalsim. Dalsim is like the most amazing character to think about putting in a true 3D environment and how you can get him to fucking work. How would the teleports be? Would they go straight forward? Would they go around in 3D motion? What the fuck would you do with these characters? How would Vega actually bounce off from the middle of the fucking stage to all the way at another wall? What if the stage was wallless? Then what the fuck would Vega do? Would he just lose his shit? Seriously.
Yeah, he would have to lose his shit.
There's just so many fucking variables here that could just be explored if put in the hands of the right developers. And I know anyone that knows me is probably thinking, oh yeah, Digi just thinks that Harada can make every good 3D fighting game. And I do think that. I really do think that he could do it. But,
I know Gaia will have a Sonic Boom and a Flash Kick, that's for sure.
He sure in the fuck would. He sure in the fuck would. Why take away something that works, right? But then you get Third Strike, and Remy is a completely different character that fucking works.
Where's Remy now, bro?
Hey, they put Hugo, Elena, and other Third Strike characters. I'm just keeping it real.
Hugo still plays the same as Third Strike, and also Yu and Yang.
Yeah, I heard through the grapevine, and
So, where are the new ideas, really?
I
It's
didn't,
just
I
more.
didn't say that Ultra was a new idea. I know that never came out of my mouth.
But everything is just better graphics. But if you are not like an older player, because I grew up playing Street Fighter, that's where I got all my footsteps and everything from.
Right.
I always play the old Street Fighters here. Like I play with Dominion and even with Sanford. Like for me, the best it was Sanford, but even Kevin and Hero, all these fuckers, they got blown up. Why? Because that shit is in my blood. But the thing is, like in Street Fighter 4, I couldn't take it anymore because I cannot fucking play a fucking replica of the same game over and over.
Are you sure that's the only reason why? Do you think it's not because of the fighting game engine and how fucking sloppy like everything feels in that game and how fucking defensive heavy it is? And I wouldn't say that. I mean, Ultra is a lot more offensive. Well, a little bit more offensive.
It's still the same game, Digimon.
It feels slow. It feels slow. It still does.
It just I don't even. I hate the way Street Fighter 4 games feel. Just it's just not Street Fighter to me. I don't know,
It's one of those things. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
Well, I was saying, like, my brother and I, we all grew up playing Street Fighter, just like Maxter, and he would love Guy. Guy was this fast, fun character, and in Ultra, you don't really get that. It feels stale. Yes, he does have his dashes. Yes, he has his, mix-ups and things like that, but it just doesn't have that same game feel to it.
Pretty much, Guy, he has pretty much the same normals like back in the day. They just adjust the frame datas, the hit boxes, and that's it. That's the only thing they do. Like, they don't change much, really.
Patient.
And that's what really make you see that you're really getting ripped off, because of the lack of ideas. All right, keep it competitive, keep it everything. And I know this is the most competitive game in the world. I wish I could play it right now, but I quit Street Fighter 4 when Super Turbo come out, and I heard that what was the next one coming out, AE or whatever. I said no, fuck this shit. It's gonna be the same pattern that Street Fighter 2 suffered. Onto EX, in Third Strike. And I say, all right, that's why Capcom went bankrupt, because they just selling the same fucking crap to everybody. And people got tired of it. If you are smart enough, you see that these people, they just selling you the same stuff over and over and over. And this time, they don't even make something new in Street Fighter. They just put Hugo and a couple of characters from Street Fighter Cross Tekken that, I wish I could have played the game, because that game at least, it looked different. It was innovative,
Hold on, wait a second. This guy in here just sat here and said we're all retarded. Okay, just because people like me are not praising your precious fucking fighting game that's popular and everyone in the world is circle jerking to it, doesn't mean that me or anybody else in this fucking chat is retarded. Okay, I don't know why everyone feels like we have to live in this fucking society. We have to kumbaya and circle jerk shitty developers or people that we think are making terrible games. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. How the fuck does anyone expect any change to come if we all agree on the same shit? What's wrong with this guy? And if we are retarded, get the fuck on here and tell us why we're retarded and what the fuck do you think, so we can call you retarded back and say that your opinion is fucking stupid.
And perpetuate the hate.
The fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, seriously. I mean, shit is just... Anyway, so what the fuck was I about to say? I was just about to say something that I can't remember.
Your opinion is the worst I've actually ever heard.
They're the worst. The community, the MK
that thing came out from his heart, James.
The MK
he's real.
Blew me up and said that all my opinions are ass, and now look at the state MK is in. Oh, wish you motherfuckers would listen then. But no.
Digimon, I tried to change your opinions a little bit.
Shit.
Come on, brother. At least, I wasn't on your side, but at least I told you, man, there's nothing we can do about it, I love the drama and everything, but at least I understand everybody. And I know I blew a lot of shadow proportion, but most of my things, and a lot of people know it was trolling. It was just to keep the scene alive, But I always respected you, and all your opinions. Sometimes, like City Junior, my brother, I told you, come on, stop bashing the game. All right, you don't like it, don't play it, but stop bashing and bashing and bashing. You remember in Twitter, like you went ape sharing Justin and stuff like that, because I know you really love the game. I mean, at least the community. You wanted the game to be better, yes. But what could have we changed? Nothing. It's in the developer's hand. We cannot do anything about it. So I
agree with you, but I really think, and I will take this to my fucking grave. If I die in the next couple of years, this is the last thing I want to remember me by saying is that I think the community could have put their foot in the developer's ass a little.
I know we change a lot. we are complacent.
They
I know
could've-
we change a lot. I know
They
we
could
change a
have
lot.
said way more than they did. Petitions, fucking videos, fucking get on their case when you see them at tournaments. Just keep nagging them on. But no, everyone told me to shut the fuck up and play, or
Everybody,
change my fucking character, or whatever the fuck. And now look where MK9 is now. Look at that shit. Just look. Play
Listen,
it.
you know what I'm gonna do right now, and Tom Brady is here, and my brother Chris Dominican, because it's not that we hate Injustice. We like the game; it's very fun to play. We even enjoy online, but we don't like, we suffer a lot with these negative edges in Mortal Kombat. But now we have the problem with the easy inputs. You have a quarter forward move and backwards that is not coming down and forward only. It's also coming down angle and forward. It's also coming tapping down and forward. It's also coming full motion. Like sometimes you get it by mistakes. That's one of the reasons. Like I don't want to go competitive in Injustice, and I don't like how the character moves. And you don't like it either. You even told me about it. There is no footsies, whatever. There is no numbers that make up for it. Like the game feels too sluggish. Still, I'm gonna tell you something. Like I train with Rico. Like Rico is so good because we always plays because I love the game. Now me going competitive, I would never do. My brother, Crazy Dominican, since Killer Instinct came out, he quit the game because he don't like how the sluggish. Like you're moving like a slug, like a snail. It's too slow. There is no foot. No, there is no footsies. There is no movement. Whatever. I'm not bashing Netherlands at all because Injustice is a good game. It's fun to play. Right now, I spend like 7 hours playing with Tom Brady startup, but I don't feel like I can condition opponents to play my game because of my movement because there is no movement. I don't like that, and that's why I haven't been so competitive in the game. But have you ever seen me bashing in Twitter like my little brother did? Never, right?
You have never did that. I mean,
never did that.
Some people are, they can do that. They can just
Crazy Dominican either, and he is not even playing the game. Like you ask him right now, you want to play Injustice? Even Tom Brady wants him to play Injustice, but he don't like it. But because he doesn't like it, he doesn't go in social media, like CD Junior and you did at one time. I mean,
but then what happens when you don't? When you don't say shit, what happens?
I know, I understand. There's no changes. There's
the
no
only
change.
thing that matters to companies is money. If you really want something,
money from fucking casual pieces of shit.
It's not only about money. Sometimes this game cannot be changed because sometimes like the game, the core base of the game is so deep in the programming. Like changing it is gonna create so many bugs. Like look at Ultra Street Fighter. What's happening right now? Listen, I don't play the game much. I've been playing it a little bit with Kevin, Dominion, and Manny. I'm trying to get to like it, but sometimes I see like stuff like go through people and like, push them back and they don't hit. There's so many hitboxes problem. I say no, I'm not gonna get into this. But and that's what happens sometimes in games when you make like drastic changes like that. Like in Mortal Kombat, I know in Mortal Kombat like more changes and patches and stuff like that gonna fucking bring more glitches and more corrupted stuff in the programming of the game, and that's what happens, bro. And they just let it go. I wish they kept it alive, but if they cannot, what can we do about it? Just I mean, I still want to play. I mean, I'm gonna play right now. I might even go to TFC if Tom Brady and my brothers and even Rio was telling me that we should play the game again and quit Injustice, whatever. It's not like I'm gonna quit Injustice because I've never been part of the competitive environment of Injustice because I like the game really. But at least in Mortal Kombat, even though I have its glitches, I can play the way I want to play, in a fighting game. I like that. Go ahead.
I'm here. I'm just typing.
Brandon, you got sound now? No sound.
I think a lot of the reason the games are so meshy is because they went from a 2D like comic art style, that kind of stuff, sprites, and it was easier to program to go faster. With these 2.5 models, you're looking at a lot more movements, a lot more things going on, and it takes a lot more memory if you go from a technical standpoint, so they have to slow the game down to make it. And you can even say that in MK9, yes, it was fast, but there was still a little bit of that sluggishness because they're all going for that new graphical look, they're going for that new feel to it, and I think that's affecting the fighting games today.
What were you saying, Daryl?
Oh yeah, I'm going to the States next week.
Yeah?
Yeah, Connecticut and Rhode Island.
Hit me up when you're in Connecticut.
You live in?
I'm in New York.
Ah, I see. I see.
Fucking hop and a skip. I'll take you to a bar. I'll take you to a titty bar. How old are you? How old are you, Daryl? 21.
21, got it.
Yeah, 21. You're 21.
Right.
But yeah, no. I mean, as far as you know, Digimon, I gotta give you a big fuck you when you said fuck the casual players. They still, at the end of the day, it's a business. If I sold to the 5,000 fucking players that take the game serious, I'd be a broke motherfucker and out of business after one game. Don't matter how good the game is.
I think you could make a great fighting game that's dedicated to the people that are going to advertise your fucking game at high level, at tournaments, where it matters, where people are actually watching you play, and actually cater to the casual folks at the same time. But I don't think it's being done, because I think the primary focus is the casual players, and thus year after year after year after year, we get these shitty fucking games.
Yeah, but no matter how much, but those casual players don't watch streams. Those casual players are, you know, at best, well, I'll say 10 million casual players, maybe 10,000 actually watch streams. That's the, I mean, I'll go that low in a number. You know,
eventually casuals got to come. Eventually comes pro. They gotta be introduced somehow.
You got to go to them and keep the casual player in wanting to be involved with it, and that means making the game readily accessible for it.
I'm just laughing at what these people are saying. Oh, read the chat; it's hilarious. Anyway,
sounds like one of those nerds that get butthurt when his fandom becomes popular because he's not special anymore. You're not special.
I'm not. I don't matter. I never mattered. I'm just this big, dark ass, bitchy, whiny faggot that just gives a shit about too many things. I should become a casual player, not care. I should go ahead, make your shitty fight.
I bet you if you became a casual player, Paco would actually make sure Shiva's catered to you.
Yeah, it's everything's ass backwards with me, man. Everything, my entire life. I can tell you stories, not today, but I will on the phone. It's funny, trust me. But anyway, and then when this happens, then I feel like I'm losing my breath in time. I don't know why I get like this. I should stop. See, that's why I hesitate to not even come on the stream, because I know when I give my opinion and I say things, people like it backfires, because people might know I'm right and they might be feeling the same way I am, but because it's popular to not agree and to not want these things. That's why people won't speak up and say, yeah, you are right. We should have better fighting games, blah, blah, blah. And this is why, and this is what I want. But nope. Let's have these watered down mechanics, these small, shitty-ass movesets, this low damage output. Let's have all this, this fucking super defensive shit, this comeback bullshit mechanic. Let's do all these stupid fucking things.
What game is that, Digimon? You're talking about?
I think
the shortcuts. Where you just do down forward instead of quarter circle forward. Let's do all these things to cater to all these fucking scrubs and all these fucking casual pieces of shit.
Well, Street Fighter is pretty much like that. You know that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, listen. Like, I mean, back in the day, like right now, you can be blocking low right now, and you can just be matching a DP just in case they miss the input. I mean, they miss the link. If they miss the link, your DP is gonna be buffered to come out. You know that. That's also the reason also why I quit the Street Fighter 4. Because of the scrubbiness on the mashing. I know you have some execution level on the linking, some frame moves or whatever, but with practice, Oh wait, hold on a second. This thing is fitting back.
Oh, is it you or is it me?
No, it was me. My bad. But the thing is that I pretty much didn't like that. Like on Wake Up, I mean, like, did you play the older Street Fighter 2 back in the day? Like, you really had precision on your jumping attacks for somebody to wake up. They really had maybe like one frame, to wake up on you. Over here on this Street Fighter, you just match your DP like quarter a second before you wake up, and the DP is gonna come out. And also when they linking you with jabs, if they miss one of those links, even though they don't miss it, and you buffer it, and your block window is like, is released, your DP is gonna come out. I say, what the fuck is this? This is becoming a guessing game. And then when I, was learning about the knockdowns and all these 50-50 and 730 situations, I said, come on, this game is just gonna favor the guessing, And you know how it's been, like the best character in the game, who are the dive kickers, pretty much. Kami, Akuma, and Jun and Jang back then, whatever. You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. And the 50-50 character, let's say Abel. I know Rico is the best Abel, whatever, but I hadn't played Street Fighter since Super, and now I'm trying to play now in Ultra, and this guy picked up Abel on me, and he was doing those roll into jabs and maybe throw and maybe 360. I mean, the 360 is the command grab. That's what I'm calling it. And it's pretty much a 50-50, and people say, oh man, you have like guaranteed wake ups in Mortal Kombat, like that, but at least you got a chance to fight, not to guess. And I hate,
See,
when
that's where we disagree, Maxter. I mean, I'm not saying that's
Go ahead.
a thing, but I'm a 3D player at heart, and I don't know. I like being rewarded for being dominant player. If I lose, I'm losing because I'm ass. I'm losing
because you didn't. No, you lose. You want to say to me right now, if you lose, it's because you didn't guess right.
I didn't guess right. I couldn't block. I couldn't guess a mix-up. I couldn't break a throw. I couldn't stop someone from pressuring me. I don't know. Maybe everything I'm talking about is.
What do you like What do you like more, Street Fighter or MK?
MK, free. MK.
Okay.
But
so
I
do you have
for different reasons, though.
Yeah, exactly. But do you like when you get knocked out, like you have to guess if you should wake up or not? What happens in Mortal Kombat when you guess right or wrong? At least you have a chance to block. Now, let's say you block the attack. Now, you are in a situation that you don't know if you're gonna get grabbed or you're gonna get high or low. In Street Fighter, you have to guess what side to block, and besides that, you gotta guess if they're gonna go low or if they're gonna grab. And only that, they could even bait your wake-ups, with safe jumps. Let's say that. At least you have a chance to fight. In Street Fighter, like, Justin Wong, I don't have anything personal. Sometimes I blew him up in Twitter, especially when that last time that Dominion, beat him. Because it's the truth, The truth is that sometimes Rufus knocks you down, and you have to guess the ambiguous dive kick. Even though he hits you with the dive kick, he's +4, and you are in another guessing situation. What he's gonna do. So you don't call that 50-50, bro. You call that shit. That shit is mind blowing. That shit is, it is or it's not. He could just go. I mean, he's +4. He's gonna do another dive kick, another dive kick, or he's gonna go jab. You gotta lose the defense at one time, bro. So it's becoming a guessing fucking game.
I couldn't be a hypocrite in this particular part and say that I am against any of that stuff. I like it. I mean, I want to be pressured. I want to guess the mix-up. I want to, punish a mistake that they've made, or if their execution is ass. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. But in MK, if I score a touchdown and I'm trying to pressure with Oki, they get this big, stupid-ass, meterless wake-up move that completely ruins my rush down. And I'm the worst character in the game, so I worked hard getting in. I worked getting my piddly-ass 35% combo with my big, stupid fucking character, and now I can't pressure them on the fucking wake-up.
Okay.
I can't do my vortex or my jump in or any of this shit.
What character in MK9 has a wake-up that is completely safe? All right, let's not talk about block, because people just want everything to be blockable and punished.
I'm talking about being rewarded for a knockdown.
You're being rewarded already.
For how?
All right, they knocked out. You got a free jump, pretty much. Now, what happens? Let's say let's say you're fighting against Cabal. Cabal is one of the little characters in MK9 that, if you knock them down, he can pretty much just dash armor away or cancel the dash into a fucking string. That shit is a little fucked up. It's true, but let's say I wake up with Cyrax, Ragdoll is safe with Cyrax. But what happened? There's a little window in which you can hit him with a normal before the Ragdoll hits you. But now you can just like backdash or space it out or neutral jump it, and you can punish him. But
Why the
you
fuck
cannot.
should I have to worry about my offense after a knockdown? I got the knockdown. Shouldn't the opponent be worried about my aggression? Why do I have to worry about what they're going to do?
Hold on one sec, did you? Hey, Brandon, you got sound now?
Who is that?
No, I still don't hear you, man.
No, dog.
I will never understand that logic. I mean, it's just Maxter, you've preached this to me before. I've heard it many times. I just don't agree. I think it's terrible. I think if MKX goes with this no meterless wake up system, I think I'm in there. I'm fucking in there. I know that might be a rumor. It might not even be true. Paco might laugh at me and be like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" But if that is true, if that is a thing, I am fucking in there because that is what it should have been.
You just want your opponents to guess on wake up, right?
I want my opponent to be fucking terrified of being knocked down.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because I want to change the subject up. People are kind of like, you guys are boring with data.
Okay.
If you guys had the option, all right, for example, I knock you down. Now you got a choice on your wake up, but if you want to fucking turtle it, I have a move that can pick you back up.
Exactly, you can space it. That's what I'm talking about, James. That's what I want to say. Like, let's say in Street Fighter, right? I'm Guile. Somebody knocked me down. What happens if I do a flash kick? They're gonna punish me in my way down. They're gonna punish me because I did a flash kick to wake up. If they block it, right? But let's say the dive kick is safe and there is enough block stun and advantage, for me to land safe. How do you punish that dive kick? You just space it. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have to block a move to punish it. Learn how to space it. Learn how to neutral jump it. Let's say Barrock. Let's say Barrock can wake up with his charge punch, right? He cannot. He was safe with his headbutt, going up, in Super Street Fighter and Street Fighter 3. I mean, no, Street Fighter 3, Super Street Fighter and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. He was safe on wake up, pretty much. If you blocked it, you couldn't punish him. But what about if you baited it and you just spaced it? You could punish the fuck out of him. Not on block, but you don't have to punish every single wake up on block because this is gonna make the game too similar in everything.
Funk Doc said, "Hey, yeah, Maxter, I got an idea. Why don't you?"
But right or wrong, James? Like Fei Long, people complain about Fei Long Rekka.
No, Funk Doctor said, "Hey, yeah, Maxter, I got an idea. Why don't you buy Capcom?"
I love my ball Funk Doc.
Oh my god.
But listen, it's not like, all right, I got the Rekka with Fei Long. What could have been a fix for Fei Long? Now, Fei Long was ruined so bad because he doesn't have guaranteed chip damage. You know how Street Fighter is. You walking back and you blocking automatically. You playing footsies against Fei Long. He does this Rekka. Like, most characters can punish him even at max range. Right? Why you don't give these players on the defensive mode? All right, Fei Long is gonna do a Rekka. Let me just neutral punch it. Why don't you make the Rekka a little bit more negative? Why do I have to block and punish? Can I fucking read him and jump neutral to punish him? Yes, I've done it in Super Street Fighter, but everybody wants him. Wants everything so easy. No, I want to block a Rekka and punish it. Do you agree with me or not? Why do I have to block and punish when I can neutral jump and punish? I want the easy way, bro. You understand? Like in Mortal Kombat, blocking is not an easy way. It's just in mix-ups, it's an easy way because you cover both sides, on the ambiguous corpses. That's it. But if I'm walking back in Mortal Kombat and you do a Superman with Raiden, and I see that you blocking and you have a pattern of blocking and losing it, I can hit you with that Superman walking back if you're not blocking. In Street Fighter, what happens if you're blocking back and I charge you with Barrock? You're gonna block automatically. You understand?
I have a question. Yeah. Why? How come in MK? How can the block button just not block the character's front, but leave the character's back, vulnerable?
Because then you're gonna make the game Street Fighter. You're gonna make the game. Listen, I play both game and I play Street Fighter most of my life.
That's
No.
the dumbest question I've ever asked. But I just
No, but listen.
That's why I started laughing because
I hate when people say like fucking blocking is for 3D.
So stupid.
No, but I hate when people say blocking is for 3D games.
Fuck.
Who implemented blocking in fighting games first? It was Mortal Kombat, yes or not? Don't talk to me about 3D games because Soul Calibur is a block. I mean, even in Smash Brothers, you have a block button. It allows you to move, to move back and forward and block quicker, reacting or not. But at least if you're moving back and I charge you with a 7-10 frame move, if you wasn't expecting it, you're not gonna block by mistake. Because in Street Fighter, sometimes I block shit by mistake. You know why? Because I was just pressing. I was pressing forward and backward. In the time when he charged me, I press back. I block by mistake. It's not because I reacted to the move.
Paco, I'm going to apologize for that question. I apologize. That was probably the dumbest question in FGC history.
No, it's alright, Digimon. I respect that, bro.
God,
But if you want to play Street Fighter, Minion know what's up. Minion can tell you if I can play Street Fighter. Now play me in Super Turbo and Under. You never saw me competing, but that was my game. Minion couldn't beat me, man. The only one who came close was Sanford. Now you play me like you never knew who I was onto Mortal Kombat 9 because I wasn't playing games competitive. I didn't even knew about the fucking competitive scene, whatever. But at least I know that in Street Fighter 2, I can fucking walk. And I can. It's pretty much like running. If you see how I play, man, I dance.
Man, Maxter, you used to say that shit. Listen, man, we can hop on GGPR right fucking now. I will stream that shit. We can play some Super Turbo, friend.
My friend, listen.
We can go ham.
Yeah, we could go home. I got an old Sega Genesis button layout controller just for that.
Oh shit.
I play with Kevin, Dominion, and Sanford and Hero. You know EMP Hero?
Yeah. Bison, one of the best Bisons in the fucking world.
Yeah, I play with him. He can tell you what's up if I'm lying or not. They can tell you how I play those games, man. Because I grew up with those games. I just never competed in these games here.
Mm-hmm.
I came to this country when I was like 20, almost 21 years old.
Shit.
I just bodied a guy in rival schools, a couple of guys in rival schools, yesterday. That's a classic.
James, listen, I play everything. Like I play Tekken 1, 2, and 3. I quit on 4. I play on 5.
4 was bad. Should have quit. It was terrible.
I'll body you in Primal Rage. I got you bodied. No, Brandon,
James,
you're not
take
coming
your
over.
ass to Chicago. Play Primal Rage.
Yeah, I know. Everybody wants to see me do the Primal Rage.
I play with Soros. I play with Blizzard. I never played Part 2 because it wasn't even out.
I did.
Just found out about it.
I played it.
But I play even War Heroes, Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighter. You remember that game?
War Gods, you mean?
War Gods was absolutely awful.
Yeah, I know.
On the Zeus hardware?
Fucking Aoken Kabuki Joe.
Fighting game.
Kabuki Joe.
Kabuki Joe. That was that nigga's name. They had the fucking Tekken 10 strings in that shit. You remember that shit?
I still love Tekken 10 strings.
Oh my god. I still troll with them too.
Yo, Digimon, you know Blue 9?
Blue 9?
Alex Smith?
Yes.
Alex Smith.
I know him. Yep, sure do.
Yeah, he plays with Abel. He challenged me in Super Turbo the other day.
Did you body him?
Huh?
Did you body him?
No, man.
Damn.
I beat it so bad, man. That was his game. That wasn't when he first started playing. But my little bro said, that he thought he played fighting game. He couldn't get those, DPs, quarter second before you could pick up. The first thing he did was he went to Twitter and he asked Alex Valle, who wins the fight between Ryu and Guile? I told him I beat you with any character because I beat him like 50 or like 5-0. And the guy, he went like, oh no, that's a bad matchup because the game played very similar, but you don't have the scrubbiest way to do special moves and wake-ups. You need a precision to do wake-ups in this game. And CD Junior was like, he never played this game, so I cannot fucking, but that game is like in my blood. Mm-hmm. And the first thing, when I beat him so bad, he went to Twitter to ask Alex Valle, because he knows Alex Valle is an OG. He played this game. And he asked him, man, he was telling the first thing he was telling me, oh, this matchup is unwinnable. I said, why the fuck you say that? I mean, did you ever play this game? Do you know what I'm batting you right now? Because I've been playing this game for fucking years and years and years, you know. And Street Fighter is so simple that you will never forget how to play it. Unless it's Street Fighter 4, there is so many frame data changes and hitbox and shit like that. It's a different game. You know, in a situation in which you gotta know, you know, your ranges and move and stuff like that. It's a different game, but pretty much it's similar the way you play it to back in the days. But Junior, he thought that, I don't know, man, I'm fucking a good fighting game player. I'm gonna beat Maximo in Super Turbo. And, you know, he got demoralized. And the first thing he did was he was fucking ranting in Twitter that this is a bad matchup. Guile and Ryu. Who had Ryu and who had Guile? Can you guess?
You did not.
Who had Ryu? Who had Guile in the match?
You had Guile and he had Ryu.
He had Ryu.
That's right.
But after he went ranting Twitter, I played it backward because I can use the whole cast in the game, and I was playing Ryu, and still the kid couldn't do much. I mean, maybe out of like 60 matches, he beat me 2.
Shit.
But he beat me too because I played the game, but my controller is a Sega Saturn controller that is a bootleg, but it's fucked up because it's so sensitive that you press forward, you can jump and duck by mistake. That's the only thing. And sometimes I wanted to wake up, and you know, in Street Fighter, when you get mixed up, you are. I mean, it's only one combo, and you are dizzy. You know, you have 100% combos in Street Fighter 2 and all. But you know, this game works so.
That controller fixed, Maxter. Like I said, hit me up on Twitter or something, or on Facebook, and let's play a first to Tenant in Super Turbo because I want to play. I want to see.
Yeah, definitely.
I love seeing that shit. I'm not doubting you. I definitely.
I'm gonna download that. You got main. Which one is the main? Because it's being. I mean, I got a main here, but just to play offline. But which one is the one like? You can play like with no lag and everything.
GGPO. That's what you need to download, brother.
GGPO, but which one it is?
There's only one.
There's only one. I just Google GGPO main, whatever.
Nope. Just Google GGPO, like Street Fighter or something like that, and it should be one of the first links.
I'm gonna get the emulator and everything.
So like,
you get all the bells and whistles. You just gotta look for the ROM.
So Paco asked, and I think this was a great question. MK4 was balanced.
Yeah, it was pretty much, James.
Yeah, I can't remember MK4 that well.
I like that game a lot.
I just remember Kai was amazing.
Maximum damage. That's all you need to know. Maximum damage.
74% with Fujin. I could break the maximum damage with a lot of characters.
Yeah.
Well, that was my main character for my Fujin and Sub-Zero. That was in Ultra 64, Nintendo 64. We played the game a lot. And it wasn't the background was 3D, but you couldn't really move 3D just to you could move 3D just to dodge projectiles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, like down, and how did you move up? You know,
down. I think it was down and run.
Yeah, something like that, man. But you know, I played that game a lot in 64, and it was very good. But after Deadly Alliance, I never played any Mortal Kombat game until Mortal Kombat 9. I wasn't playing any fighting games. I just played, you know, old school fighting games with my friends, sometime MAME. MK2, Trilogy, Ultimate, Street Fighter, 1, 2, 3, 4, on to Super Turbo, and I never played Third Strike. That much. I play Street Fighter 3 and Third Strike, but not that much. I never put much time in that game. It was a good game. I remember it came out it was in Sega Dreamcast, right?
For what?
The Street Fighter 3 first.
Yes.
Yeah, it was on Dreamcast.
Yeah, it was on Dreamcast first. Yep.
Yeah. But I never put much emphasis in that game. Never.
So let's go back and stop talking about Street Fighter for now and go back to Mortal Kombat. So what is it that you guys are looking for? We'll start with Mr. Digimon. What are you looking for in MKX?
Okay. What am I looking forward to? That's a really good question. Can I go last, please? Okay.
Go ahead, Digimon. We want to hear your opinion. Go ahead.
What am I looking forward to? You know what? I at first I was really really disrespectful towards MKX. I thought, I don't want to see shit. It's gonna be the same trash, just like MK9, just like Injustice, blah blah blah. And then I actually saw gameplay footage, and this is for the first time in my life that I felt like a fucking moron because I saw the character variation thing, and I was like, holy shit, that's the most genius thing that they've ever thought of in their fucking lifetime. So I'm really looking forward to see if they can actually make these character variations work, and if they can actually balance what the 24 to 26 characters or whatever, and three different variations of each character, and make them all work. Like balance them, make them work, like no glitches and bugs and any of that bullshit. Make sure all the fucking mids in the game actually hit crouching opponents, regardless if they're as big as fucking Shiva or as small as dumbass Melina. I hate that fucking character.
You mean hitbox balances. You don't want a character like to have little, hitboxes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
like
it's sloppy. It's sloppy. It's just.
Oh.
You're on, Brandon.
Oh, fuck. Thank God, dude. Jesus.
That took forever and a day.
Dude, I had to, resort to getting my Xbox One Connect out that I have not had out since the opening of the arcade.
Damn. So, guys, this is Brandon from Ultra Arcade down in San Antonio. So, you've heard the conversations going on while you were dicking around with that mic. What is your take on everything that's transpired? A quick rundown.
Oh, okay. Well, one, I missed out on all that shit, man, because I had to unplug my sound multiple times. Last thing I heard, everyone was bitching about Mortal Kombat and how Street Fighter is a boring ass game, and that's all I remember. So I fucked up on that.
All right. Well, basically, we talked MLG. We talked about the Floe 16-bit thing. We talked about the fracturing of the MK community and how to try and sort of keep the peace. Now these guys are talking about. Oh, Maxter dropped off. Now we're talking about how what these guys want to see for MKX, which visually looks stunning. Gameplay wise, guys gotta see what they get, but the fact that there's multiple styles is definitely gonna leave something to. Oh, here we go. Let me remove him and hit him. Now here we go. All right, you're back, Maxter.
Oh, sorry, man. Was I the only one that crashed?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Because of that piece of crap computer you're on.
Yeah.
But basically, right now they're going over what they want to see. Digimon, who was the most vocal negative Nancy in the MK9 era, after a couple of incidents that left him with a bitter taste in his mouth, is explaining how he originally walked into MK10 thinking, it's going to be ass. And now he was saying how his mind was changed from what he saw. So let me go back to Mr. Digimon, who just dropped off. Really? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I think a lot of people dropped off because I wasn't even listening when he was talking
Just you.
on the computer.
Just you.
But he's there, you there?
Digimon's coming back. There he goes. You're back, Mr. Digimon.
Did I get bodied?
Yeah, you got bodied. You're back.
You got bodied.
Yeah, guys, I'm really sorry. But like I said, it's hard for me to really say anything. I just, I'm just like you guys. I want MKX to be successful too. I'm, regardless if I'm a fraudulent MK fan or not, I don't know. I've been playing MK since one. I've been a fan since whenever MK9. I became a competitive player, and that's kind of when everything kind of crashed and burned, because now I have these expectations. I'm saying that with quotes around them. Expectations of what I think fighting games should and shouldn't be, and then now look where I'm at. So after playing MK9 and buying 7 fucking copies and sticking with the shittiest character in history.
How many you broke, Digimon?
How many have I broke, actually?
Out of the 7.
Out of the 7, 3.
And the other ones you just gave it away.
The other one cup I gave away, 2 I traded them in, but at the end of all 7 of them, I wound up buying the game again.
Yeah.
So
something about the.
So I ordered 2 copies of MKX for the sole purpose if I break one.
Yeah.
Serious.
Sorry, the mic crashed when you were talking, but I was gonna ask you something about. About the shitty hitboxes or whatever.
Okay.
I know when Milena when she does a downfall, right? Her hitbox,
lowers.
It lowers so much, but it's pretty much like the hitbox in this game are around the characters. At least you gotta hit the character, in this case. But let's say, what would you rather have? Hitboxes like changes that you can see. Let's say Milena goes like so low, that you gotta, hit her with something different, that you use to hit other characters because of their normals. Or do you rather like hitboxes balances like that, or would you rather like having like health balance like Street Fighter's always had? Like let's say I do a 50% damage combo, Chun-Li, but that 50% damage is gonna be 40% on Zangief.
Oh, definitely the health variations.
You would like to see health variation in Mortal Kombat?
I think that is one of the things that the game needed. Like, if Shiva was that bad, but with the most health in the game, I would applaud the fuck out of that.
But what about if I tell you, like, lower hitboxes have always existed in video games, in fighting games?
I'm not saying that isn't true. They actually exist. Well, they existed in Tekken.
Nah, but do you have an option? Let's say Milena, I know that's annoying because I know sometimes my jumping punch cannot hit her. I gotta be too precise, or I gotta hit her, with a kick.
Mm-hmm.
But why? What happened with Milena when you knock her down? What is her safest move?
Everything. It's Shiva.
No, she doesn't have a special move. Really,
She doesn't. She doesn't have one. No,
she doesn't have one. So her only defense is lowering her hitbox. At least there is a balance on this. Like I jump at her to open her up with a combo, and her uppercut sucks. Slow hitbox on her uppercut
sucks.
Yeah, her uppercut sucks bad.
Who's?
Milena. So,
Mortal Kombat. Okay, here we go.
At least when you jump at her, at least you're not getting anti-air. With Jax or Cyrax standing 2 or Jax standing 1 or whoever, what is she getting out of a down 4? Nothing. She cannot convert into combos with a down 4.
That's true.
So why people complain about this? At least you got a guaranteed kick.
But it takes away consistency. And I think that's one of the biggest things that MK is lacking. It's consistency. Not just with hitboxes, but with inputs, which is even worse.
No, exactly. That's the first thing I want fixed before any freaking hitboxes issues in any game. I want inputs fixed, collisions, hitboxes, whatever, bugs, but if at least it's something that I can see, that is not random, why I cannot adapt to it? Like, I know Milena fucking gonna do the down for just to avoid my jumping punch. What am I gonna do? Jumping kicks reach all the way to the ground. I gotta find something to convert, in a combo. At least you have the option to convert in a combo from a jumping kick. Mm-hmm. And you do.
I do.
And this is a defense she has. What happens if you jump at Jax? He's gonna get you with a standing jab.
Yeah,
he's gonna get you with a 7 frames uppercut. He's gonna get you with a freaking command grab, that air command grab that he gets you from the air. What can Milena do when you jump at her?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Her standing 1 is super slow. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly, 13 frames. I even remember that. I studied the game so much that I even remember that. That was her fastest move. 13 frames. What the fuck she's gonna do?
Did you read what Paco just said? Look at that. Look at what he just said. The inputs are consistent. Your hands are not. What?
You're slow.
What?
No.
Where is Tom Brady? Where is the?
No. But forget about Paco. It's about what I'm talking to you. What are her options? Her option is to lower her hitbox to avoid being in a mix-up when somebody gets you with a jumping punch, you are like -12 or whatever. You are off for a mix-up, low hit or high attack or whatever or grab. You are in a mix-up already. But her only defense is to lower her hitbox with her down 4. Now imagine if she does a down 4 that goes that low, and you have her hitbox like any standing character. That thing will look broken as fuck, bro.
I mean,
True or not?
Maxter, I get that, I do. But let me ask you a personal
But you
question.
can adapt to it. At least you can adapt to it.
Let me ask you this: do you think, and I want you to be honest, do you think the NRS intended to make lowered hitboxes to balance out a character?
Yes, they did. Yes,
they did. Why would you do that?
Because hitboxes in this game are around the character, even when they move, bro. It's not like a Street Fighter. Some characters that are lower, their hitbox are on top there, like you can hit it up there.
So you
like that.
purposely would take out consistency of what is natural and that makes sense in any other fighting game, like mid-hitting crouching opponents, because you want to what? You got
brother, I want to hit what I'm seeing. That's all. I'm tired of 2D hitboxes or whatever because there's still so much inconsistency in 2D hitboxes. 2D hitboxes, they do it the way they want to. The way they want to. I want the hitbox to move with the fucking character. I want to hit what I'm seeing moving. If she goes on there, if she fucking go split their legs on the floor, I want to hit that. Now, do I have a move to hit that? Yes or no? I mean, I don't know if I have it.
Every character has it.
Every character has it. That's why you have the deep jump kicks. You have, the kicks, like the punch. The punch lands a little bit over the ground. A little bit over the ground. You gotta be. I mean,
The
Mileena.
jump punch is a mid. Everyone whiffs against the girls in the game. It's a mid. Why is it whiffing a crouching kick? Even a crouching kick, it's still crouch. She should be hit.
Yeah, but at least you have an option. You just wanna. I mean, let's say Mileena lowers her hitbox like that. You have a jumping kick that you can hit it off with. Can you compare it to any combo with Shiva? Maybe not. That's where the problem is. Maybe Shiva's normals, after a deep jump kick, you cannot dash into a combo. It's true, I accept that. Because I know Shiva is... I mean, I never use Shiva. I mean, she, use a little bit, but I feel your pain, bro. But at least we have things that we can adapt to.
Do you think any of that is going to return to MKX? Do you think that they're going to purposely do this again? Because if Taco sits here on the chat and tells me Webster we're going to do the exact same thing because that's what we feel works at MKX, and I'm going to say, James, thanks for having me on the show, but I'm not going to talk about MKX anymore. I'll be done. Right here, right now. If that happens today on this motherfucking show, if the next thing this motherfucker says is Webster, I don't give a fuck. This is my way. This is my game. This is my design, and that's the way it's going to be MKX. I'm telling you right now on this day, I'm going to wrap up my fucking headset, close my fucking laptop, and fuck her right in the pussy. No.
Now listen, I believe Paco is good. Oh my god.
Oh fuck.
So hold on, guys. Let me change the topic a little bit. So I got Brandon here from Ultra Arcade. What do you have? You have anything going on, or is it just the next thing's going to be in October?
As far as Ultra Fest,
Yeah.
well, yeah, we got that going, but I do want to do something for the KI community. Kind of an invite-only thing with a $1,000 pop bonus as well. But I haven't really picked a date just yet, so before I announce anything further. But yeah, basically I want to invite every single KI player possible that's a top player, and then it just really enjoys the game too. You don't have to be like the best player in the world or anything, but just something for the KI community. I mean, getting ready for season 2 and whatnot. I want it to be it might take place like after Ultra Fest, of course. I know I've talked to Mark, man. He's been wanting me to do like a Tekken event, so that's why I put Tekken on Ultra Fest. Yeah, as far as Mortal Kombat goes, I mean, I put Mortal Kombat on there because that's the game that got me into the FGC in the 90s with Ultimate MK3. And as far as how I feel about the new MK, I mean, it looks fantastic, but I it sit down and fuck with it a little more because I just feel like it's gonna be really a pain in the ass for that game to be balanced. But anyways, getting off topic. But yeah,
James, he just said it.
Yeah, as far as events, I think Ultrafest is our big focus because we're really focusing on getting major bands right now. That's what I'm focusing on. Is like I'm talking about bands like Manowar, bands like Iced Earth, those big metal bands that really stick out because I feel like trying to attract multiple crowds and trying to expand the FGC by adding, festival, a costume contest, etc. Because I don't think it's ever really been done before. Have this big badass concert with like badass metal bands. It's not necessarily just heavy metal too. I wanted to have like a band, a Day to Remember, ASCII Alexandria. Like they're kind of like different types of metals, and that's what I've been really focused on. That's why I haven't really announced it. There's a lot of events that we plan on announcing.
Your mic's going in and out.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And Max, you're breathing like somebody like Junior sticking his cock in your ass.
Yeah. He was. He just
Okay,
left.
well, tell him to pull it out.
All right. Yeah. All right now.
Yeah, so just the main focus is Ultrafest and getting the bands for it. I do want to get some bands that are obviously in the FGC. I want to focus. Of course, you and I talked about that, James.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the community to have I guess, bring them together. And but I just want to make sure that we're all on board with the big bands and stuff like that. Ask for a lot, and I want to before I make the official announcement. I know that we are announcing something at Ultrafest. That is a for sure thing, but it's something that also hasn't been done before for the fighting game community. It does involve music, and it does involve, of course, fighting games. So.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you guys, are doing a lot of things, a lot of positive things in the community. I mean, obviously, we had Yipes on earlier, who had his curly stash down there. So, I mean, it's definitely looking good. And it's funny because, like I said, there ain't too many arcades out there. And to see an arcade doing decent, I don't know how well you're doing, in your pocket wise, but I mean, every time I talk to somebody, like, the place is always packed.
Yeah. The thing is like Dave and I, we work really hard. We also have jobs outside of this, and we're consistently throwing all our money 100% back into the arcade to make it better. And we're consistently doing renovations. We're trying to acquire the building so we get a real low overhead. Just stuff like that is what's keeping us afloat. We're doing really good. We're not, in trouble or anything. Like, we do have a Kickstarter at the moment, but that's really to acquire the building and get more product and stuff like that into the building. We want to have more retro arcade cabinets, and they're super expensive, and they're actually hard to find, especially down here in Texas. But the thing is Dave and I, we knew we got in what we were getting into. We wanted to do this 100% for the fighting game community. That's basically making no profit. We understood that with arcade you don't see that much profit with it. So he agreed, I agreed, and so we're totally happy with it. As long as the FGC succeeds and the communities come together, that's really all what matters to me. That makes me happy. That's more of that's like a life goal for me, is to bring a bunch of all these communities together and stuff like that. And to own my own arcade is, it's an honor to be able to talk to people like you, Yipes, and just be involved is just really great.
Yeah, I mean, Paco's in the chat now asking about Ultra Arcade. I said, I just messaged him saying, it'd be a really cool place to have a character release.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I as far as that goes, I haven't really tweeted. As we're talking about MKX, yeah, I haven't really tweeted Ed Boon about it, but that would be super, super awesome if we do that at Ultra Fest, because we are catering to Mortal Kombat, because that will forever be my favorite fighting game of all time. It was the very first game that I grew up with in the arcade. If that were possible, that'd be hype as hell.
Just don't invite 16 bits. Nah, 16 bits invited. 16 bits invited.
Oh, wasn't he put on blast last time I was on the show?
Yeah, he was put on blast today.
About rigging brackets or something.
It wasn't put on blast about it today, but it was, it was a topic that came up that, issues happened at this MLG event this past weekend. I mean, 12 matches in like 30 hours is pretty bad.
Oh yeah, I was watching that, and honestly, I don't know. I just kept going out, and there was so many pizza commercials. I'm busy as it is, and the last thing I want to see is a barbecue pizza. I'm not into that kind of shit.
Yeah, so. That's one of the things. Like I see other people, barbecue pizza, dude. That's fucking ass nasty. Like, why would you put barbecue sauce on a pizza?
Yeah, that's fucking gross. Like, that's not my thing, but. I'm not a Southern guy, so I don't know. I don't even know why that's a thing. Put barbecue sauce or ranch on everything.
I mean, you come to New York, you can have tofu and pineapple on pizza.
Well, it's
fucking
better than barbecue sauce.
Nah, they're all fucking nasty. Pizza. Listen, pizza comes very simple. You don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist either. It's like give me my sauce, give me my cheese. You want to put a topping on? I'll give you a few to choose from. Pepperoni, sausage, meatball, mushroom, which I hate, but fuck it, people like it. Anchovies, I don't like it, but you can have it. Once you start getting into like buffalo wings and like fucking pineapple and tofu and some trust in me who comes into the chat from the UK, telling me they have curry pizza in England. Why would you put curry on pizza?
So I don't understand, man. People are fucking insane, but yeah, as far as that goes, though, yeah, the MLG event seemed. I'm not going to hate on it because, everybody that I knew for KI went out there. So they just told me they had a bad experience. And I think that's what's very important when it comes to tournaments. And that's why, we worked really hard to make Curly Mustache the most comfortable event as possible. Because, to be honest, dude, we're only like, we're 1,500 square feet of an arcade. And, I had to get tents. I had to get, like, extra fans. We had to install, like, a extra AC so it wasn't hot as balls in here.
Yeah.
I think the main thing is the main focus is the players. And you always want the players to leave with something. And that's why usually Evo does real great, CEO does real great, and so on. Like those tournaments usually do real well is because when you're coming to an event 1,500 miles away, you want to leave with a smile on your face, whether you win or lose. You know what I mean? If you go 0-2, it's you had a great experience. You got to see all your friends. It was it was a great venue, and that's what I always focus on. Making sure the venue is as comfortable as possible. The players are as comfortable as possible, and everyone leaves happy. And I think with MLG, they think they could, just because they have a big name, they just don't give a fuck, and they charge so much to players. They charge like I saw like the pricing was pretty high.
$65, $75.
Yeah, and Ultra Fest. I mean, we're gonna announce the pricing soon, but it's standard. Like the pre-register is only it's $30 for the venue and it's $10 per game. And I just think that they're just if you're gonna pay for $60 for a tournament, it better be badass.
Yeah, no, it definitely again in a community that's otherwise broke. One of the things that if you walk out of these events having a miserable time, you got to ask yourself why, figure out why. Is it the venue? Is it you? Some people don't want to look at the motherfucker in the mirror sometimes and just say like you just came there with attitude, thinking you were going to be catered to, like a top player, and you weren't, and you went 0-2, and now you're sitting around with your dick in your hand, when you look at like, I heard Big E getting his slack from 16-bit, but I'm like, look, as somebody like me who went to the event, I enter tournament, I play a couple of games. I might go 2-2, 1-2, 0-2, whatever. But then if I'm not playing in the tournament, there's arcade games that they have put into a conference room that, you can play arcade games. There's dynamic beadwork, Curtis and dynamic beadwork, fucking, doing the bead stuff. There's, stick mods, panels, you name it. There's something there. Plus, you're drinking, you're BSing, you're hanging out with friends. And again, one of the biggest problems is they see the Justins and the Rickies, the money collectors, if you will, and, they expect themselves to be able to collect money.
Yeah, of course.
And I've heard guys say, I paid, $300, $400, $500 to go to this event, and I had a miserable time. And when I ask them, what was it that made your time miserable? Well, everybody else was bitching. Okay, I didn't ask that. I asked, what made your experience miserable? And then a lot of the times, it really comes down to going 0-2.
Yeah.
Or getting matched up against somebody that, was better than you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that, guys got to kind of break that mold. Again, it's really due to the esports mentality.
Yeah, of course. I agree with that 100%.
And instead of turning around and worrying about being an esports guy, maybe you should just worry about having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And one of the things that kills me at events is, there ain't nothing wrong with money matches, but, here you are, if you up and pick and come across the country, go do your tournament. When the tournament's over, don't go back to your room and just fucking play casuals nonstop. You go into a city that you ain't never been to, maybe. And all you're going to see is a hotel room. When you're not competing. Ain't nothing wrong with, a bunch of guys getting together and doing it for a while, but go out, go to a bar, go somewhere.
Yeah.
Do things beyond just the game. Whether it be, like I said, cosplay or something, some of these girls come in cosplay. Shit, go to a goddamn strip club. I go to a strip club in every city I go to.
That's legit. I mean, I agree with you because, honestly, when you go 0-2 at Evo, I mean, I don't see how anyone can have a bad time. I mean, there's so much other shit to do. And you're just with your friends, too, on top of that. I mean, usually when you go to Evo, I know I go with friends. I go with a lot of friends. I usually, about 20 friends I go with, so I always have something to do. And I think that's what we're really trying to capture with Ultrafest, because you go on to at this event, there's gonna be literally 36 things that you're gonna be able to do besides just play, in tournament. So there's gonna be tons of chances to win money, product, Mad Catz gear, etc. So, I mean, like I said, I agree with you because most people just expect to travel and they just want that one thing. But honestly, you need to just stop stressing and just have a good time, because that's what this is all about. After all, we're all playing games, so fucking freaking out.
Exactly. All right, let me take a quick. My Ask FM is already flooded. So these are my Ask FM questions. The trolls be trolling. So let's see what Ask FM questions I've been given today. Hey James, what do you think of this pick bird now? James, can we all as gamers put this behind us and have a few drinks over some lukewarm ravioli and fuck her in the pussy? Thank you. Hey James, how do you stay awake like you do? I don't know anymore. I just do it.
Coffee.
No coffee. I don't drink coffee.
You don't drink coffee anymore?
No, I never drank coffee really. I drink tea.
Yeah, but you have a lot of caffeine, I know.
I just
Energy drinks and stuff.
I drank 2 Baja Blast, 1 ginger ale, 1 Pepsi, 1 beer.
All 5 hours energy.
I love Baja Blast.
This is what I drank during the episode. I drank a can of ginger ale, a bottle of half and half Snapple lemonade, 2 Baja Blast sodas, 7-Eleven tea, a Bud Light, and now I'm drinking a Pepsi.
Yeah, that's caffeine all over.
So I got it. I get my caffeine. Do you see me trolling, sucking Asian girl toes? Do you hating for coming up in the crib and stealing all day girls? Wow, really? Remember when Chris G was on, when he said, "I've done more than the NRS community has done," and they wonder why Capcom players get hate. He's jerking around. He doesn't actually think that, but they're arrogant. He's a player just like the rest of us. They just happen to be the most popular in FGC, and they shit on others. Chris really doesn't shit on others. He just likes
not at all, man.
Yeah, he just breaks balls.
Yeah.
Stop being a bitch and making people use accounts to ask FM questions. It's because I don't like the thing blowing up all day. I can't stop it sometimes. So does MLG show the future for FGC if it goes esports? Based on the past weekend, the FGC was crapped on. Smash did well. StarCraft and Halo, etc. did well too. You know what? You're right. I can't deny that. You know, when decisions get made, I don't know how NRS is going to look at it, but, you know, they got to kind of think about it and say, you know, did we get our bang for our buck for what we put in? You know, and again, like I said earlier, same thing for those commercials. You know, if I was Pizza Hut, I'd be pretty pissed. I'd be like, listen, I'm cool with you, you know, doing commercials for me, but you ran so many commercials, you annoyed the people that we were trying to attract. You know, so I would definitely probably go back to them and mention that. Why did I buy a PS4? Worst decision of my life. No, the worst decision of your life is to return it and go buy an Xbox One. You know, that's really what the worst, because you're just going from shit to shittier. Let's see. How do I enjoy life? I'm starting a job Tuesday, so money is going to start coming in. But what can I do to feel good? Go to the gym, go out. Straight edged, I will not smoke and drink. Hey, I don't encourage anybody to smoke and drink, but I'd go to the titty bar anyway, and that's pretty encouraging for me.
No, but tell him to go to the gym. That really helps a lot. You know,
that don't do shit.
It does, man. It does. You know, it's very healthy and everything.
Fuck that crap.
Energy,
Fuck the gym. Do I look like a gym-going motherfucker?
Yes.
No, I know, but you know, at least I encourage everybody to at least have some kind of physical activity, you know, on a daily basis.
Go play soccer. Try out for the World Cup team next year.
Well, at least that, yeah, do that. Do, you know, any kind of a sports or whatever, but, you know, do something. Just don't stay, you know, in your house on your computer all day.
James, I like this one. Go ahead.
I make everybody do 50 push-ups before they come into the arcade every day.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Make them do that.
Good luck. Yeah.
I get lucky if they can get to 8. Like, oh, God.
Girl style I can do. James, I know you're going to disagree, so I'm just going to say, suck my dick and cut my balls. Wow, good.
You used to say that a lot, James, so.
All love, though. But Killer Instinct defines the precinct for next-gen fighters. Microsoft fucked up with their deadline, but it is an amazing game. Haters just play Ultra Snore Fighter more. You know, again, I'm not bashing the game. You know, again, I don't bash any game. You know, if it's got 10 people that play it, then in my eyes, that's 10 people that play it that enjoy it. So I'm not going to turn around and say your game is ass because of this, and this. But, you know, I mean, as far as, you know, the free-to-play mold, I don't think that's ever going to really take off. I think it's a failure. You're still buying the game. You're just basically being made to be duped into feeling for somehow you're getting it for free, but you're really not, because when you want to open up the whole game, you still pay. You know, so it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like selling somebody the Brooklyn Bridge. Tired of living in the hood. Can't block, can't holler, can't turn the corner without hearing loud-ass, terrible music of ratchets. Come on, man. Tired of this shit. Then move the fuck out the hood. Can we get a Danger Ding in MK X-Man accompanied by that evil laugh? Come on, man. But no, really, I want MK9 was the game to bring back nostalgia features in MK. But can we expect to see more of that in MKX? Yes or no? I think it's going to take a different turn. I also think that you're going to see a large cast of new characters, more than you have in any other game, you know, any other MK game. And you know, basically you're going to get a similar to Mortal Kombat 9 meets Injustice playstyle, faster with the run button, of course, the run meter. But I definitely think you're going to see a lot of stuff that's reminiscent of MK9. I want to say 16-bit was right tonight, and Ray was wrong. This is fact, and ass-hurting chat can hold that. Okay. If a girl says you're a faggot, fight me in real life, what do you do? I kiss her. Can't hit a girl. Can't hit a girl, but I'll kiss her and I'll piss her off even more that way. Triforce is making bank from Armada and Mewtwo King at MLG, eh? I don't know about that. I mean, I think it was $5,000 between the both of them. Where are we? James, tell Maxter you couldn't jump at Melina because she would anti-air you with her roll. Yo, my nigga, where the yayo at?
What the fuck?
Yeah, these are the questions people ask me, man. Is Blake Shelton gonna do a live performance of the hit song Cheddar at Evo? That would be hype.
That would be legit.
Ask Maxter if he's still EMP or a turncoat like Tampa. Daddy, give me attention, Bison.
No, I'm still EMP. I will body everybody, including my brother and everybody who quit EMP in the next game. I won't give him any training at all.
That's so cold.
Yeah, it's cold, but I will still defend Triforce, his cause, whatever it is in the FGC.
Is MKX not dark enough? This has to be a game that pushes the boundaries in content mechanics, aesthetics, in my opinion. You agree? Yeah, I think, a lot of people don't remember, but, when Injustice was being made, there was an interview that Ed did where he was talking about MK9, saying how they wanted to go with a much darker thing, and obviously Injustice popped up and sidetracked that. But as you could see from what's there, it's definitely a lot darker. See me in MK4. Baraka didn't even exist in that game. You are boned. Really? Let me tell you something. You ain't fucking with my Fujin.
They put Baraka in gold.
Yeah.
Remember that? In Cyrax and Sector.
Did you see the Ermac leak? Was it truly a leak? That's what you got to ask yourself. What good idea you have had lately? What the fuck? That's some broken ass English. What good idea you have had lately? I don't have any ideas.
I eat a lot rare candy. A lot.
What?
No, rare candy is telling me to eat more pasta.
Oh, eat more pasta.
Yeah, I eat that thing every day, almost.
I thought you eat rice. I thought you were a rice and bean eater.
No, but I eat a lot of pasta every day. Pizza or, macaronis or whatever. I always eat pasta. Always.
Well, as I'm looking at it right now, I'm about ready to wrap up, but because it's already 5:30 and I got to get on a train at 6. Yeah. At least I'm not depending on you. At least I'm not depending on you to wake me up like Evo.
Yeah. Woke you up, remember?
Yeah, I remember very well. Just give me 5 minutes and wake me up. Yeah.
No, but I didn't because I didn't want to bother you, man. You were sleeping.
Wait,
so good.
Brandon, did you just hear what he just said? I traveled halfway across the goddamn country to compete at Evo. We stayed out till 7:30, 7:45. I said, just wake me up. My first match is at 8.
Still, you got your way in there, man. Still,
I still lied my way in, yes.
Yeah, you like your way in there, man. So.
But the point is, it's like you looked at me knowing I came from halfway across the country, and you were like, you looked peaceful, so I let you sleep.
Man, I was fucked up too.
That's
bro.
what he said?
Yeah. Listen, I didn't.
Like
No, but I didn't even sleep at all, man. Like I pretty much just woke up. I couldn't sleep. I just went to the tournament. Like people, they judge me a little bit on my performance, but hello. All right, I thought I broke up. But James knows, man. Maybe we slept like 4 hours in those 4 days we were at Evo. That was fucked up.
Yeah.
That sounds more fun than the tournament.
Dude, we had more fun. We had more fun. That's why.
We spend a lot of money on fucking drinks, man.
Dude, I spent.
It's worth it. The memories,
I spent
man.
$2,000 just at Caesar.
Yeah, what was the name of that bar we were always in this? It was the Caesar Palace.
Yeah,
what was the name of the bar?
I forgot what the name of it was.
Man, but we were there drinking every day, man, pretty much. Man, that was fucked up.
All right, my last Ask FM question, guys. Who do you got winning the World Cup? Germany. Germany's gonna win it. Netherlands takes second. Brazil takes third. Actually, I don't even think Brazil's gonna take third. I think France is gonna knock Brazil out again, like they do all the time. But
Mexico might win this time, James.
Nah, they're not winning. I'll pull out fucking voodoo dolls and do whatever I have to make sure they don't win.
You want Brazil to win?
No, I want Germany. Germany.
Oh, Germany. All right.
I don't want Brazil to win.
No, I feel you.
Yeah, I don't want Mexico to win either.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know you are a little Germany.
I don't know who's the lesser of two evils out of those two. I mean, obviously, guys are saying USA. I'd love USA but they got to. Right now, they're riding on a line of fucking possibly getting knocked out after having a great performance against fucking Portugal, by the way, with a dick-ass goal at the end. But, that's part of the game. And that's one of the things, about soccer, football, whatever you want to call it, that, that extra time is a son of a bitch because they called 4 minutes and then they were like, nah, we make it 5 now.
Yes, what happened with this guy, man? This Suarez, what was his name? Suarez.
He bit the fucking Italian player. But
yeah, I know. What the fuck?
That's not the first time he's done it either.
No, because I was watching the game, man. They won that game like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, something like that. And this guy, they from Uruguay or I forgot, man.
That was the third time he's got. Oh, excuse me. That's the third time he's bit somebody. But guys,
for real?
Yeah. But guys will remember last World Cup.
Yeah.
He was the guy that on a shot in front of the net, he just punched it out. He's not the goalie. He punched it out, took the handball, got the red card, thrown out of the game. Had he not done that, they would have lost.
Oh, fuck.
So he basically kept them alive by doing that, and he took the red card, which, as grimy as it is, I'm still like, you know what? It kept him alive.
But did they still win the game?
They won the game, yeah.
They still won the game, so they still in. So did he get suspended or something?
No.
They say it was a mistake that he fell, his teeth first on somebody's back. And
no, because it's
because he got big teeth. I know Suarez.
He's got big teeth.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got horse teeth. He tripped over his teeth.
Oh shit, man.
Nah, he's been known. He's been known. That's the third person he's bit. Which I'm like, wow, really? And he didn't get nothing for that? Like, FIFA should be looking at it and like...
No even yellow card, right?
Nothing.
Oh, man, that's fucked up.
They'll investigate it and, they're not going to do nothing. But when he gets out, I guarantee you FIFA suspends him for next year. For friendlies and shit during the qualifier, which means nothing.
The thing is that he scores a lot of goals for his team. I don't know, man.
Well, like I said,
Guy's good, anyways.
Oh, yeah, he's good. But Netherlands right now and Germany seem to be my favorite to win it.
Yeah, Germany too.
But I mean the teams that gave me what the fuck moments, Spain, Italy. I'm going, you guys were gods all year and now you fucking just fell apart. Portugal with injuries, that kind of killed them.
One question, James. Who was Uruguay playing against with?
Italy. When he bit him?
Oh, when he beat him, yeah. Luis Suarez.
Yeah, Italy.
Oh, Italy. Okay, yeah. And they still won for how many goals?
What was the score? 2-1 or 1-0? I can't remember.
Did he score any of them?
No, he didn't score.
Oh, okay, because last time I saw him playing, he scored like 2 of them. It was against I forgot. Yeah, but what the fuck, man? Biting people, fucking games.
I mean, it's bad enough. Guys make fun of soccer. Americans make fun of soccer. I love the fact because I played my whole life, but it's like I look at it, and I'm like, all of a sudden, it's kind of like dick riders in the FGC. All these motherfuckers that are all of a sudden soccer fans when the World Cup happens. I'm like, really? Can you name a player besides Beasley? And it's like, I like Beckham. You're like, yeah, so does everybody that he hasn't fucking been on the team. It's like people just, hey, Pele's still playing, right? No, he hasn't played since the fucking 80s. But it's cool to see because, like, every bar in the city is packed now.
Yeah.
Especially with Mexicans.
James, one question, man. Why Dominican Republic doesn't play soccer at all?
Because they play baseball.
No, I know, but why they not good at soccer, man? What the fuck?
Because they can't find nothing round on the fucking island to kick around.
So many fucking good players in baseball and they don't play soccer, man. Never. And not even Puerto Rico, right?
No.
I never seen them in a World
Puerto
Cup.
Rico's American, so.
Yeah, I know, but I never seen them in a World Cup.
But I'm saying, they're America.
Oh, they're supposed to be America, right?
Yeah.
In the American team?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why.
But, America, the one thing, like, a lot of people don't understand is, like, America is the virgins on the block still. And a lot of people, all these World Cups, they're like, oh, man, it sucks. But, you got to look at how long America's actually been competitive in soccer over the years, is minuscule to, countries like England that have been playing for 200 years.
Yeah. Not 200 years. Come on, James, man. They've been playing soccer since like 1930 or something
No.
like that.
That's World Cup.
Yeah,
organized soccer has been going on for
it's been going on for a long time.
But there is money here. If we get a good team, man, and we get some good players from Central America or whatever, or Europe, we could make a good team here. But we don't. How good we do in the World Cup right now? I know we won like a couple of fucking.
We won one. We tied one. We won one. We tied one right now. We tied Portugal, which again, Portugal's plagued with injuries. They shut down fucking Ronaldo, which was a great thing. But it's actually, he hasn't scored. That game was supposed to be a really impactful game because he hasn't gone more than 2 games without scoring. He got the assist on the header at the end, and proven once again that he's fucking not to be shit on. But you could see the pompous arrogantness of him.
Yeah.
When he's on the field. But, it's like America's problem is this, when you go to these other countries, it's like Little League with us. You're 8 years old, you're playing in Little League. From Little League, you go to high school. From high school, you go to college. From college, you either get drafted into the majors or you go into, single A, triple A, or double A baseball or play independent or whatever. There's a structure for growth for baseball in America. It's not there. Now it's in place with Major League Soccer, but after the Cosmos and the Arrows and the indoor leagues of back in the day, the 70s, early 80s, once that disappeared, there was no league.
Yeah.
So it was like you played you played soccer as a kid, then you played high school, then you went to college, then you went to work. There was nothing after college unless you were so good that you got a European team to pick you up, or either a European league picking you up, or maybe a league in South America picking you up. But you're a drop in a bucket compared to the talent that's out there. And the reason is because soccer is a poor man's sport. All you need is a fucking ball.
Uh-huh.
I don't give a shit.
It's like baseball in DR, like Sammy Sosa, like. Do you mean there is a requirement here for you to be in college before getting into one of these leagues, teams, whatever in the US?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there is a requirement you gotta finish high school or whatever.
No, not like schooling wise. No, you can be dumb as fuck as long as you can hit a baseball.
Oh, okay. No, because I was gonna say Sammy Sosa, he didn't even finish fucking middle school, man, in DR, and this guy, he got fucking in a league here.
And that's and that's what it comes down to. It's like one of the things that and this sounds kind of like God. Hopefully, this will become a 49th episode because of this statement. But one of the things that really bothers me about American baseball is the fact that they take players from the Dominican Republic and these other countries. They don't take the talent that's actually in our system within the country as much as they're automatically. I mean, if you look at like the Yankees, it's like 50% of the guys are Dominican, maybe 2 Japanese players, and like 1 white dude and 1 black dude. And it's like, there you go, that's the Yankees. And you're like, wow, really? You're taking all the talent from elsewhere, and then people's biggest gripe back in the day was, well, you can't have a World Series because it doesn't include the World. Then when they actually make the World Series tournament, we got a team of of players that that are like, oh, I never played in the majors because I never got my chance. And Sammy Sosa goes and plays for DR.
Yeah, it's like the corporations here, man. Like they have all their factories in China or whatever in the Caribbean. But they don't pick like people from here like to do their fucking work.
No, it's kind of like what I said happened with MLG. MLG used Arturo and Carlos to help them understand the FGC, then got rid of them and brought in Joe Blow from Idaho. And
Who?
Joe Blow from Idaho.
Oh, who is that?
He's Joe Blow.
Joe Blow. Okay.
Joe Blow. That had nothing to do with the FGC, and said, we need you to now run the FGC events at MLG Anaheim. If they were smart, they would have went right back to their source. Go back.
How Mortal Kombat 9 ran, man, MLG last year. It was flawless. Everything was pretty good.
And again, I attribute that to Art, and I attribute that to Carlos.
Carlos Alberto.
Yeah, they made the event much better because they were in touch. Arturo was on Test Your Mic talking to people.
Yeah.
He was coming on this show saying, everybody go, everybody go. He was explaining how it works, how it's going to work. So people went in it with a mindset that, wow, these people actually care. And they do care. I mean, obviously profit first, everything else after. And I don't blame them for that.
Of course not.
But the fact of the matter is, this thing just turned out to be such a clusterfuck that I hope they go back to Arturo and Carlos and say, hey, look, we want you to do it again.
Yeah, like I'm saying, man, like some of these complications, they were unintended. So I don't really know because I wasn't there, but some people have, told me about it. So that's why I don't talk about it. I know it was a fucking bad experience, man, as a viewer, especially because I wasn't there. But I feel bad for the players that were there, especially and Megabytes, man. He came from Australia. You know him, right?
He's coming. He's coming. He's coming to New York in the end of his trip. So.
But you know him, right? Remember we went to their house. Tony T's friend.
I know.
And I feel bad that this guy came here, to experience MLG, and this shit was such a clusterfuck that, I mean, I'm saying it was a bad experience for the viewers, but what about the players too? It was fucked up, man. But still, I cannot fucking, complain about it because I don't know. I mean, people have told me about the complication they had, with the internet and the patches and this and that, and that's why they were so much torn down on the, on the tournament, the time, whatever. But I just hope they fix it for the next event if they're gonna have these fighting games again. Because otherwise, as a player or viewer, I wouldn't fucking even care about it next time.
Yeah.
I mean, do it once, do it twice. I mean, if you do it twice, the third time is gonna be on me. I'm gonna be the one to blame.
No, you get a second time. That's it.
Yeah, that's really all you get, man.
No, because I mean, the first time it was their fault. So the second time, let's see what happens. I mean, it was a complication, a problem, whatever. But the second time, the same thing happened. And I see it for the third time, it's gonna be on me, man. Because I mean, it's fucked up. They gotta fucking correct everything they did wrong on this event.
Yeah, they definitely. Again, like I said, I don't think I'm being facetious and mean, saying that they should offer something back to say like, yeah, we fucked up, we're aware of it, and we're here to correct the issues.
I agree. I think they should, with all the traveling, all the money that was spent. I mean, really, honestly, that's I agree with that. There's nothing wrong with saying that, and I think that
Shit
very
happens.
important. It's very important for the MLG to be a part of the FGC in a way because it's such a commercial brand and it's really big for the community. But with stuff like this, it kind of makes the FGC look kind of bad. Like if you're a Call of Duty player, I guess a lot of Call of Duty players really don't understand what goes on with the FGC. And
No, but also, I feel like a little bit like it wasn't only about fighting game because also the StarCraft community was fucked too. With the same situation with the patches. There was a blog in a forum somewhere that, hold on a second, fucking feedback here.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Anyway, I gotta take a quick commercial break.
Okay, go ahead.
Off in the distance, the game's dragging on. There's strikes on the batter, some runners are on. Then suddenly everyone's looking at me. My mind has been wondering what could it be. They point to the sky and I look up above, and a baseball falls into my glove. I play right field. It's important you know. You gotta know how to catch. You gotta know how to throw. That's why I play in right field, way out where the dandelions grow.
As a proud sponsor of Little League Baseball, Pizza Hut welcomes all the kids who make it great.
Making it great.
All right, that was a very entertaining commercial from Pizza Hut for all you Pizza Hut fans out there.
Yeah, I love Pizza Hut.
Oh God.
I mean, I should get a kickback from Pizza Hut for running all these commercials from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
This is a Pizza Hut commercial that you'd see watching the Ninja Turtles movie back in the.
Exactly, in between Sandlot.
Yeah, yeah.
But, I mean, I'm about to wrap up because it's like 10 to 6 and I'm supposed to be on a train at 6 and it looks like I'm going to have a late day today.
Oh, James, man, you just gotta wrap it up, man. Go to your train, man.
I can't go to my train until I take a shower. I stink like ass. I know my ugly whatever says he wants to know about my sausage penis and my dirty taint. Well, it's pretty fucking dirty. Yeah.
Sorry for keeping you awake.
No, dude. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you didn't do it. I keep myself up.
Yeah, and sorry for not being on the show, man, for so long.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, at least I'm on the chat, lurking.
You can come to Wakamba.
Yeah. Well, it's been long. I didn't watch the show or just, be on it. Like, at least on the chat.
But, again, I want to thank, obviously, Justin Floe, Chris G, 16-bit, Pig of the Hut, for these guys for coming on, explaining what they see and saw at MLG, all the drama that is drama. I mean, it can't be a perfect world, obviously, but again, I sound kumbaya, like it ain't that hard to get along.
Yeah.
You got a common fucking midpoint, which is you all play fucking games. On top of that, it's fighting games, and you're all fucking nerds. So
yeah.
I mean, right
come on, man. Not everybody. You calling me a nerd too because I play fighting games?
You play video games. You're a nerd.
Oh, fuck you, James.
All right, you know what?
If you're a nerd too because you play video games too.
I never denied that.
Fuck you.
I'm not denying that.
Just have it for fun, man. It's just the same as playing dominoes. I mean, with Dominican, do you play dominoes? Let's play dominoes. It's a game too. It's not a video game, but it's a game.
It's a game, and it's something that people are passionate about, and there's nothing wrong with it. But
exactly.
In the end, if you can't build something common based off of the fact that you're all nerds. And you all play video games, and on top of it, you play fighting games. You all like to drink. All you like to get laid, whether it's fucking by chicks with dicks, dykes with bikes, guys, girls, whatever floats your world. It don't matter.
Get bodied.
It don't matter because at the end of the day, you're all gamers. And when you go to these events,
not only gamers, we have fun, James.
No, but I'm saying you're gamers, and at the end of the day, what I was gonna say is you go there to have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the prime.
You know, and if you're not getting that, then again, that's where a show like this comes on and says address people.
Yeah.
You know, but do it in a. I'm not telling you to turn around and use my fucking trademark, suck my dick and cut my balls, but if you're trying to convey a message, and the other person isn't being receptive to it, which is what 16-bit was basically saying, but again, how you convey that message is going to basically tell if that person's going to be susceptible to even listening to you.
Yeah.
You can't turn around and go, hey, Maxter, suck my dick. Oh, by the way, can you pick me up later? You're going to go, you just told me to suck your dick. Now you want me to do you a favor? Fuck you. And that's, and that's something that this community has to kind of take into account more. So anyway, before I let you go, hey, Ray, you even there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Damn, you quiet, motherfucker. I'm going to let you, since you were the first one on, I'm going to let you hop out first. Get your little shout outs and whatnot, and get some sleep.
Absolutely. Thanks again for letting me speak my mind and being able to come on the show. Just come out to Summer Jam. That's the next event that we'll be doing. And if you're in Long Island, come out to Monster Island tournaments as well.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, man.
All right, Ray, have a good night, man.
You too,
Sorry
man.
I didn't talk to you much, but
Hey,
say
it's
hi
alright.
to Mike Metro and everything.
I will. Have a good night.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right, guys.
brother.
Good night.
Ahora este Maxter.
Yes, sir. I mean, good morning, because it's fucking like almost 6 in the morning now.
Yeah, it's not almost. It's 5:52. It's 6.
Yeah, 6 in the morning.
So give your fucking chalupa shout outs and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
The ponchos.
Shoutouts to, I don't know, everybody, man. Everybody to listen to the show. On the FGC, the community, everybody that follows, this event. James, not myself, because I don't feel I'm a nobody. I'm just somebody, that just get in when it's needed to.
Did you just hear what he said? I feel like I'm nobody. I'm just somebody.
I was like, I don't. All right. Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, man, shoutouts to nobody. James. That's it.
All right. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Brandon of Ultra Arcade.
Well, thank you guys for having me on the show. It was an honor. It's always an honor being on the show with you, James. You've been a big part of the FGC for the community and myself. Maxter, it's always a pleasure. You're a great MK player.
Pleasure, brother. By the way, okay, because I've been having some drinks tonight. Who are you? Do I know you personally?
We've met once. I think we met at EVO one time, a long time. I'm a big Viking guy, but yeah.
Yeah, I might recognize you if I see you personally.
yeah, you'll see me. I look just like Thor. Everyone tells me that shit.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, shout outs to Yipes, Samantha. Again, on the Blast Show. Hopefully, we can get an event together sometime soon involving Mortal Kombat. I'm so hyped for that. Whatever it takes, man. Just let me know. And shout out to all the stream monsters, man. Thank you guys for watching the show and showing the support and supporting Ultra Arcade and the FGC. After all, like James said, we're all playing games. We all need to get together and stick together to thrive and grow as a community. So,
exactly.
For everything, guys.
Good message.
All right, brothers, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to wrap this shindig up. And again, next week we will have another lively adventure. Hopefully, maybe something will trickle out from MKX before then.
Yeah, definitely, man. Brandon, James, and everybody that streams Monsters, thank you for everything. I really had a good time, man. And as I said, James, sorry for not being on the show for so long. But I try to be here more often, And I try to be more, to compete. I mean, not to compete, but at least to socialize more with the FGC.
You got it. Again, your roots are in the FGC. Even if you're not out, look, I'm not being the most dominant player in the games. I'm barely competing as it is. But at least you got to keep that social aspect of it. So you're not just fucking sitting there twiddling your thumbs and jerking off the porn all day.
Yeah, definitely, bro. One day you, myself, and Brandon are gonna have some drinks.
Fuck yeah.
I don't
fuck
know
yeah,
what
dude.
event, but yeah,
We'll go to his. We'll go to his event in Texas.
Let's do it.
Oh, it's in Texas.
Yeah.
When?
October 31st, November 2nd.
October 10th. Okay. I mean,
31st.
yeah.
Ultra
Halloween
Fest.
weekend.
Yeah, I guess next week, if you don't mind, we can announce that Killer Instinct event too, or something
Yeah,
like that.
definitely, without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not playing any fighting games right now, but if it's by October and I can make it, of course I will. Definitely.
You know, this weekend, guys. Obviously, remember CEO, so there should be a lot of hype stuff going on there.
Hell yes.
You know, I wish I was going, but Alex don't let me there. No, I'm just kidding. It's not him. It's just me. It's just me.
I was like, fuck.
It's just me. I got shit going on, life shit going on, and my traveling situation has not been the most robust of lately. But hopefully, like I said, soon that'll change. Evo in a couple of weeks as well. So I mean, you got a full stacked tournament schedule this next couple of weeks. And guys, just remember, if you're going to, go to these events, just try to socialize and be civil.
Definitely.
Not everybody's out to get you. Don't be paranoid. Don't be extra emo. Don't give that pro host speech crap. Who cares what a chick does at an event? And if you are one that gets some, then you better just shut the hell up and don't fucking be a fucking a crying little baby that has to go out and brag to everybody how you got some, only to make the girl wind up getting labeled. That's the one thing about this scene I've never understood. It's like, if you get laid, why do you got to go out and be a fucking little tattling baby about it? It's like that student that's banging his teacher, and his teacher is like smoking hot.
Yeah,
and then
true.
all of a sudden the girl's getting arrested, and it's because little Billy decided to tell his friend Joey, and then Joey told his mother, who called the police. I'd be like, yo, if I was tapping a teacher that was hot, I'd shut
Oh my god, man! I wish that thing happened to me.
I
man,
shut
at
my
times.
mouth. I shut my mouth.
Oh yeah, bro.
I'd be like, I'm getting A's, right? I'm getting straight A's. And she'd be like, well, in my class, I'd be like, no, what part of that did you not understand? I'm getting A's. You're going to go talk to the other teachers and make sure I get straight A's.
Legit. Oh, man.
So, I mean, again, guys going to CEO this weekend, stay safe. And don't do nothing I wouldn't do. And if you go to Disney, punch Mickey in the fucking mouth for me. And tell him to make Star Wars better. And tell him to stop fucking letting the other jerk off make Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtles.
Fuck. Get fucked, Michael Bay.
Yeah. And if everything else fails, fuck her right in the pussy.
Oh, God.
So, all right, guys, I'm going to let you go. Brandon, I'll hit you up later in the day when I'm fucking half alive.
Sounds good, brother. Sounds good.
All right, Maxter.
All right, sir. Take care, man. Have a good night. Good morning. I mean, you got to go to work right now.
Good day.
And Brandon, also have a good day, too, man.
Too, brother Maxter. You have a good night.
All right, take care, brother. Good night, everybody.
All right, guys. Again, to all the guys that came out tonight, nothing but love for you guys. Things were explained. Was there any resolution to anything? No, but I guess guys are more conscious to what's going on. The Floe 16-bit stuff, needless drama, but it is what it is. Hopefully, guys can learn to coexist a little bit better. Hopefully, guys, like I said, if you get to an event, make sure your ass shows up. Wow, my alarm's going off. Damn. Why is my alarm going off at no sound? But, again, guys, like I said, I appreciate everybody coming. Next week, I'm going to try something different maybe next week. So we'll see what I can do. But, I'm going to try to change some things up. And again, guys, thanks all for coming, and I will catch y'all next week.